You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Welcome to SAL. It is week number 3 as we kick off day number 5 over beautiful Sao Paulo, Brazil. And yes, this is the birthplace, the home place of the most passionate community in the world. And of course, the best teams in the world. They all come from here. They say, come to Brazil or Brazil will come to you. Well, in Siege, actually both have been true. Both of those statements at the same time. You might be thinking, oh, Milos, it's quite hot today. Well, I can tell you why, because my wonderful analysts are on the desk. Speaking of which, Leo, Fresh, how are we today?
I'm feeling amazing. Honestly, I will say this, ACL has produced some of the most entertaining matches and gameplay that I've seen the whole season. We've seen some crazy stuff. Last week, we saw on the first play day like a 1v4 clutch and then a 1v5 or something like this. It was just completely crazy. I'm so excited to see more today.
Yeah, I think so. It's produced upsets as well. I think that's one of the biggest things that we've seen across SAL. You know, FaZe losing last week, of course, is a huge one to talk about. But yeah, it's been a lot of fun working this broadcast, I will say, Milos.
Absolutely has been. It's good to have kind of different perspectives and kind of having EML and NAL talent kind of intermixing and having their own time to really go through SAL, because it is, I guess, the best league, at least the one that's producing the best teams internationally at all of our events. But if I were to zoom out for just a second, right, we're talking about the best region. Let's go to some tier 2 Siege, aka NAL, and kind of talk about what's been going on over the past few weeks in there. I'm just going to show you the results from our last play. Of course, NAL is the North American League with the top teams from North America. Orglis beating Cloud9. I don't know what's going on. C9 LOL, Merchants, all of that. Wildcard beating Cruelty. M80 rolling over OXG. Shopify and Dark Zero also at the top here. It seems like it's kind of cut and dry at some parts of the league, but not with others, Leo.
Yeah, I think for me, looking at these results, the big one I was looking for, obviously, I think like many people, was the Shopify Rebellion Space Station. You look at these rosters, especially Shopify Rebellion, we didn't get the chance to see them play at Reload, right? Despite the fact they've got some of the most talented players on it. Spoit is playing on it. Canadian is playing on it. They've got such talent on that team with Rexon, with the whole, with Ambi as well, the best rated player of NAL last stage, that we wanted to see them play and wanted to see them compete against the best teams in NA. And I think them facing Space Station and slamming them in the face, and if we look at the standings later, you're going to see that they're almost at first place right now. They're number 2. That's what I was looking for in that roster. Looking at the standings, what do we see here, Jack? For me, a clear distinction between the top 4 teams that we expect to be top 4 and then the rest of the league.
Yeah, I think North America was expected to be pretty top heavy this stage, and that's certainly how it's playing out. Dark Zero, of course, have won 6 games, all of them in regulation. They are topping absolutely every metric going in terms of team stats, player, individual stats. They're having a great stage. As you've just said, Shopify not too far behind them. And then SSG and M80 making up the top 4. We'll say M80, they took quite a big loss against Cruelty in the week as well, which was a little bit disappointing for them, but they managed to bounce back from that.
And, from the standings and how they exist right now, it's about the next play day. And the next play day is actually not next week. As always, it's on Wednesdays and Thursdays, but next week is, of course, July 4th, which is, a day off in the US, so it definitely has an impact on the scheduling. NAL will be back on Thursday, July 10th, and that'll be Dark Zero v Cruelty, LFO versus Envy, OXG versus Wildcard, Shopify Rebellion versus Cloud9, finally Space Station Gaming versus M80. Jack, Leo, if I look at all 5 matches, any which one for you guys that really stands out as the must watch, especially looking at those standings?
I think I'm going to go with the Dark Horse one. I know everybody's going to look at that M80 SSG game, but I'm not going to go to that one. Game 3, OXG versus Wildcard, one on 9 points, the other one on 5 points. And they're both in the run for playoffs, especially Wildcard. After such a strong showing at Reload, not making playoffs would be a huge blow. And so this match between these two are extremely important because they're right now close to each other in the standings, in that 5 to 6 spot trying to make it to playoffs. So that one is very important back against the world type of matchup for me.
Yeah, I'd agree. I think, especially for XG, they're chasing down that top 4. M80 with that loss, there's not that many points between them, realistically. And I think, actually, that's a big game for OXG to prove that, they can compete with that top 4, especially. As Leo said, it's all about the playoffs. It's just about getting to the playoffs. So consolidating top 6, beating a rival that's close by, and then maybe even chasing down top 4 for a better seed as well.
And especially considering that there's 2 weeks between the matches that were played earlier this week and Thursday, July 10th, when NAL is back, because in this way you can just look back at the matches, see what went wrong, really kind of take this midway break before the last 3 play days in NAL and just go through them one by one, prepare yourself. There's a lot to look around and kind of learn from what's happening in NAL, just to see who makes it to playoffs. The top 6, as you're saying, Jack, those are the spots to look at. But then from NAL, I focus in on our job today, which is South America League. Let's take a quick look at our standings and where we are today. W7M are at the top with 12 points, 9 for both Black Dragons and FaZe Clan, 8 for NIP, 5 for Fury and Loud, 4 for ENX and 9Z, Lost at 3, and Liquid at 1 point without a single win. What the hell is going on in SAL? I thought this was cut and dry, Leo.
No, when you look at the rosters in Brazil right now, and the talent that there is here, the competition is so high, even for big teams like Team Liquid, that coming back into their own region, it becomes really hard. Eventually, if you look at Liquid right now, 0 wins, 4 losses. 1 year ago, exactly 1 year ago, in stage 1 of Brazilian League, they were already in 0-4, by the way. So they've already went through this scenario. But it's a big surprise. And what does that enable? It enables for Dark Horses to rise to the top. And the Black Dragons is exactly that Dark Horse again. It's the one that I know Fresh is teasing me for it, but it was my favorite, team coming into this. I was super excited to see them play. I think especially beating FaZe and now being tied with them in points was like the big surprise last week.
I will give it to you, Leo. You did say it before a single round of Siege was played, so I will give you props on that one. But yeah, both, I think Black Dragons and NIP currently inside the top 6, and maybe surprises from the, I would say, pre-stage expectations.
Now, looking at our playday, loss via NIP to kick off the day, Black Dragons 9Z, FaZe Loud, Furia W7M, and ENX versus Team Liquid. This might be Team Liquid's best chance to finally get something more than that what point and just start doing something, Jack. It's like that meme, you're just poking them with a stick saying, do something.
Yeah, we had a very similar game to this in EML last week when Gen G played up against Wild, but it's the same with ENX against Liquid. Somebody's got to win that game, and somebody will be getting a huge victory down the bottom of the table.
And if you look at the rest of the matches, obviously like Furia W7M, Battle of the Titans, a direct rematch from that semifinal at Reload. We want to see it. Although it's only a BO1, I'd like to see more of it, but it's going to be great to see these two teams facing each other again.
I do like it in SAL because you always have a champion of something going against a champion of something, because they have the Reload, the Major, and the 6 Invitational champions all inside of SAL.
Man, this really is the best region in the world, is it not? And I like that you're talking about, Boston. We'll get to that. You know what? I'm just going to leave it for a second. I'm just going to tease it for a second because it's something cool that we're going to talk about. However, let's go from matches and standings into our intel plays. And there's a specific play from last week that had us losing our minds, and it's right here with Souls.
Yeah, I think obviously a 1 versus 3 clutch, it comes out any single time this happens, it's always the team that's in the advantage that's misplayed it. However, Makina there, you've just seen it, he shot all of his DMR bullets, he had 2 bullets left after the plant, so he had to try and play this 1v1 clutch with only a Gon 6 and a knife in hand. He did end up going for the knife in the end, and of course Souls finishes it off, as you'll see in just a second when he wants to peek it, which is quite a unique way of trying to see a clutch finish, Leo, where one player basically, he has to try and play melee. He's quite literally bringing a knife to a gunfight.
You've got to be hating the fact the guy is sticking the pen. And look at this. 2 of his teammates got injured almost at the same time by the double flick of Souls 1. So when he gets out of the plant, he knows he's done. He knows there's nothing he can do. He kind of panicked because he spent the only 2 ammunition he had left before he was even in a direct threat or direct danger. And at this point, like, this must be terrifying. Just looking at the few last seconds that he has remaining, knowing he cannot shoot anything but a gun 6, trying to have the knife, I mean, that must have been horrible. One thing to point, though, that's one of the 2 rounds that FaZe won that match. So we're technically speaking of a Black Dragons that could have won 7-1 against FaZe, and that to me is even crazier.
Yeah, I don't think Black Dragons are going to be worried at all about the fact they conceded that one.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, you're looking at the macro of the game, and they were just outplaying FaZe the entire match. Despite this play, overall, when you're stuck in a 3v1, it's kind of a miracle happening on one side and then a series of unfortunate events on the other that leads to this sort of clutch. And this is what we saw. But it is our intel play of the day from our last play day here in SAL. Now, gentlemen, it seems like there's something where whenever a team wins big events, especially the Invitational, it's like a blip on the radar and then they disappear for a year, right? Some teams have needed to be invited, handed an invitation to the Invitational the year after. I wonder what team that was. Some other teams that are barely scraping by through the close qualifiers after disappearing through the entirety of the year. It feels like whenever you win an SI, you are cursed at least for a year. And I would like to explore that with you, but how about we talk about it with our pro players? Ike from the BR6 production team sat down, had chat with some SAL players and teams about the curse of winning the SI.
Hey guys, Ike here, your analyst from the Brazilian channels. Alright, today's video is a deep dive into some spooky Siege lore. We're talking about the weird jinx that only affects those who lift the hammer, the infamous Invitational curse. Oh, it's 100% real, believe me. And I've got the evidence. Just look at NIP. After winning the 2021 Invitational, the Ninjas haven't touched another trophy. Just a major runner-up, a BR6 second place, and last year's Supercopa do Brasil loss in the Grand Finals. And don't even get me started on NA's former powerhouse, TSM. After their 2022 Six Invitational win, not only did they hit a title drought, they basically disbanded from the R6 scene. Now let's talk about FaZe Clan. They just won this year's Invitational and already got smacked by the Curse in Reload. Oh, but that's not good enough proof. Bruh, y'all are ignoring all this evidence I'm laying out. But whatever, denial isn't just a river in Egypt. FaZe's players are building a dam in it.
Hoje em dia eu não acredito muito em superstição. Depois que eu ganhei o Invitation, acho que eu tirei um pouco isso da minha cabeça. Mas antigamente eu tinha algumas superstições que eu fazia antes dos jogos e tudo. Muito de superstição, assim, eu acho que é mais a parte do mental. Acho que se você não focar nessa parte, que falam que tem a maldição, e focar em querer melhorar e sempre estar evoluindo, acho que você muda totalmente a história disso.
Acredito que a gente não tem uma preocupação de pensar nisso, existe essa maldição, a gente realmente deu uma relaxada no reload, a gente não estava conseguindo treinar muito bem, foi acho que um dos piores períodos assim que a gente teve de treino, mas eu acho que essa maldição acontece mais porque o time se relaxa, mas acredito que a gente vai conseguir sim sair dessa.
See? I told you they were swimming in denial. Now I know what you're thinking. Hold up! Furia's current roster won the Invitational under W7M, then took Supercopa do Brasil and Reload. They broke the curse. Okay, fair point. But let's not forget their stumbles before and after those wins. Getting destroyed by BDS at EWC, choking to FaZe in the BR6 finals, and Envy semis. The curse might take a break sometimes, but it's still out there collecting souls. Anyway, I wanna hear from Furia's squad. What's your take on this whole curse thing? Speak your truth, my guys.
Cara, a maldição do Envy, eu acho que eu não acreditava, mas parece que é real. A FaZe veio mal aí também nesse reload. Tem muito do fato de você ganhar um grande campeonato, você dá, querendo ou não, tira um pouco o pé ali do acelerador. Às vezes o calendário do Rainbow Six não permite isso, né? Acho que é normal também, altos e baixos, faz parte, cara.
Eu acredito bastante que existe essa zica aí do Envy. A gente ganhou, depois a gente teve um ano muito péssimo. A TSM também, a NiP, tudo aí, todas as histórias se alinham pra zica ali que existe do Envy. E a FaZe também foi o primeiro campeonato ali, né, que os caras tiveram aí depois do Envy. Vamos ver aí como se desenrola esse ano aí pra confirmar a zica do Envy, se existe ou não.
Yep, no way around it. Now it's on FaZe Clan to prove whether the curse is real or just some Ubisoft Brazil conspiracy theory. Though let's be real, when it comes to regional events, FaZe always shows up. Which brings us to the million-dollar question. Are Vita King, Handy and the boys the favorites to take SAL?
Cara, acredito que sim. A gente aqui no Brasil a gente consegue se destacar muito bem. A gente tem um diferencial muito forte aqui no Brasil, que é o conforto de jogar em casa e tudo mais. Acho que a gente joga mais relaxado, não tem tanta pressão de ser um campeonato fora.
Para superar essa maldição, acho que não existe nenhuma superstição, é mesmo o trabalho duro, mesmo a vontade de querer ganhar. A gente vai continuar trabalhando como estávamos trabalhando nos períodos que estávamos bem e voltar a ganhar títulos.
Alright, that's all for today. With those curse words from FaZe's finest, I am out. Good luck to FaZe in SAL, thanks everyone, and see you next time.
It's up to you to judge if the curse is real or not. What's our idea here? Is it a real thing, Jack?
Yeah, I think it is. It definitely is. Obviously, the statistics will tell you that it is, but at the same time, the team that wins the Sixth Invitational also has the biggest target on their back, which means more teams kind of raise their level whenever they play against them as well. So I think there's some method behind that madness.
Yeah, I can't tell you about it. Didn't win an SI, so
I don't think any one of us here has won an SI. We've worked multiple invitationals, but none of us have won an SI. But hey, neither have Falcons, so look at us. We're all on the same level point. Anyways, moving on to our next step. It just means that Falcons slash old BDS, of course, they're not subject to this curse. Loss is our first squad up today, as they're of course playing against NIP. What can they bring in this matchup, gentlemen? Is today recovery?
Maybe. I would say maybe. I don't know. This is obviously another team, Milos, that hasn't won a Six Invitational. What they did do was go to North America for a year and pretty much struggled over there. They're back in South America, and they've continued struggling over here. In fact, the struggles statistically is actually that they're the worst attacking team inside of this competition, with only a 30% attack success rate. However, the one game that they did win was against Loud. It was 1 week ago today, and that was off the back of some of the most creative, explosive attacks that we've seen. So for me, if Lost turn up and they throw in and they have these creative, explosive attacks, they can recover. They can win this game against NIP. If they attack like we've seen in the other 3 play days, where they've won a collective 3 attacks across those 3 play days, then they might struggle.
Yeah, there's big questions here around loss and kind of our expectation going into this. However, NIP seems to have pushed away a lot of questions and then raised a lot more after their last game against Loud, Leo.
Yeah, I think they were proving points. We always expected NIP to show up, and after struggling for multiple months, even more than a year, it looked like they were back. You know, they beat Furia 7-5, they beat Liquid 7-4, and then against Loud, they were incapable of winning a single attack. And so it just brings the point, do they have the level to still be a giant of Brazil, or is they still super inconsistent? Today is the moment where they're going to be facing a weaker team on paper, because I hear what you say, Jack, but at the same time, Los, all 5 players are in the worst 10 rated players of the league. So realistically, it's the moment for NIP to take the regulation win, take 3 points, and secure the spot for playoffs. In the current standings, they're really good, so it's the moment for them to show up.
It is definitely doable, and for that we'll need a map. 9 maps in total, down to 1. Leo, please take us through it.
Yeah, so we're gonna land on Cafe right now. It's interesting because we've just seen NIP beat Liquid on its 7-4. Clearly, Lost expected these guys to go and pick Cafe, so they end up in defense against them, having a full VOD, recent one they can analyze. On the other hand, NIP has 3 VODs of Lost because they played it quite a lot, 3 times during Challenger Series, ending up 2-1 on it. So it's a pretty decent map for both of these teams with recent and updated VODs. Clearly, both of the teams could have counter-stratted. It's going to be interesting to see, but I like the fact that Lost is starting in defense for them. Like Jack said, they struggle heavily in attack.
Well, gentlemen, to get an even bigger overview of this, I would like to welcome our casters to the desk, for as they're physically present with us. As you would know, there's our... Okay, that's the game. Lobby's already set, but it's almost ready to go. Our casters, can we bring them up? Because it is their first time in a while here in SAL, and actually our first time working an online broadcast in literal years. Hello, Intero and Jesse. How are we doing today?
I'm gonna take the lead here because I'm the first picture in frame. I'm doing great. The heat wave has ended, so it is finally a sensible temperature outside, which is really quite nice. And I expect these games to raise the temperature just a tiny bit.
Yeah, I would echo that. We never really had a heat wave here on the western side of the country, so I've been chilling, and I'm super excited to get back into casting some South America. It's been too long.
Jesse, not just some South America, I'll correct you and add a bit extra there. You get to cast Los again, this time in another region. How does that feel?
I am so excited, Milos. It has been 274 days since Parker and I last got to cast Los. It's always a privilege with this team, so I'm excited to see what they've got for us this season.
I think you broke his brain. You know what? Just to kind of lay it by the wayside. Too high of a number. That's true. We'll leave it to 6. That's only as high as any of us here can count in Rainbow Six. Anyways, gentlemen, please take it away as we go into game number 1. NIP versus Lost. Intero, Jesse, all yours.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And Gassan, I will just say, it has been quite a while since we worked together. It is great to hear your voice. It is great to see you. I've worked more recently with both Fresh and Leo, but they're great as always. Jesse, we do indeed get to work with Los yet again. A bit of a different roster this time. Yep. And unfortunately for Los fans, whether they're in North America or they're in this South American league, the results tend to be quite similar. Now, they are experiencing, you know, a bit of a change in their roster. Maybe they're workshopping some things, but unfortunately, they haven't found the success just yet. Nib, the opposite side, obviously sitting in the top 4 at the moment with some big wins over big teams this stage.
Certainly, Parker. I think the NIP guys will be the favorites coming into this just because of how Los performed in the past. I will say these two did meet in the 6 Invitational qualifiers down in South America, where Los ended NIP's chances at making it to SI with a big 7-3 win. So history does say that Los knows how to beat this squad. Slightly different rosters, of course, still, but the core is the same for both of these teams. I'm excited to see what Los do here in South America. Obviously, they haven't had the best season so far, but they ended their stint in NA with some interesting choices on their IGL, right? They moved Arthur off of that. They had Sexy Cake coming in. Now it seems like Arthur has retaken up those reins, so I'm really excited to see what he can do with this team. And we'll kind of find out as things move forward with Los. There was a lot of expectations on this team coming into the stage. A lot of the people I know in Brazil were hyping this team up. Those same people have now taken it back and admitted they were wrong. So I don't know if that's still there, but after a week off, you know, a lot of things can change.
Absolutely. You've got plenty of games still left to play across all regions right now. They talked about North America, which is our home region for you and I, as that's where we reside, though we have covered Brazil an awful lot and worked quite a lot of Brazilian events to the point where it feels like a second home. But I mean, NA right now is on, I think, a 2-week break. So there is some time between these matches where teams will be able to look back on what they've done well, what they haven't done so particularly well, and hopefully workshop it and improve for the future. Round number 1 underway now between Nip and Los. We'll get into the stats and the standings and all that jazz as we get deeper into this matchup, but it sure appears like Nip is going to swing for the fences. At least that's what it looked like. Los gets the very first kill. Down goes Pino. Cons will follow shortly thereafter. Legacy with one on the fantasy. And the push from Nip has completely evaporated, Jesse. 2 players remain with still over half of the round to go.
Yeah, they were looking for an early rush in. I love the Aurora strat to try to counter some of these angles and still getting some value out of it. But I think with this clash on the other side of things, it's just gotten so difficult. Kurtz expertly using this clash rework, peeks out for his second kill of the round, and no hope for Wizards to try to win that 1v4. Big round from Los to start things off. Obviously, Cafe defense, expected to see them get some rounds, but still confident. I love the way they were able to bring out that clash. A standard strategy, I would say, from NIP, going in fast, not taking a lot of map control, going for red. This is the one bomb site that they never had to attack in their previous game against Liquid last week on Cafe. So a bit of a new test. Los maybe didn't know how NIP were going to do attacking that site, took a bit of a gamble, and it paid off, being able to stop that push in its tracks. I do also want to quickly touch on the bans, because we haven't had the chance to just yet. All of it very standard, with the sole exception of the Capitao. Typically not an operator we see banned. Most defending teams will go double shields on this map. Los banned that Capitao as a direct response to Cons, who has been playing a lot of Capitao on this map, especially here on the bottom floor for Kitchen.
Not banning both shields isn't abnormal, as you pointed out, though it is a common ban. Blitz was brought immediately by Nip in round number 1 and stormed through the hallway towards Train. Did not find much value. I think Pino was actually the first to die, if memory serves correctly. So, I mean, that's the way it goes. If you go for a rush strat, if you try to get into the bomb site in the first minute, there's going to be some things that you simply overlook. On a map like Cafe, we see, especially on this bottom floor bomb site, teams go for broke and not worry about a deeper or more complex roam clear, or even just simply mapping out where these defenders may be. And we call it a very linear attack. Lots of times where that linear nature of the attack is designed to catch them off guard. If you're not catching them off guard and they're ready and braced for impact, they can swat you away very quickly, which is what happened with Los. Now, as was pointed out on the desk, Los struggles are on attack, and Cafe, like so many maps, is quite a comfortable place for the defenders. So it should be a relatively strong first half for Los, but anything is possible.
Yeah, I mean, you say that and you're not wrong. Los are the worst attacking team in South America with a 30% win rate, but their defensive win rate is only 40%. So this is not exactly a strong side. It is maybe the stronger side.
Well, okay. Well, to my point, if you exclude their victory over Loud, In
Yeah.
all of their other matches, Los averages 2 rounds a game, 2 successful rounds a game. So, I mean, those numbers are going to be underwater. There's just no way around it. Whether it's attacking or defending, they are obviously suffering some fools here. Bit of a slower paced round because we've already got a minute in, Jesse, and there hasn't been any contact.
Yeah, I mean, standard with Kitchen on Cafe, right? You like to play the bottom floor as much as you can. Through the 2 times they had to attack it previously against Team Liquid, NIP failed both times. Getting an opening pick certainly will help as Fantasy finds one, looking for the second on the window, and there it goes. Farius goes down as well. Looks like they might just keep swinging this window, Parker. They need to get this kill back.
I'm amazed at the resources that they're expending over here. You've still got a clash in play. Now, the problem with this bomb site, as you pointed out, is when teams do opt to full clear, their execute is typically quite strong. And look at the tools that NIP has at their disposal, right? They've got Rotero drones, they've got Twitch drones, they've got Candelas, and then you've got the anti-flanking gridlock and the ability to play vertical from above. The biggest thing about going down numbers for Los is that you cannot really contend with that top floor hold if NIP chooses to use it. And Pino is in Buck's office, which is right over top of this bomb site. The best case scenario for Los is that you either send somebody upstairs in an unexpected way, but with an echo and a smoke and a clash, I think that's unlikely, or you just try to rebuff them with as much utility as possible. It's going to get harder, though, as down goes Kurtz. Arthur and Legacy are the last 2 alive. No toxic babes to be thrown out by Los. NIP has yet to lose a single player, and now it's Arthur off site with Legacy sitting inside the bomb site. Arthur picking away at 1, but still so much more to do with 20 seconds left on the clock. Still guarding over towards Whiskey, putting an awful lot on the shoulders of Legacy, who's now actually vacated the bomb site. He's sitting over by Bakery with the Yokai that is unable to find Cons. 2 big kills for Arthur as down goes Wizard. Cons has to fall off of his position. It gives opportunity for the clash to come back. Will there be proper coverage? Oh my, a sloppy engagement. Arthur just missing the head of Hates. Now it's up to Legacy to save the round. The cross will have to be good. They let him slip through, but the timer was extended as the defuse kit was planted, and NIP survived the round despite a very strong effort from Los.
Way too close for comfort if you're NIP. That round looked in the bag. We saw a double entry from Fantasy, who is so far in South America been the best entry player in the entire league with 10 opening picks and only 5 opening deaths. So that looked like it was starting them off strong. They then naded out the Clash shield, which was a huge boon for them because once you take that out, the Clash becomes almost completely useless. Only a sidearm to her name, but still we saw Arthur making some big swings. They got a couple of picks back, and then really odd play around the plant for NIP. You know, they started off trying to go for that diffuse kit down, but they were in sight for a long time before they started holding F. That meant that those Yokai cams had a really good opportunity to simply win the round off of time. You saw how effective they were able to deny that plant. They delayed it for so long. And then even after the plant went down, I mean, the cover was very, very tight. The Echo pushing up at the end there could have gotten that final frag and made it a huge disaster for NIP. So I want to see them a little bit cleaner on some of these plants, but end of the day, I mean, a 5v2 advantage, you can't be too upset about that, and they do convert it. Disaster averted if you're NIP, but that's not as clean as I think they would have wanted.
No, I mean, when you look at a 5v2, which it was for about 10 seconds prior to Arthur getting the first pick for his team, I think there was 41 seconds or something along those lines left on the clock. You really can't be that upset if you're NIP. You're thinking, okay, we've got this in the bag. Yeah, we lost one, but whatever. You know, we took down the smoke. The Clash is still in play. We know where the shield is. This should be a cakewalk. The only thing that we need to worry about is where those Yokais might rest. Which at that point, you've got 4 people on the board to search for it. I will say I was a little bit confused as to where the coverage was in the back of the bomb site over by Freezer. I mean, you know that the Clash is located in that area. At best, you have a 1v4. At worst, it's a 2v4 because the Echo is still in play somewhere. But I also don't think NIP had properly droned out the front of Bakery in quite some time. This was a fully committed backtake. It all worked around those brown stairs, Whiskey, and then over towards Freezer. They felt if somebody's playing over by Bakery, they can't make enough of an impact, especially in that little nook that you saw them plant in, because you're relatively well covered from Bakery.
We'll go to reading for the third round. You'll note that Los are choosing not to go to the top floor. That's in part due to that Castle Azami ban, I should say, which makes holding piano and this top floor quite a bit more difficult. Doesn't mean there's not going to be players to fight top floor. Most of them have fallen off at this point, but you still have Legacy and Arthur that are locking things down up above. Legacy just playing white. Arthur, I should say. Legacy over here in Cocktail. So getting some information. Doesn't have the cleanest route back to site, but I assume he'll drop the hatch as soon as he deems it necessary. Playing with these Nitros is going to be the name of the game for Los. Can they find a pick after conceding all this ground?
Another shield will come in, and using that intel provided by Cons, a nade will go off, but do no damage to Legacy as the battle of the shields kind of plods along. Another nade now going out, and Legacy taking a bit more damage as 3 separate players from NIP stare down the Clash's location over in Cocktail, and pinging away desperately so that the rest of the team can try to play off of this. As you pointed out, this is a reading defense. It looked like an explosive went off, but did nothing for it. That was Hurts now finding one. Wizard is down for the count. They lost the Clash and Legacy, but a great stall from above, Jesse, and enough time maybe for Los to hang on.
Yeah, that time waste is massive. Farius not getting anything down on the bottom floor, so they've got 30 seconds to convert this, although a second pick from Hates will make it a bit easier.
Look at that. Shooting through the floor, Fantasy has been dropped, and this is going to be a tough follow-up. Kurtz will get it. First with a Nitro Cell, now doing it with a gun in hand. Time for one of those Toxic Babes to go off. Arthur still has one left in pocket with 10 seconds remaining. Farius has been chased down those brown stairs, and he's waiting for the call as Cons is getting Diffuser down. Hates is the only one to cover, but amidst the plume of the smoke, they haven't seen him. They find him at the last second, and just like that, Los sweep through the NIP offense. 1-2, very quickly done. And Los answers back and regains the lead.
And honestly, Parker, it felt a lot like round number 2, where we're going quite slowly on the side of NIP. They're having a lot of problems getting that diffuse get down early. Obviously, that time, the time waste with the Clash was the biggest issue. I really thought that they played it well on the side of Los. Kurtz as well, late round, making some plays to go back up to the top floor after getting that early pick with the Nitro Cell. He has been very, very strong for Los through this game so far, so great to see him stepping up. Operator ban's coming through, and there goes the Clash ban. I do like to see that. We saw how often Los are bringing it every single round, so they're going to have to change up their game plan. But I think they're okay changing up their game plan, Parker. They just banned out the Bravo, which is going to allow them to abuse some of these operators, especially Maestro. This is such a cool tech from Los. Because there's 4 playable bomb sites on Cafe, they're waiting to go top floor until they can ban out that Brava. Otherwise, if they played it in the first 3 rounds, well, they would have had to play it with Bravo on the board, and Maestro against a Bravo, obviously very difficult task. So smart operator bans with Los, and really abusing this new ban system to change their site rotation and get the most value.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Cafe's always been a very flexible map, and even though we do tend to see these 3 site rotations get, I get a bit entrenched. Teams have options here. You know, it's not that long ago that Cocktail was actually one of the least favored bomb sites in North America, at least. Admittedly, I don't have these stats from Brazil several seasons ago, but there was a period of time where NA in particular completely abandoned that top floor and would start with the kitchen floor as your main bomb site, or maybe reading, and then flex over to mining and dining. Anywho, again, I'd like to talk about, for just a second, Los' struggles on attack. You very wisely pointed out that they haven't been much better when defending, but they've picked up 2 rounds. Again, excluding their victory over Loud, in the matches that Los has lost, they have averaged just 2 rounds per loss. Los is already there. Now, I know there are some people thinking, perfect, enough time for them to lose the next 6 in a row, but that's not the point that I'm getting at. The point is that Los stylistically is matching up quite well to NIP. Maybe that first round was a bit of a gimme because NIP decided to go very aggressive in round number 1, which isn't always the best idea. But ultimately, Los handled it very, very well. And we've seen some improvements from the last time they played that Los is acting upon the things that didn't work out so well last week.
Couple of nades coming into Legacy, playing up inside a Cocktail. Grunt of this push still coming piano side. That's Hate who makes the move, gets 2 picks on the entry before being removed by Arthur. That's a massive play, seemingly just solo, walking in on the Ash to boost himself up to a 7-3 stat line. But most of his teammates are on the roof. Hate's just said, screw it, I'm gonna make a play. I see the gap, and I mean, it pays off. Not only does he get 2 picks, but he kills the Echo, which is a huge operator for Los in the late round. You know, they're not going to have that going forward to the rest of this round. That's going to be huge. Now the question kind of shifts. Who on Los can make a move to re-equalize? This is not a position they're happy being in. Somebody's got to make a play.
Well, I guess your question was just answered there, Jesse, wasn't it? You've got the guy with a million bullets in that LMG. Kurtz gets caught walking down White Hallway, completely unaware of the rappel play. And now it's Arthur's turn to jiggle peek for intel, and Wizard punishes him. It's all up to Legacy. Got a DMR, he's got an ACOG, long enough range, but he's going to get splattered by Pino. And this is a dogfight between these teams. Now, if you're Nip, Jesse, I don't know if I'm particularly happy about this one. You come into this matchup sitting in the top 4. You've got some very impressive victories over, frankly, 2 top teams. I mean, in the very first week, it took you into overtime, but you beat Black Dragons, the team who has a new logo, still same organization, different look, and different results, frankly. This is a team that's currently sitting in 2nd here in the South America League. Immediately after that, 24 hours later, Nip defeats Furia, another team that admittedly is not as dominant in inter-regional play as they do tend to be internationally, but still quite an accomplishment, especially for a Nip team that was in the basement of Brazil for much of last year. If you're looking at a team like Los, who sit in 9th place, your thoughts are, yeah, these guys suck. We're gonna win. That's how most teams are going to approach this map. And I mean, you talk to teams, you talk to players, they won't always be quite so candid, but Nip are looking at this as, okay, we've got 3 points. Let's move on. Let's see what's, you know, coming on play day number 6 and beyond. The fact that Los has already taken 2 rounds off of you is not concerning, but if Los end this first half with 3 or 4 rounds, then I start to sweat a little bit if I'm Nip, even though Nip does go to the defender side next.
Yeah, I would agree with that. You know, Nip are expecting this to be one of their easier games. It's not been an easy game so far, but end of the day, 2-2 attacking on Cafe. Plenty of game to play before you get worried about the situation. We'll go back down and say actually the only site other than top floor that NIP were able to win. So Los thinking that last round was a bit of a mistake, that they can rein things in a little bit. And I think if they don't just double swing restaurant window and lose 2 bodies off rip, they probably have a much better shot at holding this defense. So I like that decision from them. They're also roaming quite a bit more. Kurtz and Arthur, sometimes 2 of the more passive players on Los, choosing to play up on that top floor as a bit of a duo roam. They are getting droned out now. If Fantasy or anybody else on NIP can clean up these kills, we see the track come out now onto Kurtz. That could be a big advantage.
It's a relatively early death mark. We see a lot of these teams with Deimos like to keep them for the post plant, but if you're using them early, it would suggest that you're either having some big struggles on a roam clear, which is entirely possible. There is 1 minute off the board, and there are 3 drones left for Nip, so clearly they are struggling. And if you look at the lineup from Los, there's no Mozzie, there's no Mute, so you don't need to worry about gadgets taking your drones. It's just poor positioning by Nip and Los catching them and punishing them. You're going to use this Deimos alongside Cons to follow up. This is an interesting push at the moment for Nip, who seem to be just patiently waiting as another death mark goes out.
Yeah, I don't think they're 100% sure they cleared out the roamers, but everybody has fallen off at this point. Cons has eaten a ton of damage thanks to a Nitro Cell from Outlaw. And that might be impactful, right? We've got Goyo on the board, we got Smoke on the board. There's a lot of these late round damage dealing operators on the side of Los that can tick away that HP. And when you're low health, especially carrying the diffuser on Cons, that's going to make it really, really awkward. I wouldn't mind if he honestly gives the defuse kit over to somebody else, just because it's likely going to be those toxic babes that try to stop the plant, as well as those Goyos. Now, if you can pop them ahead of time, as Pino is, that solves a bit of the problem, but still something to watch out for as this team tries to make an entry.
All exits kill number 1 onto Wizard. Cons follows up on Nefarious. Both teams losing 1, and it's the Smoke to go first for Los. You talked about these final moment operators and a very good close quarters combat lineup for Los. But they're going to struggle as they've lost one of their best operators in that position. And Farius is yet to find a kill through 5 rounds at this point, too. Good news, though. You've got an Ella with the Scorpion who can... Never mind, she died. So that's just like that. Nip has taken out your 2 best anchor operators at this present point in time. You have to hope that the Goyo of Legacy can do something, and that if you've got those Goyo canisters in sight, you can keep Nip at bay. Diffuser goes down. Los seemingly unaware of this as they are far removed from the action, trapped by Hates' Aurora, and will have to struggle to get back to the bomb site. A take from above as Outlaw will go up there. Legacy dies. Nip in full control, and Nip yet to lead so far in this match. All they need to do is find Arthur, and the lead will be theirs. He finds the Blitz, but Pino finds him in turn, and 2 in a row gives Nip the lead on Cafe.
Bit of a strange push coming out from NIP. It's very odd to see a team go full top down on Cafe and then have 0 hard breach for the freezer hatch. But I guess if you can rush down the guy inside of VIP and then make the breach through the soft wall to get into freezer, that's just as good of a way to get into sight as any. And we saw that coming out from Nip, using that blitz to make that entry point, make sure VIP couldn't be held down, clearing out that important player inside of VIP. That was Farius. Often you'll see a Warden there. If it had been a Warden, that could have been a bit more dangerous if he'd been able to counter that blitz, but it wasn't. It was a smoke this time around, and so NIP got the better of him that time. Bit of a weird engagement with Kurtz in sight too, but nice to see NIP getting that third attack on the board to be oh so important on a map like Cafe, and good to see Cons still thriving on the shields. Again, Los only chose to ban 1 shield out of the 3 available, so Cons was able to flex over to a lot of these different options. At about a 48% pick rate on shields on attack so far this season, up 12% from stage 2 last season. So he's been really trying to lean into that for NIP in stage 1. And I think you can see the results just based on the games that NIP have been winning.
Absolutely. In the final round, so we'll see if the bans that you've talked about quite a bit, and for good reason, as they've had a pretty pronounced impact here on the game, if they'll change up when Nip now gets to ban attackers and vice versa. Final round of the first half about to go underway. For those wondering why we're talking about the operator bans, bit of a cursed skin combination there on the gridlock, by the way. The F90 with the plasma pink equipment and gear, and then
I like it.
And then the black ice regular skin. I mean, that's just a straight up flex. Being able to have the black ice and plasma pink, that's you just showing off at that point. Even if it doesn't look good, who cares?
Well, looking good or not, NIP looking to make this a 4-2 split. Since banning the Clash, they have been flawless on their attacks. Top floor being held quite heavily, though. I mean, we see Kurtz up here inside a bar, already taking a ton of damage, though. He's getting lit up and will have to make his retreat to fall off the next time he sees any bit of pressure. Up top, he does have Arthur and Legacy playing with him, so he's not completely alone, but under the skylight, he's not in a safe position. Wizard just waiting and watching. Shoots the default cam in the meantime. If they know his position, they could get a really free pick, but I don't think they realize that he's stuck around. They might assume that he's dropped Parker.
Let's see if they'll be able to drone it out. We talked last round about how Nip was having struggles gaining intel. This time, they don't have access to a Deimos to bail themselves out of a bad spot. Kurtz is still here, and he goes for the shot. He manages to hit it. It was a bit delayed, but Nip doubles up, triples up, some would say, as it's Outlaw and Farius, his last 2 alive. Outlaw is a target dummy on those red stairs. He gets swatted away, leaving Farius with 1 kill as he heads for the hills. Over a minute still to go for Nip. They have the case. They have a shield still up. There's utility. You've got a smoke. You've got some flashes. You've still got the boogie drones from Pino's Ram as well. Honestly, Nip can very easily hold on. I would be shocked to see Farius pull this off. But again, we have seen clutches far bigger than this so far this stage, let alone in Brazil.
Yeah, but I mean, you dream of having this much util in a 3v1. There should be no way, especially with Cons up on the Monty. Trackstinger's giving away Farius' position. He is in a good spot to deny a plant, but they should know exactly where he's at.
Yeah, I mean, they just got that intel on white stairs. It's only good for about 5 to 10 seconds, but you still have general whereabouts. And when you're inside that laundry room, there's not really many places you can go. They had him pinned down and he was fighting for his life. Despite their strong start, things got a little bit worse for Los as they closed out the first half. Nip not just taking the lead, but extending it. And I said the warning point for Nip was if Los was able to take 3 or 4 rounds, they did not muster anything. And I know I made a joke when it was 1 round for Nip and 2 for Los that, hey, you know, Nip could win the next 6 in a row. Los, again, statistically, the weakest attacking team. And now they have to attack on Cafe. It is not outside of possibility, outside the realm of possibility, that Nip streaks their way to the very end here. Those were some strong results. What's going to happen now as the operator bans have been picked? 2 shield operator bans from the side of Nip. Not sure you're very surprised by that, but I know you're going to want to talk about it.
Yeah, I had a thought about Los. I was watching Brazil, or South America, I should say, last week, and I had a thought about this team. I don't think they are the best shield team in South America or the world, obviously, right? Like, I think they're a good shield team, but I do think they might be one of the worst non-shield teams. They seem to really struggle when they can't put Arthur on one of these shields to present forward. And, you know, we see it NIP targeting both shields. Almost every team has banned perma shields up against Los this stage. So it seems like other teams are reading into that a little bit as well. This team relies quite heavily on the shields. So there's no surprise there. I also think you can fall back to defense and just say, listen, both times that Los ran a clash, they won. The 3 rounds they didn't bring a clash, they ended up losing. So there's a little bit of a parallel there as well. Defensive ban's pretty standard as well. Mira, not always common, leaves up the ever-powerful Azami for hates, and so he'll immediately start to jump on that. But I think you hit the nail on the head, Parker. The opportunity to win this game has... it hasn't left, but it's gotten a lot more difficult. You wanted to go up early in the first half if you're Los. Now it's not going to happen that way. You got to really dig yourself out of a hole.
Yeah, not great for the map that you're on. Not great for the team that you're playing up against. Talked after those first 3 rounds when Los was up 2-1, how they had shown some improvement and they'd read into the executes from Nip, and then that promptly vanished. Round number 4 onwards, there were a number of kills from the side of Nip onto unsuspecting targets of Los, and again, Nip was info starved through most of those rounds. You know, whether it was the Deimos in round number 5, whether it was just low drone count in rounds 4 and 6, this was a team that was struggling to gain information, but they were using the shield so effectively. When you have a Monty on the board, you have a giant drone that is relatively impervious to most gadgets the defenders have. So if Cons is walking in and giving calls, as we could see from the yellow pings and the red pings that were coming out from both drones and from the players, Nip was still gaining information from that. Los was completely lost on where the advance from Nip was coming. Now it's going to be a little bit easier for Nip, though, as they play on as defenders for the remainder of this match. 8's under fire very early into what could be an execute, but still half the round to go, so plenty of time for Los to hang on.
Yeah, a good way to clear out Piano. They didn't have many good answers to these Kibas, but they have forced out the Azami. Now they lose the opening pick, Outlaw going down to Pino, but Arthur's gotten a lot of space. He holds the defuse kit. If he dies, he's really starting to toss his team into the bin, but he's making space and he's drawing attention, which is allowing Farius to get some ground as well.
A brief respite now from the madness as a quick burst will get them in closer to the bomb site. Pino, the first casualty. Cons will answer that one right back, and now the shield chasing Kurtz away as he runs and heads for the hills. He finds the kill. Los cleaning up at this moment. Nip, after losing Pino, have almost completely folded. All up to Wizard and Fantasy, both of whom right now, stat lines not the strongest. Top fraggers on Nip, both in the ground at this current point in time. And now it's all about target prioritization for Arthur as he winds his way in and he gets out-dueled by Fantasy, who finds yet another. It's him and Kurtz in a 1v1. We'll have to pick his poison here. He's expecting a close range engagement, and Fantasy makes it a reality with a 3K inside a back bar to secure the round for Nip. What a clutch!
Big moves from Fantasy, the young player in NIP. I say young, I mean, he's been on this in the tier 1 scene for a while now. I still remember when he went pro back in 2021, a huge, hot, young pickup for Furia back in the day, actually. He went to many different events, 6 international tournaments, in fact. He's been very experienced, but never really found his shot on a top-level team in South America. It felt like he always had the skill, he always had the talent, but maybe sometimes lacked the discipline to get a spot on those top organizations like FaZe, like W7M, like Liquid. He never really found his place. Then he got moved over to NIP, felt like he finally had a bit of a shot. Not that NIP have been that big org in recent years, but with him being on this squad, being added to with Wizard and Hates, Cons, and Pino, feels like now they're starting to click. You know, it really feels like he is starting to lead this team as a big fragger, and obviously hasn't been the focal point of the team so far in this game, but you can always rely on him to step up. When you need a big play, Fantasy's the guy that NIP often rely on.
I mean, I remember the days of him being considered one of the most promising prospects in the entire region, and one who was very highly coveted. You know, he never really found, at least to this point, success on one of the top 4 teams in Brazil, but he was always talked about as a potential pickup. Now, obviously, as with all regions, Jesse, there are players who are exceptionally skilled in the server and they never really get picked up by the top teams. You have to wonder, maybe is it just that there's, you know, an elegant way to solve the role issue? Maybe they have an off-putting personality. Maybe they're argumentative or difficult, or there's some bad blood between players. We can't really speak to that. But it has been a little bit puzzling why Fantasy has never been picked up. He seems to have found a good home here on NIP, and well, he's thriving after that 3K. But let's not ignore the fact that, as I said, his numbers were underwater before the clutch. So relying on Hates, who himself, Jesse, was a very highly coveted pickup, is not a bad strategy for NIP. They just need a little more out of Fantasy consistently.
I don't think you're going to be too upset about anybody's performance after today so far. We'll choose to go down to the bottom floor of Kitchen, which means we're going to see probably a good 2 minutes in this round before any action really occurs. Most have read into that. They're bringing so much soft breach. Obviously, the Ram, the Buck, all being brought. Kurtz as well. The Buck with the DMR, not a super common choice, but we see it from time to time, especially if you want to be holding some longer angles. We'll see where Kurtz ends up when this push comes down. If he does just play the Vert, or if he tries to maybe push in through Garage or maybe over towards Bake. He's got a couple of different options there if somebody else tries to play up above. Loads of time to work with as well. They've got util still to clear, but I like their tools. Everything is set up pretty nicely for Los. Handling Fantasy and VIP could be an issue, but they've got a blitz to rush them down. They've got a lot of flashes. Yeah, it's a Warden, so we saw how that worked for them last round, but they've got answers to these problems.
Just try to ride out the remainder of this round at this point if you're NIP. Again, you've got a Ram, you've got a Buck, you've got lots of options on that middle floor over top of the bomb site. Buck in Buck's office, this time not running with the C8, but instead running with that Cammers, the DMR. Outlaw is the first casualty for Los, and Arthur takes some damage too as he's found his way inside of the bomb site. Hates picked apart as he had tried to pounce on the blitz. Arthur now safe passage to go for a relatively default plant. Various taking down Pino gives the advantage to Los. As NIP now suffering through this, but they've been in this position before. Wizard and Fantasy last alive. Fantasy looking for yet another clutch, but he won't pull it off. Farius is there to shut him down, and a third round will appear in the column of Los, denying match point for NIP.
Yeah, beautiful little way to hold on to that bottom floor in the, I say post plant, not quite a post plant, in the execute, I should say. I loved the coverage. You saw how much work they were able to do from up above. NIP made the choice to give them that top floor for the whole, the entirety of that round. You know, they never wanted to contest them up above. They thought they had a strong enough hold down in towards the site, and maybe that was the wrong decision in hindsight. I think Los really abused the setup that NIP were presenting to them. No defensive strategy is free from gaps. Obviously, there's always going to be some way that the attackers can exploit your setup, and I thought Los did a great job of that. So nice to see some answers coming out on the attacking side. No real problems with that push. Again, maybe NIP didn't present the most amount of issues, but Los solved everything they needed to. They managed to drop down through the freezer. They managed to have that vertical angle, which got them a lot of good work. I love the decision making from Arthur on the blitz, from being able to dodge those toxic babes. They thought it was going to go over towards Sinks. Instead, it went over towards Coffee. So just moving around quite a bit, catching NIP a little off guard. Still not an easy game, but I mean, that's how it starts, right?
Right, and I mean, I do wonder what the exact outcome of that round would have been if the coverage onto Hates wasn't as good as it was, right? He was the one best positioned to deal with Arthur on the blitz. Arthur was down inside the bomb site, not far from the bomb chassis, which is where Hates was playing. Hates obviously dying to that vertical presence that we talked about only a couple seconds previously, that's enabled by both the Ram and the Buck. If Hates manages to kill Arthur, that means you drop the diffuser inside of the Viper pit. Somebody needs to go retrieve it. It also means that at that point, unless you immediately refrag Hates, he's able to find a safer place inside the bomb site away from the prying eyes on that floor above him. That completely changes the course of the round. So the coverage on that middle floor doesn't look very sexy, but it enables the execute to go off as smoothly as it did for Los, and it's ultimately what stopped NIP from being able to pull off a successful defense. So kudos to that vertical play. I know that some people don't like utility play, but it can be pretty impactful. That's a great entry from Los, by the way. Where has this team been for the entirety of the stage? They find 3 unanswered kills. Hate's the only one on the board for NIP at the moment. It's him and Fantasy against 4 from Los. They're outnumbered 2-1. Those numbers will continue to dwindle. Fantasy finds 2 kills, and he's narrowed it to a point where Hates just needs 2 more and a full house for Nip. Will secure them the round. I imagine there'll be a brief pause as there's still 90 seconds left, and Outlaw and Legacy will have to figure out what the next steps are for Los.
5 drones alive too. Not sure how many of those are drivable on the side of Los, but if they can hunt down Hates, that's going to be a huge boon for them. They do have positioning in towards the site, right? Outlaw is inside of reading, but Legacy with the fuse kit just hopping in the building now. They are not together, these 2 players. If Hates drops, he might be able to find one of them isolated. They should know he's above broadly. I mean, that's a good guess from them, but they won't know exactly where. This hash drop could be a surprise.
Teases it and makes some noise as he hits the ground. There's still plenty of time and utility for Los to drone this if they so choose.
He got off.
Hates has just given his position away. Legacy was the one on that defuse kit. Outlaw, the one to get the final kill. And Los find 2 rounds in a row on attack on Cafe. We've got ourselves a bit of a ball game, don't we, Jesse? That's baseball, by the way. I know Edmonton doesn't have any professional sports teams, but that is a baseball term. That's where you somebody throws the ball at you and you hit it with a piece of wood.
Legacy getting off the plant there scared me a little bit, but realizing that there was so much time on the clock and that it's better to take the 2v1 engagement rather than try to gamble on the 1v1 ended up being the right decision, even if they won the 1 pick anyways. Super smart rush to come in from Los, you know, not super common to rush in through the pillar window like that. But they had everything set up for it, right? They had Kurtz launching the logic bomb so that they could get a bit of information as to where those players were at. They had Legacy spamming the top floor with Ying Candela so that nobody up above could react to the rush that was coming in. They had Farius rocket through the window on that Amaru to start opening up some picks. And then Arthur had the defuse kit, didn't even enter behind his team for a while, knew that the objective was not to get that defuse kit down as fast as possible. You know, they were rushing in from a part of the map that was a bit far from the bomb site, so going for an immediate plant wasn't the strategy. Instead, tried to stay up, go for that cover. Wasn't clean. I mean, they lost a couple of bodies, but I think that plan went more or less how Los wanted to. That's back-to-back rounds now where Los have been able to execute their strategy without really much coming out from NIP in response. NIP haven't been able to really disrupt the plans that Los have been going for. They'll take their tack timeout now. They'll try to have a conversation about how they can do that in these next couple of rounds, because you're right, Parker. This game is starting to spiral out of control for NIP.
Yeah, I mean, I think the timeout called is going to show you just exactly that. This is a very bizarrely attacker-sided Cafe. Not that we don't see them, but they don't come all that often. You've only got 3 rounds so far of 10 won by the defenders, which is a bit abnormal, but I mean, you've got 2 teams that play relatively unpredictable. Their positions in the standings are I guess, somewhat unpredictable as well. Mm-hmm. I'm waiting to see, as we get into the final moments of the prep phase, what operator swaps we have from Los, because Adokabi, Zofia, Grim are not bad, but I'm curious if they make any changes. Swaps immediately coming in, but they'll go for gadgetry, which is huge, right? They see that there's a Valkyrie on the board, so they're going to bring an IQ, and they're going to keep the Dokkaebi, which is the right call. As long as you can keep Kurtz alive and get him to hack into those cams, you're going to get some serious value here. Look at all the goodies that have been brought from Nip that can be easily spotted by IQ and then also dealt with by the Dokkaebi. And then, of course, flank watch is almost always a necessity because of the stairwells inside of this map. That's why teams favor gridlock so often, but Nomad can do the job in a trick as well.
Yeah, better for the runouts for the Nomad too. That's why we see Arthur putting some of those outside the building. Not bringing a shield, back-to-back rounds on the side of Los as well, trying to make me eat my words about their non-shield play earlier, and they've got a couple opportunities. Spotting cons down inside of VIP. This is going to be massive. They can work a pick. Maybe the Dokkaebi, Kurtz could be lurking for that. Maybe the IQ as well, whoever might be hunting for this player. Even if they don't hunt him down, that information is going to be massive. A little surprised that NIP ban out the Ying too, by the way. That was only run that single time for the rush. You don't often see rush strategies like that replicated. So maybe NIP reading into some opportunities, some options that they'll have in future rounds. But I didn't think the Ying was their biggest problem over the first 3 rounds of this half.
Yeah, I'm not really sure. I mean, I didn't see a ton of success from that Ying either, just to echo your comments. And I mean, Ying has been a staple for both of these teams, and frankly, unless we are missing something, and I mean, both Leo and Jack will be more than delighted to rub it in our faces should we have missed something. I don't know about this Ying ban. It does not seem as optimal, but maybe they just maybe they've changed up their strategy because they know a Ying is on the board. This was something that was talked about a lot when Maverick first came out. We would say, oh, Maverick doesn't really have such an impact, blah, blah, blah. And then you talk to somebody like Fabian who says, it's not about Maverick's immediate impact. It's the threat of a Maverick being available that causes us to change our strategy ahead of time. Maybe the same thinking is applied to this Ying ban.
Util being put out for Piano at the moment. Outlaw's going to cross off some angles, but there's a Warden back there. Won't be able to see through the Sens walls, but through the smokes that also got tossed, he will. A couple of bits of damage go down to Outlaw and Arthur, but they don't find any frags for it. They need to make a move with 45 seconds. Their Util is starting to wear out.
And they're buried a bit inside a Piano and Cigar at the moment. Outlaw and Arthur on low HP is nothing abnormal. They've actually been below 100 HP or 100% of their HP for most of these rounds, frankly. They still seem to do decently well. Maybe not Outlaw, but Arthur for sure. First kill comes in from Kurtz. Hates answers back. Diffuser in the hands of Arthur looked like it was about to go down. And now a fight onto the window as Fantasy drops away. Hates could have stimmed him, but he dies instead. Nip in terrible shape, Jesse. This Los attack is just so suffocating. Arthur getting Diffuser down, and now it's up to Pino and Wizard to claw their way out of this position. Los will not allow them a foothold nor fingerhold, as it's a tie game. Los with 3 rounds in a row.
Man, Arthur has really stepped up big for Los. He has historically been one of the worst players on this team. He is statistically lowest on KDR. He was minus 11 coming into this game. Now to be putting up such big numbers, and it looks like he's playing with a lot more confidence, both in the way that he's calling. He is the captain of this team. He is their IGL, and also in the way that he's playing in the server, right? In the last couple of rounds, we saw those decisions coming out from him. We're going to go for a rush. We're going to go for this top down. The plan is being executed exactly how Los want it to be executed. There's no hesitation in that play. But also in that round, you saw the individual play coming out from Arthur, deciding I'm going to push up into bar. My team is stalling out a little bit in Piano. I see a bit of a gap. I'm going to go as my team pushes Piano as well. Gets a couple of big picks, is able to put that defuse kit onto the ground, really finding impact for Los in a way that he kind of hasn't for this team in the past, you know? It's been a long time criticism, Arthur, that, you know, maybe he's a strong IGL, maybe he's a strong shield player, but he doesn't really stand up in the fragging department. He's kind of one of those hyper passive support players that doesn't get a whole lot of picks, but today he's showing he can hang with the big dogs. 9 and 6 is probably the most impressive stat line I've seen from him in a very long time.
No, I completely agree. I mean, Arthur had a strong start, I want to say, a couple years back, and was somebody that playing on shields, and frankly playing the shields quite well, Monty being the one operator that is so vivid in my mind. There was a lot of hope and a lot of promise that he could do well, but then slowly but surely his stats started to decrease, and then he got moved around, and he's been a bit of a journeyman ever since. But he shows flexibility. Right now, every team in every region needs, at minimum, 1 good shield player. It is a requirement, with the meta being what it is. Just so happens that Los has a great one on their hands. Cons isn't terrible either on the side of Nip, who is usually the shield player for NIP, but I mean, Arthur right now, the way he's able to enter, the way he's supported by those drones, and the way that he takes up space on the entry, pushing roamers back and funneling kills into the rest of his team is great. Or maybe he just decides to dive into the bomb site. Out go the smokes. He's at the halfway point of the diffuser. Hates down for the count, but he's a doc. Stimming himself right back up is exactly what he's designed to do. The round immediately shortened as diffuser goes down, and nobody seems to be aware of Wizard. He does his magic disappearing trick, and he's inside of the corner. Kurtz with the first kill for Los. It's a 4v4. Diffuser still running away. That does not benefit Nip whatsoever, and Los is cleaning them up. Hino, in a desperate attempt to get to the bomb site, is cut down by Farius. And Los has won 4 in a row, and it's their turn on match point. They denied Nip match point 15 minutes ago, and they have taken it now for themselves.
What a way to turn things around, Los. We talked about how their attacks have been poor, how they've struggled sometimes with and without shields, but they have proven everybody wrong in this game. Their attacks have just been so well put together. And I mean, you look at that round, it's another rush play. It's another fast, objective-focused round where they get in, they don't even get kills. They plant 5v5. There's no response from NIP. Wizards in train, and yeah, sure, he gets the first pick, but that pick is after the defuse kit has already been planted. Arthur doesn't care if he dies to Wizard at that point. He already did his job, put the defuse kit on the ground. He is more than happy to let his teammates trade out those kills. you got to wonder where the response is from NIP, if they're maybe not so ready for these pushes. It's odd because them banning the Ying, the fact they took that attack timeout, they should be expecting this. This is not a new playbook from Los. They have historically run a lot of these fast, aggressive pocket strategies where they go for these rushes, but it just doesn't feel like NIP have any answers at all to what Los are putting up in this game. It really feels like they have just been caught off guard, and now they are scrambling, Parker. It feels like they are absolutely lost in this match.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, NIP is obviously not the team that won SI many, many years ago amidst the lockdowns. It's a completely different roster. They've changed up the players extensively. Musi's gone, Psycho's gone, Kamikaze, Julia, all these players long-term are gone. The identity of NIP has changed, but since that SI win, whether it's just, the championship hangover that comes about, or maybe they just caught lightning in a bottle because of the meta being what it was. I mean, Los as an organization literally made the finals of Atlanta, and many people consider that to be a fluke. The org that was picked up from Team 1 also made the finals, if you recall, at the Mexico major that we worked as well. So there's been some consistency here for the org, but teams do fall off. NIP right now sit in 4th place, and they've had some very good looks and some very dominant performances in this stage, but consistency issues have plagued this organization, irrespective of the players, for quite some time. It's just unfortunate for their fans that it's coming against a team that is in 9th place. Again, you can tell from the looks on some of the players' faces that NIP were not expecting this performance out of them, and certainly not this performance out of Los, because when you're looking at going up against the 9th place team, you only have a single victory, you're thinking, yeah, this one's basically a bye, let's move on to the next match. If that was NIP's mindset, it has unfortunately let them down, as they now are a minute and 40 away from giving Los all 3 points.
Someone's got to be a hero on NIP. You cannot allow Los to set up the push as they have for the last 4 rounds. If they get exactly what they want, they're going to go for a strong execute. You have not been able to stop their executes. You've got to deal damage in the early round, but I'm looking at this defense. I'm just not sure that I see it. They keep the freezer hatch closed for a little while thanks to those Zoto canisters from Fantasy. That's nice, but the freezer hatch should still get opened eventually. Only stalling that out. They won't be able to deny it entirely. The vert play is once again still strong coming out from Therius and from Kurtz, the exact same players we saw with the exact same operators. They are good when it comes to these executes. I don't see anybody from NIP making a move at the moment, so they're going to be just trying to hold things down. They've got good util, they've got Goyos, they've got Smoke, they've got Azami as well, but this didn't stop Los last time. What's going to be different about this defense? NIP need to have an answer, and with strong drones in sight, strong utility, and good crossfires on the side of Los, I'm not sure what it's going to be.
It's anybody's match, and it's certainly anybody's round at this point, but Los is to lose in terms of the count. Suddenly, NIP has found a 6th gear, and down goes every single player on the side of Los, except for Therius, who has an incredible shot on the cons as he vaults in the top floor. Now, 3 more targets to be found, and he's running behind on the clock, Jesse. He works his way down red stairs. They know his exact positioning. One over in Small Bake, one over towards Whiskey. They can just easily hold the cross, and that's exactly what they do. A shame for NIP's fans that they come alive at the final seconds of this round, and this final seconds of the regulation half that we just saw, because now you forfeited a single point. The best you're going to do is get 2 points by winning in overtime. NIP has been here before. Again, going back to the very first week, they toppled Black Dragons 8-6 at a time when I don't think everybody thought Black Dragons would be as dominant as they are. Black Dragons at the moment are sitting in 2nd place. So Los or NIP having a victory over them is huge. But now, struggling against Los, this does not look like the same team that won in 14 rounds against BD.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Starting on the defense is NIP, usually a boon for Cafe, but not so today. It was a solid defense. I was worried about who was going to step up. It ended up being the combination of both Pino and especially Hates that had a good crossfire on the Small Bake, where the entry ended up coming through from Los. One player inside of Bakery itself, one player all the way down the hall from Bar, from Whiskey. Able to find that crossfire, and the players that were jumping into Small Bakery made all the difference. Maybe it's not about disrupting Los in the early game. Maybe it's more about identifying the entry point and shutting it down before they really get in towards the site. If you've got that good coordination, you might be able to shut them down that way. Get some crossed angles on that blitz could make a huge difference. Not that there's going to be a blitz this time around. Arthur's bringing out a brand new operator for the first round of overtime, rocking the glass. First time we've seen it in this matchup. Gonna be pairing it with the Grim from Legacy, gonna be pairing it with the Aurora as well from Therius. This Glaz-Rora combo is something we've seen quite a bit on a multitude of different maps. I think it's very common to see it on a bakery push on the bottom floor on this map. Can't imagine that's where it's headed since the bomb site is up top, but these two operators have found a lot of good synergy with each other, and we get to see another creative push coming out from Los, which so far, when they've gotten creative with their executes, have gone really well.
In this whole series between these two teams, I mean, the match we're watching has been quite unpredictable, and there's been creativity on both sides of the boards. I mean, Nip's first rush on the very first round was quite creative in and of itself. It didn't work out, but still, I mean, something can be creative and unsuccessful. I mean, hell, there's lots of unsuccessful TV shows, music, etc. that are very creative and outside the norm, just as you see the same here with the way that the teams approach this. Cons couldn't hit water if he fell out of a boat on this one. He's a sitting duck inside of reading as Kurtz gets that pick. Cons really should have hit that. He had a almost target-rich environment. Now, next one in line is Hates, who pushes up towards where the assault had begun on that middle floor, but doesn't find anything for it. 2 death marks still in pocket for Outlaw, and it appears that he might use one very soon. Los were not keen to keep those death marks in pocket for the execute. They used them to hunt down the roamers. Will the same happen in this round? We're just past the halfway point, and at the moment, Los with an advantage, and it will grow as Kurtz finds his second down in reading.
NIP need to recognize this is about to be a cocktail execute, and they need to find an answer. Hates down below is a good start to it, but as the smokes start to fly through, if those get paired with Aurora Gate, this is going to cue the defuse kit coming in. Doesn't look like it, though. Might have just been a bait with one smoke grenade. They've got a few Grimbees as well, where they're going to try to plant just inside of the cocktail building. If they can get the control down below, they could stop it, though.
They've traded out. The Glaz is on the board. I want to see what Arthur is doing on this current execute. A Glaz having the smoke is not odd in and of itself, but usually you want the Glaz to cover while the plant is going down. Not smoke case. His smoke's in back pocket. Now down below, still this Buck on the middle floor, trying to make things as painful as possible as Legacy's bees are chasing Wizard out of his spot. Wizard is continuously harassed. He won't be able to find much value in the final moments of this round. A drop goes in. Huge patience from Hates. He's got 2 players nearby, and he could go for the swing. He beheads Arthur, immediately concealing his tracks, and now the diffuser will need to be retrieved. Only 10 seconds left for Los to bail themselves out of this position. Arthur walked in. He died. Legacy will die shortly thereafter. Kurtz will need to clutch. He's got 3 kills in the round. A 4th will have to be had, but where is Hates sitting? He can't get to him in time. And as the clock gives them the round, both teams with a player still alive, but Nip with the victory.
What a round it was. NIP, they are able to disrupt that push. It's a little messy. They lose a lot of bodies, but who is it other than Hates to make that play down below? He's been a guy all game long who's just been in weird spots, making decisions. He's playing with a lot of freedom on this NIP team, and he's getting a ton of good value out of it because of how much freedom he's had. The prompt attack timeout, but I really like the movement we've seen from Hates throughout this game. Not afraid to sit in one spot, right? He's going to be roaming all around the map, making a huge problem, and always just a fear in the back of Los's minds. After he got that first pick on the mid floor to try to claw back man advantage, that really stalled things out for Los. They realized, shoot, there's another guy on that mid floor. We thought we cleared out reading. Now we've got to worry about him, and they couldn't track him down. They couldn't find him. At the end of the day, they were able to get some good B pings up above. They were still working towards their eventual goal of coming in through cocktail, but it didn't matter. They were so concerned about what Hates could do, and that fear ended up being valid as Hates came back inside of Piano. No clue he would have rotated up there so quickly. So those mind games you might have to play up against Los, right? Disrupt them before they can go for those big executes. They're going to have to talk about what they want to do on defense. It's been a very long time since they played on this defensive side. Didn't go very well for them. If they don't win their first defensive here in overtime, all of this comeback would have been for nothing.
Yeah, I mean, what a dogfight this has been between these two teams, and frankly, a terrific match for you and I to cut our teeth on this time in the SAL. Our very first time actually casting the SAL, as now it's been renamed. For those that have not followed along, some of the regions have been condensed and rebranded. The NA League still remains with the same title, but there is now a Mexican team competing. Over here, you've got what used to be Brazil,
10 seconds
but
left.
is now the South American League, as you got a bunch of Argentinians playing on 9Z.
5 seconds remaining.
It's NASA Nitro and Tuku. They will be in action later today,
Attackers objective.
actually in our very next matchup against Black Dragons. 9Z sitting at 8th place, Black Dragons in 2nd place. PD, despite, as I said, having a new image, are a very consistent team in terms of organization. They've been around since, well, actually, they've been in the scene longer than I have, and I've been here for 8 years come September. Very different look, different jerseys, etc. I will always have a fondness for the original Black Dragons logo because the very first event I ever worked was in Sao Paulo, and I got to wear all of their merch and make fun of what would become the G2 squad, it was Penta at the time, on stage. Probably matchup number 2. There's 5 matches today, as there are in most of the major regions, so buckle up. We've got plenty of South America League for you.
Black Dragon's new roster is really exciting. This new Los roster was supposed to be really exciting as well. This would be a huge game for them to win, even though it's overtime, even though they would only get 2 points. It would still be massive for their point in the standings. Just get another win on the board for a team that has really struggled so far, especially in the early parts of the stage. Cons has moved over to the Monty for their only attacking overtime round, and they're trying to clear out that top floor still. It's only Arthur and Legacy that remain up above to try to make something happen to stall this push a little bit. They previously did this with the Clash. You remember Arthur on that operator. Now he's gone to the Smoke, another op that can slow things down, that can waste a lot of time up above and maybe call some nitro cells down below as well. Watch out for Farius in the late round too. Playing down below could make a weird rotate up white, up red, up brown. That's often a spot, that bottom floor, where some of the weaker attacking teams don't always check for. Then IP aren't wary of Farius playing down that bottom floor. He could have a huge impact in the late round, but for now, I think they're feeling okay. They've cleared out the top floor. There's still 70 seconds on the clock, and they just got an opening pick.
And that's huge, but it's answered right back. Outlaw, who's been the lowest rated performer on the side of Los with a hugely impactful kill. Still over a minute to go in the round. It's anybody's game. They will trade yet again. Kurtz and Hates, the 2 hot hands on either side, will be engaged in a bit of mutually assured destruction. It doesn't hurt nor help either team. You've just eliminated the threats on both sides of the coin. Now it's all up to the support players on the side of NIP to get this job done. Los just needs to hang on and push us to round number 15. It's incumbent upon NIP to bring the case on in. It'll be in the hands of the Monty of Cons.
Going pillar, that's going to be likely stopped by a Goyo if it's not already been popped. With a vertical destruction, you have to imagine it has. Will anybody rotate to the top floor to contest these guys too, though? That's going to be the second question.
Some form of explosive damage done to Cons as now he attempts that diffuse plant. Pino and Wizard will need to cover. I don't think Los is aware of this as they're circling around the bomb site with very limited intel. Over towards pillar. Down goes Pino. Cons will fall as well. It's Wizard in a 1v3 to clutch with Case down, and he's squashed by Farius. Los denying NIP the victory in round number 14, and we'll go all 15 rounds.
I said you might have to watch out for Farius in the late round, Parker. Playing on the bottom floor, made the rotate up, and then had that final kill. Was able to press up onto the top floor, just as I said that somebody might. That was always going to be the problem for NIP, and they weren't quite ready for it. Yeah, you got the plant down, but that is not an easy bomb site to hold off a post plant. There's so many good rotations the defenders can make. Los were able to make those plays. I thought it was a great round from Outlaw, not a player who you mentioned has had a great game so far, but I mean, this guy, he's still a rookie, right? Coming into his very first season of Tier 1, was very hyped up being picked on this Los team. He's played 3 different seasons of Tier 2 Challenger League before jumping on this squad, so he's got a lot of time down in those lower leagues. Hasn't had the best stage. -9 KD coming into this game. Still not great KD, but that last round, we started to see that potential that he brings, right? One of these younger players that can come onto a Tier 1 scene, big name that a lot of people are aware of, and starting to show exactly what he's capable of.
Very, very impressed with this Los team, but as with everything, it's not just about you being impressed by one team. You also, at times, need to kind of wag your finger at their opponents, and in this case, NIP has made some puzzling choices and some puzzling decisions. Well, that'll be something that the analyst desk can dissect after we get finished with this matchup. We know that an outcome will arrive in about 3 minutes' time. One of these teams will walk away with 2 points, the other with 1. All 3 points need to be earned in regulation for you to claim them. The thing for Los is that there will be a fair bit of movement up the standings should they win. Number one, if they win here, it'll clear them of being taken over and jumped over by Team Liquid, who sit in the basement of the South America League. That's something that's a good conversation worth having, and an entirely different point that we can talk about later on. If Los get all 2 points, they would sit at 5 points, timed with Loud and Furia, but it would come down to round differential. Los's round differential is as bad as Team Liquid's is, despite the point differential. And I mean, you're not going to gain much here. You're going to get a +1 in an 8-7, so not exactly a huge wealth, but they'll still move up to a position where they'll be in the basement, but not quite as far down. As for a team like NiP, 2 points would give them second place uncontested just behind W7M, but keep in mind all the other teams played today, so it is unlikely that they would stay there. If NiP just get 1 point, there will be no movement in the standings. So realistically, there's big opportunities for both teams. NiP could be the big winner here, but they've taken a bit of damage early, and now Los is setting up for the execute.
Yeah, and Pino has brought a nasty surprise to round 15. The first Kaid of this game, he hid through for the entirety of the prep phase, means that it's going to be next to impossible for Los to get that freezer hatch. They only brought can openers for the hard breach, and that can't clear out an electrified hatch. Their only real answer is going to be the Twitch drones being brought out by Legacy, but it's not easy to sneak a Twitch drone into freezer with how many defensive positions do exist for NIP. So watch out for that. This is going to be the goal now as Legacy starts to toss out this Twitch drone. If they can't get this hatch opened by popping off the electric claw thanks to the Twitch drone, they're going to be in serious trouble. Do they funnel down white? Do they go bakery? That's the question, but it doesn't matter. There goes the claw, cleared off by Legacy. Really good Twitch play. It looks easy just driving the Twitch drone down, but when the defenders are looking for it, when they know that it's coming, it'd be really tough to get that drone in. So really nice work from Legacy, coordinating with their teammates to pop that fire canister as well, so they couldn't deny it from VIP. Now's the execute though. 5v5, 35 seconds. What's this push gonna look like?
Legacy's been running this Twitch so often that you have to expect it'll be coming through, and I'm sure they saw one of the drones at some point, so a bit of a shame that NiP wasn't able to stop this. It's given them safe passage as out goes a Nitro Cell. Damage is done to Arthur. He's worried about getting pinched and will have to find another secure area for him to plant. He thinks he's found it. The rest of Los will have to cover. This is it, do or die for both of these teams. A Nitro Cell and a bullet to the head will stop it in its tracks, and NiP looks like they've tossed cold water on Los. Farius now marching his way down brown stairs with a hopeless, impactless kill as NiP survives quite the scare. Los really made them work for it, but in the end, the result was semi-predictable. Ninjas in pajamas taking 2 points, but honestly, a victory for Los. Getting 1 and walking away with a point in that match is in and of itself a bit of a victory given the season Los has had so far.
Yeah, Los made them sweat. I thought they played a good game here against NIP, but they're still going to be feeling bad about how it ended. They got so close, especially after the comeback they had to make. I mentioned Pino brought a nasty surprise to round 15. I thought it was the Electric Claw. Ended up being the Nitro Cell instead, though, which got that plant denial. I think if that Nitro doesn't come out, if Arthur gets that plant down, it's an entirely different game we're talking about. This one really could have gone either way, but today it went the way of NIP, and so they will be walking away with that extra point.
Yeah, a real dogfight to start off your and my first matchup here on the SAL. I can only hope that the remaining matches are just as intriguing and as competitive. But as much fun as we've had, let's give an opportunity to our good friend on the desk to have the same fun.
Thank you very much, Jesse and Hagrid. It was a hell of a game for us to witness here in person, because at some point you're thinking, wow, 4-2 at the half on the attacking side, NIP are doing great, and then lo and behold, we get an attacking-sided Cafe Dostoyevsky, Leo.
Yeah, it was crazy to see both of these teams actually going kind of with the same style of play, both of these teams playing super slow, both of these teams bringing almost a shield every round on attack, and then a Nomad or Gridlock to hold the flanks, and clearing side by side. And then in the end, some tricky attacks, some good ones from Los. A rush tried from NIP in the first round, another one tried from Los and was successful, the abuse of the Ying. Overall, really creative attacks across the match, but I must say, a really weird way to defend. Why was there no aggression? Why was it so slow? Why was it that almost every single round, the opening kill happens in the last minute? That for me was the craziest thing in this matchup.
It was great, wasn't it, Jack? It was pretty crazy.
Yeah, it was. I think I'm actually quite impressed with Los. I think obviously they only picked up the 1 point for losing the game, but we asked them coming into this game. We challenged them. Can they step up on their attacks? They certainly did that. You know, you said it was an attacker side of Cafe. I understand Leo's point about NIP sitting deep, sitting passive. That is exactly what they were doing. They were inviting Los's attacks onto them, and ultimately that's where they faltered. However, Los did bring out some fast attacks. They brought some direct attacks. They brought a lot of different creative ideas as well. And that being said, they will be disappointed not to have fully got it over the line though, because they had the full advantage to take the full 3 points from this game. For NIP, I thought they were quite heavily carried. I thought Fantasy and Hates particularly was at the forefront of everything that was good so far today about NIP.
Yeah, they're putting in numbers when it was sorely and desperately needed here at the half. You're thinking, my God, Los come back in the second one. And then still, going to OT is not something maybe I would have expected going into this. Then again, I'm just looking at the vibes of the game usually before we get into it. But like you're saying, Los really gave it their all. Just able to bring it back to OT already requires a lot, because how many times, Jack, does it happen where we go to Cafe, you see a team getting smashed on the fence, and they just give up. They start struggling on attack. They second guess themselves. They don't really know how to handle their defense, or really their second half, no matter what side it would be.
Yeah, absolutely. It's obviously a game of two halves, and I think we saw that today. But it was, I suppose, what was weird about the game today was that it was a game of two halves where attacks actually dominated, because the defenses were a little bit too passive. I think for NIP, had they have got in the face of Loss, had they have been in the face, been aggressive, we see this play here from Hates, when he's doing a little bit something unpredictable, being aggressive, being in the face, they were having success, but they didn't do it enough on their defenses. And I think that's probably a learning, Leo, that they'll take into tomorrow.
Yeah, why do you think that happened in general?
Yeah, I think the idea was that we're gonna punish Los by playing time because it's a younger team, they're struggling in attack, and we're gonna be able to punish them in the late round. The problem is that the way Los attacks is very learned by heart, strategical, methodical. So if you give them too much space, that execute just becomes that much stronger, right? So when they started fighting, when they started being a little bit more disruptive and being annoying either before they execute or just slightly just before the guys were starting to execute, that was very successful. So it's probably just a miscalculation in the fact that if you play a little bit too passive, in the end, you're still offering Los all of the space to execute properly. And that may be why we saw an attacker-sided Cafe. But in the end, the overtime was, I guess, rewarding the defense, and that's all counted for NIP.
I mean, this is a question that we'll definitely be asking Cons, who is joining us on the interview from NIP. Hello, Cons. Can you hear us?
Hello. Yeah.
Wonderful. Welcome to the desk. Congratulations on the win. Now, Cafe Dostoevsky, map you play on today, loss off of, both you and Loss looking at the previous play week. You're thinking, okay, NIP have all that it takes to get through this matchup. What happened in the game? What do you think on the second half things kind of slipped off of you?
I think like the way they play aggressive in the attack was like a really surprised way that we as in defense and play so don't get so much pickings, and they get spaces, and on the rush they every planting every time. So I think this was like a mistake for us on defense, and I think that's it. Like the match was good for us, but we lost so many rounds because of this, the way aggressive they play. So that's it, I think.
Cons, I think it's quite interesting because we've seen NIP for Psycho for so long, and now you're stepping up and you're becoming the IGL. Can you tell us more about this new position for you?
When they talked to me to become a IGL, like I feel so like a fear, you know. It's like a big responsibility. So everyone on team, and especially Dan, was helping me a lot with this. It's like on the match is very different to the way you play. Like if you are a player that is not a EGL, you know. Like it's so many functions. Sometimes you can play aggressive and get so many risks. Especially that I'm support 1. So I think it's a really good challenger for me. It's like a new chapter, you know, for my career. So that's it. It's been good, I think. Sorry.
Nice. No worries. Talk to me about fantasy, because he's been so far before today's play day. He was the best entry inside of Brazil. But he's a player that I think he came into Brazil as like an emerging star, and he's never really taken that next step. So do you think he will be able to do this inside of this team?
Fantasy is like a player that is very aggressive, and his skills is insane. So I think in the last team that he was, the conversation with him like to play more safe. When you get like 1, 2, 3 kills, he was searching for the 4th, you know, like get the ace.
Yeah.
Here we talk to him like sometimes you don't need to get more kills. Like don't be a hero, you know. Just play for the teams, the collective. So I think here he can't be that player, you know, the star player, and be a really good player. Like everyone, especially me, stay like angry with him when he get 1 kill and he goes to the second, the third, you know, get somehow dying rounds that was good for us. So I think that is the big difference right now. I don't know.
Yeah, I know that feeling as an AGL of having your entry that overpicks and dies randomly.
Yeah, and bro, I get so mad when like the round is for us and he just go away and dies, you know.
Yeah, when your teammate's off in Narnia and you're like, what are you doing? You're a spearhead. There's no need for you to get over aggressive or to peek that angle to be where you are. But that's just the woes of IGLing in general. Anyways, Cons, thank you very much for joining us today. Congrats again on the game. Now, tomorrow you get to play ENX. What do you have to say to them?
Bro, I don't have nothing to say, bro. I'm be humble, and like obviously I want to win, and that's it. Because like this week we can qualify for the playoffs, so just be humble and win tomorrow.
There you go. Focus is on playoffs here for Cons and NIP in general. Thank you again for joining us, and congrats on the win.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. There you go. Always good to hear from the players themselves, especially Cons as an IGL that's had this experience and can really tell us what's happening within the game itself. At the end of the day, NIP victorious. They collect 2 points from this matchup. Lost run away with one of them. Kurtz, no matter what he tries, you know, Virus also playing to his best, but you got the other end. You get NIP playing as more of a team to bring it over that hump, Jack.
Yeah, I think absolutely. I think it was a game of two halves, and I think the big telling stat on this screen is actually the entry statistics. I think for Lost playing, you know, two more times more rounds from behind, they got 5 entry kills to 10 entry deaths. They are always going to struggle in that department. In fact, it's probably commendable that they actually managed to get it 2 overtimes / should have won because they were playing from behind so much.
Yeah, if honestly, one thing that is reassuring to me is that we do see some, I guess, glimpse of hope follows, in the sense that yes, they're all the way down of the leaderboard, but they gain 1 point here. The way they've done it as well, by managing to get so many attacks down on Cafe, and with also talent in the team that we didn't see. Before the match we mentioned, 5 of these players were in the bottom 10 rated player in the SAL. You see Kurtz dropping 17 kills against NIP. That reassures you once again that they have what it takes. They have the talent. They know how to attack now. They can fix these issues. It's just a matter of time, and probably as well a moment where they will manage to upset one of these big teams. I think the victory against Loud was an example of that, and I'm just hoping for them to be able to do that somewhere down the road. I think for now the playoffs run probably stops this week if they don't win tomorrow.
It's needed. The pressure still NIP to perform and bring it to the top 6, which is what we mentioned. Hate, of course, the number 1, the MVP of this matchup, putting in incredible numbers at 18-10 with 18% cost. You are contributing to every single round, and that's what NIP really needed to bring it over this hump. Again, top 6, if we zoom out on the macro for a sec here, Jack, it's right there. Just a good game tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the first goal for any team, is to chase down that top 6, secure yourself for playoffs, and then worry about which position you end up in the playoffs, obviously, because it is so important for qualification, for the money, for the SI points as well. And yeah, just very quickly on Hates, he was phenomenal today. I thought it's not necessarily a player that always comes across the radar. I know, like I spoke about fantasy in the interview there, but he actually played a lot of different operators today. So he showed his versatility as a player whilst maintaining and being the top frag, and he was excellent on the entry as well.
Yeah, it's actually crazy to see him have that many kills when you see his role, when you see him play the Azami, play the Doc, play the Warden. You know, he was all around. Yeah, and the Rora in attack, he was instrumental to this attack wins, but he was the only player on the side of NIP that I labeled as, okay, that guy can be disruptive to Los.
Well, gentlemen, that was game number 1 for today, and it already went to overtime. So what can we say about the rest of this play day, as we, of course, still have 4 more best of ones to get through. We will take a quick break. When we get back, Black Dragons take on 9Z. We'll talk about them and more after the break.
They say it's not the destination, it's the journey.
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Welcome back, everybody, to week 3. It is play day number 5 of the South America League in our beautiful Santiago, Chile, the capital of the nation here in South America. Our focus turns from game 1 onto match number 2, and that is Black Dragons versus 9Z. What can both of these teams bring to the matchup? We'll just have to see. Hello, welcome to the desk. I'm Milosh, with me are Fresh and Alfama, and let's just get straight into the nitty-gritty. Black Dragons here very much tailing the top of the scoreboard. The standings look like this, just to kind of give you a quick idea of what it's like. Black Dragons are currently number 2 at 9 points. That is absolutely incredible. Of course, NIP do overtake them technically, because of the first match, so they will be placed at 3rd right now. But that is a hell of an opening, Jack.
Yeah, absolutely. I think for a team that, I suppose Leo's going to gloat and he's going to say that they were the dark horse for him, and he's right to do so. But they've actually realised that potential. I think they started so well last week in terms of Black Dragons that when you think top 4 in Brazil, and looking at this leaderboard, or South America, sorry, not just Brazil, you think W7M, you think FaZe, you think Fury, you'd probably go as far as maybe Loud. But NIP, as we've just seen, and then Black Dragons are really upsetting that establishment right now.
Yeah, honestly, you did not expect them to be that up, and before that match they were top 2. That's even crazier for me. You know, they were the seed that would get a bye if they went into playoffs. They would get straight to semis. So if you look at their run, it's not been extremely consistent. You know, they struggled to lose to NIP. They lost in overtime. They struggled to beat ENX, which on paper is one of the weakest team there. And then they somehow create the biggest upset that we've had so far in the season by beating FaZe. So we see all the talent. We're just missing the consistency so far, but they're gaining so many points that they're almost sure to also be in playoffs.
Well, friends, let's just talk about Black Dragons as a team. So we pull up their roster. We have a chat about them. Let the glazing begin? Because in the
Off you go,
top
Leo.
three, yeah, genuinely, Leo, I will agree with you straight up. This team deserves it, right? You're calling them the dark horse, even though they're not a horse at all.
No, they're a horse called a dragon. And if you look at this lineup, once again, they've rebuilt 4 out of 5 players who were not playing for Black Dragons last year. You look at Rare, Makina, all of these guys, Muzi as well. All of these guys were not part of Black Dragons before. They are basically rebuilding an entire roster, one direction, one vision, from players that were coming from 4 different teams and somehow made it work. They've got the chemistry. We labeled them as, an interesting team that could be a dark horse. I think last play they proved it by beating FaZe, and it's the way they did it as well. On Clubhouse, with what should have been a 5-1 split in attack, by the way, against FaZe, for me, that just shows you the talent on the team. The main story for me as well, Makina, rated the best rookie out of 2024. Coming into 2025, he's the top 5 best rated player in this league. Still has a lot of potential to grow and probably is looked after as one of the most interesting prospects for one of these big Brazilian organizations. Honestly, I'm so excited to see them play today. And if they go and beat 9Z, which should be a weaker opponent on this match day, once again confirm as well a very high percentage of them making it to playoffs.
That result against FaZe for me was the big one. The fact that they went to Clubhouse, the fact that, as you say, Leo, fundamentally, strategically, they won that attack split 5-1 against FaZe. Now, what does Clubhouse test as a map? It tests your fundamentals as a team. And Black Dragons so far, not just in Brazilian Siege, but in terms of World Siege, have the best fundamentals at a team. And the stat that I'm going to use to back that up is that their deaths traded is the best in the world by an absolute mile. So they trade out 28% of their deaths, so just over 1 in 4, and that's the best out of every single team in the world. The next best team is actually W7M, and that's at 23%. So they're 5 percentage points above the second best team.
That is actually incredible once you put it in numbers. Thank you so much for that, Jack. And actually, I would love to turn our attention to the other squad in this game, 9Z. Now, we started by glazing them at the beginning of this stage because it is pretty good what they've done, right? They've conserved that core, that Argentinian core, but they've since slipped up a bit, Jack.
Yeah, absolutely. I think commendable is the word that I use when I think of 9Z. I think commendable that they stuck with their identity, and I think that's absolutely incredible to see in terms of this region. And commendable some of their results, they ended up losing against Loud. They ended up winning against Loss. And then they put in a commendable performance against W7M. All results where I'm thinking, yeah, they might not have been on the right side of some of the results, but the performances have been good. That then stopped last week when they ended up losing 7-2 against ENX in what was a pretty poor performance against an opponent that I probably actually had them pinned as favourites against. So I think the story of this team is it's a little bit inconsistent, as you might expect with some players, making their step up, making their debuts into the South American League. But so far, there's a lot of positive signs to build upon.
Yeah, and today is a good test of that, right? They're playing against Black Dragons. Yes, they're in good shape, but it's also not one of the biggest titans of Siege. And if you look at this team, the main thing they've got to solve, in my opinion, is whenever they get the entry, to actually convert that into a round win. If you look at experienced team, they will get at 75%, 80% round win after they gain the opening engagement, right? That's just normal. You're in a 5v4, and you shoot snowball from that. If you look at these guys, they barely win only one half of the rounds where they gain the opening advantage. That's the main thing. They don't convert rounds after making that entry. And that's just a show for me of inexperience in a league where you have some of the most experienced players ever. And so that's the moment where I need to see them step up. Whenever they get the entry, okay, come on, guys, let's regroup. Let's make sure we trade, and let's make sure we convert that round into a round win. And these 1 or 2, 3 rounds that you will win based off that will be a difference maker to turning these matches into matches that you win compared to the ones that have lost in a very close fashion so far.
Yeah, and we have to mention the fact that for some teams in every single region, this stage and maybe even stage 2 later on this year are just long-term plans, right? You're here to build up that experience until you get higher and higher in the standings, and there's no better scrim than an actual live match. And speaking of which, our maps are ready. Let's take a look. Down from 9 to 1 in our best of 1. Jack, can you take us through this, please?
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, it's best of one, so we're going to see each team ban them out, each map out, and it'll be 90 that will take us through the first bans. That means Black Dragons are going to get the pick of the maps, and 90 will choose the starting side. So Black Dragons will take us to Chalet, and then 90 are going to choose defense start, Leo.
Yeah, now that's interesting to me because we've just seen 9Z being the most problematic, I guess, team to face for W7M, putting on 4 rounds, and on which map was that? On Chalet, last week. So they were able to be, annoying to the most dominant team in that league on this map 1 week ago. Clearly, Black Dragons also saw this. And at the same time, both of these teams actually showed this season because Black Dragon actually won 7-3 against Loud in the very first week. So clearly, comfortable match for Black Dragons. But at the same time, 9Z to be able to put on a show and defend the way they did against W7M on that map 1 week ago, they've learned, they've taken the lessons, and so they're back on it today to try and get a win. It's going to be an interesting matchup on both teams that should be comfortable on that map.
Yeah, having a week to prepare in between is obviously a big boon, a huge positive thing for the team, because usually you're preparing for the 2 matches that you're going to be playing on the weekend. There's not a lot that you can change from one day to the next, at least for most teams. However, our game is almost ready. Let's have a chat with Intero and Jesse joining us on the 5-person cam. Gents, first game went to overtime. Now we're going to Chalet. 9Z, you get to cast an Argentinian core squad. That's a bit of a special thing to get through, Parker.
Yeah, I mean, I really haven't been able to lend my voice to a lot of either Latin American or South American teams up until recently, getting a chance to do Cruelty, obviously, in North America, and then now this Argentinian core here on 9Z. And by the way, I think all 5 of us would pronounce it 9Z. Love a clarification here, because a number of Americans would ask, what the hell is a Z? And so I went the American route of saying 9Z, but I would prefer to say 9Z if we can all agree that that's how we're going to pronounce it.
9Z, yes. I'm going to go
no,
9Z.
No French. No French. Not allowed. No French.
Leo, you like getting bullied no matter the broadcast is just because you're French, right? Seems like it. Anyways, our game is ready. Parker, Jesse, please take it away.
Thank you so very much. I am happy to say 9Z. Jesse, he didn't get to ask you a question. I would feel badly, but I don't. So if you want to say something, please feel free.
Well, I will say that so far in the operator bans, we're seeing pretty much what you'd expect from both of these squads. Azami comes through as the most commonly banned operator on Chalet. I believe of any map, Azami on Chalet is the highest banned op that we see, the highest combination. Not 100% anymore. We did get a game last week in Brazil where Azami was not immediately banned in Chalet, which was crazy. But Black Dragons won't be making that same decision. They'll remove that alongside the Fenrir, and then double shield ban coming out from 9Z, excuse me. Oh, I gotta catch myself here. Already targeting some of the shield players on Black Dragons. Historically, Black Dragons don't actually play like a ton of shields. You'll see Rare, probably the most commonly rocking those shield operators, plays a decent bit of Blackbeard here and there, but compared to most teams in the meta, Black Dragons actually don't bring that many shield operators. So interesting that 9Z still think it is a big threat. I don't disagree. Still going to be one of those tools that is just so powerful no matter who you're against. Sometimes you want to remove it, but an interesting choice nonetheless. We'll see how they adapt to after round number 3.
It's obviously the point at which bans will change. Those of you that are just tuning in for the very first time, bans are not just done at the start of the game. They swap at halftime, but there's a first wave of bans that begin right off the rip, and then we've obviously got after the tail end of round number 3, which would be the halfway point of the halfway point, which would be the 1/4 point, which is what Jesse loves to refer to it as, but I try not to inject too many numbers and stuff into the broadcast.
I believe in your ability
confuses
to
people.
divide by 4. I believe in you, Parker.
It's not about me being able to divide by 4. It's about the audience.
Have some faith in the viewers.
I have no faith in people who watch this game on Twitch. Have you seen the things they say in chat? My goodness.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
No, I'm of course just joshing.
Well, they've gone Kitchen Parker for their first bomb site, which was one of the most common sites that 9Z played last time they ran this map up against Loud, so not a huge shock to see there. The push will start as Blackbeard jumps on in, Rare hoping for an opening pick. He's got alongside him, that's Flash Street, but they both get rolled by Tuku. Huge start to come out from 9Z, a big 2K opener to immediately halt that push, and now Black Dragons in an awkward spot. 3v5, your initial execute just completely fell flat. What answer do you have?
Oh, Tuku looking the wrong way. Makina finishing that one off, and now control over West Main is theirs. Makina will be very short-lived as Zhao takes him down, leaving Muzi and Hornet as the last two standing. 9Z will look to dig in their claws. Clash of Naza will keep things at bay, at least for the time being, because that's exactly what a clash does. But yeah, really challenging for them to be able to get into the bomb site. Down goes Nitro. Hornet with a big kill. This has been a bit belated here, Jesse, but it traded back. Zhao with another one, and now it's Muzi is the last man standing, harassed by the electrification of Clash's shield. Slowed down, but not before Zhao dies. Muzi looking for more. Bigger focus will be to get that Clash into a position where Muzi can do some damage, but very wisely, Naza will continue to just fall away in the midst of the bomb site, but no diffuser in hand for Muzi. He's just constantly being hounded by Naza at this point. If he wants to go for the defuse, that's one thing, but where is Will? Where is the Jaeger? They're just allowing Naza to continue to play time, and speaking of time, it'll run out. One of the anticlimactic finish to the round, and 9Z will take it.
Anticlimactic, perhaps, but smart the way that 9Z closed that one out. Naza on the Clash would have had to throw that pretty hard to lose it in the 3v1 playing up with that Clash. Naza's struggled a little bit so far this stage. He's actually the worst rated player in the league at the moment, but knows how to play a Clash. Not going to throw that one in the bin and give Pino an opportunity to make some huge issues. Muzi, excuse me. We're just casting his teammate of Pino. Big stop, obviously, coming out from Tuku, one of those players that has been around the South American scene for ages. He's been down playing for Argentinian teams across the board since 2020 when he first made it into Tier 1 down in that region. And so nice to see him stepping up with a big couple of kills. Don't always get to hype up these Argentinian players that tend to play here in the South American League, but he has been one of the better ones that we've seen performing from 9Z. So it's nice to see him, despite his old age, perhaps, starting to perform.
Chalet has been a very popular map between these two teams. Obviously, 9Z losing it to W7M, as was touched upon by the desk, is unideal. Black Dragons defeating Loud 7-3. What is it with Loud being involved with every single one of the teams that we've had to deal with so far today? We had Los and Nip in game number 1. They have both played Loud already. And then BD and 9Z... well, I guess 9Z technically doesn't have anything to do with Loud, but the rest of them do. Just a fun little quirk. Loud, obviously, an enormous organization in Brazil, and they sit in, well, I guess you could call 6th of 10, the middle of the pack. They are in action in our very next game. It'll be FaZe Clan versus Loud. That'll be an exciting one. Tuku down as he flies out the window, kills Muzi. Down goes the Lion. A paralyzing operator on the side of the attacker is now gone, and the question is Tuku retrievable? I very much doubt it.
We'll give the NS to the body shot that downs him. Finally finished off. I like that play. Again, getting aggressive. The second opening pick. Sometimes you think of Tuku as more of a kind of anchor player. He does play the flex role on this team, but able to get aggressive when he needs to. 9Z not wanting to stop the aggression. You can see Zhao up on the top floor hunting for a swing, wants that pick. Nitro is being tracked by the Demos as well, so he's got to be a little bit more cautious with the angles he chooses to engage with. Decides to back up to Zhao instead. The pressure is coming from Black Dragons. Machina here on the Blackbeard, starting to make some space, starting to take parts of the map, and then over on the rappel too. Hornet trying to make something happen to pinch these players. I think they're just getting out though, Parker. I mean, Zhao's gone all the way back to Library, and his teammates have all either dropped down to the bottom floor or still on that main floor.
Yeah. Good news for Black Dragons. They have some contingency or redundancy, if you choose to use that wording, or the Lion being gone. Is one of those death marks has been used, and Hornet will continue to hound Zhao in this position, giving more information. There goes an explosive at their feet, but no damage is really being done. Now it's Machina stepping into a goo mine as the culprit Nitro taken out by Rare. Black Dragons will stretch their numbers advantage by 1 while still having mostly top floor control. Zhao had an opportunity for a pick on Namakina, but will not want that engagement. He'll be hunted down, watched by the Death Mark, and finished off by Flastry. Black Dragons doubling up on 9Z.
Not the roam you can afford to have, Zhao. Now they're in a two-man disadvantage. We need some big stuff coming out from Naza on the Clash. He's going to have to put that down and pull out the gun.
Nitro Cell goes out, shield for Makina goes away, and he spotted one over on Connector. That's Will firing back. He's able to take down Makina, and Diffuser is surrendered as well. It's winnable, but it'll be a mighty tough go of it. MPX and the SMG-12 means that there will be no struggle for Will to engage long range. The question is, does he know exactly where the target will be? Through the wall, opened up, he sees a line of sight. They surrender control of the breach as Diffuser goes down, and he's got to worry about blue, breach, and stairs. Black Dragons wisely getting out of that place of danger, and now it's a push from the back by Flastry. Will handles that, looking for yet another now over towards the breach. He needs to make quick work of time as well. How daunting it is to hop on that diffuse kit with the yawning chasm in front of you, between you and one of those attackers. Rare is the culprit. He's far enough back. He got the diffuser down and then watched over top of it like a mama bird. Black Dragons win the round.
Nice attempt coming out from the Brazilian captain of this Argentinian squad. Will doing his best, but that's really not winnable after that diffuse kit goes down. It's so advantageous for the attackers. I think that round really comes back to the two roamers that didn't really get much on their game, both Nitro and Zhao, playing on that top floor without being able to get anything in return. Yeah, Tuku got the opening pick. That's great, but with it getting traded out, then you lose two roamers for nothing. That's going to be really where the pressure starts to mount up against 9Z. And I think you got to give a lot of credit over to Black Dragons with how efficient they were on that roam clear. They didn't take too much time. They were working together through different parts of the map. You saw the Blackbeard going in from Machina. You saw some play going on from the Deimos as well. Even Rare got involved to pick up one of those early round picks. So every player on Black Dragons is really coming together to coordinate on the objective. And that point, it was, of course, the roam clear. And I think that is what has started to separate Black Dragons away from the other BD teams we've seen in the past. This Black Dragons team have looked so strong across the board. It's not like they're crushing on one or two players. It's not like there's one or two stats that are looking really strong for them. This is a team that's top 3 in attack, top 3 in defense, top 3 in conversion, top 3 in recovery. Almost every stat you look at, maybe they're not first, but they're second, they're third. They're playing really well anyways. Black Dragons look like a very well-rounded team, and 9Z are starting to find that out the hard way.
I mean, you don't just luck your way into second place after 5 play days. I mean, I guess you could, but if you're in that position, you're usually there for a good reason. Black Dragon's strength of schedule is not, or 9Z, sorry, strength of schedule does not get any better. Their very next match is up against Furia. Then they have FaZe Clan. Usually I would say that it would be a tough one against Liquid, but Liquid right now at the very bottom of the standings, the only winless team in the South America League. 9Z will then finish off against NIP, the team that we saw earlier today, who, I mean, there's a long road to go between then and July 13th, which is when the very final match will be in roughly about 2 weeks, but there'll be plenty of time for them to study the matchup today because NIP obviously showed some serious weaknesses. Black Dragons at the top, well, this should be a win given the way that the teams play, but again, as we saw from the very first match of the day, it's not always a given.
This defensive bar game is going to revolve around library as it often does. Will would love to put this Clash down. I think he's trying to keep himself in a position where he can choose to put it down if somebody swings him, but he can also keep it up if maybe an Ash Charge or something comes his way, a grenade being held by Hornet. Probably going to be their best tool to try to pop this Clash shield. Muzi holding an angle that probably will never pay off. Maybe with the jump out or something, it could go his way, but Will's playing this quite passive just for information. You combine the Clash with this mirror shield, and it's going to be really tough to push this angle.
Absolutely. Tuku in a strong spot now, backed up with that shield that Will is still struggling to get it down, and he'll have to walk away from an impact right back into this position, and maybe he's just fooling around. Still holding this angle, waiting for somebody to aggress, and it'll be caught by Tuku when he sees them go towards that double piano door. Now's the first one on the board. Flastry is down for the count. The annoying operator Dokkaebi is no longer. Machina eliminating Nitro. Nitro still searching for his first kill. Naza taken off. Tuco goes as well. Now it's all up to Will. The clash who we've been watching for so long is all that stands between 9Z and a lost round. Rare and Musi combining for 7 kills through 2 active rounds is excellent. And now it's Will being punished by the firebolt of the Capitao, who, after setting it off, will try to get Diffuser down. Will's been pushed out of his position in the library, and he'll have some reading to do between now and the next round as Musi finishes him off. Diffuser was attempted, but did not go down. A joint effort from Black Dragons will give them the round.
Yeah, not an easy round. The top floor felt like it was a complete disaster. Like they had no chance of breaking through that extremely strong hold with Clash, Wamai, Warden, Mira. All the tools were dedicated up above. So the last couple players on Black Dragons able to work picks elsewhere. We saw Musi was playing kind of on the window. We saw, of course, Hornet was kind of engaging with that. But Machina walking in front door was really the guy that was able to find the gap, finally find somebody who wasn't a huge problem, part of that big hold. He managed to pick off Nitro on the mezzanine. So I really think Machina finding that entry point broke that hold open, and once they had a gap, Black Dragons exploited it from there. Everything fell apart on 9Z. I did not think they were going to win that round because it felt like that defense was so expertly crafted, but a gap was found. You know, there's always going to be a weakness in those defenses, and it took a long time for Black Dragons to find it. Felt like they were kind of banging their head against the wall for a little while there, but eventually they come through.
Yeah, I did like the defensive setup. Again, we talked a little bit about that. Mira playing inside of library with Clash there to support, but I mean, there are soft walls around you. You still do need to worry about what's below. You need to worry about the library windows behind you. And if it's a quick sweep through the offices component of this map, it's going to put a lot of pressure on you. You become that beachhead, that first and potential last line of defense upstairs. Once you lose that, it is very hard to get it back. So with that said, you hit the mental reset button. What other tricks can 9Z bring? Well, they're going for an outside Banshee. They prep the castle barricade. Question will be, though, you lose these gadgets right away. Oh my. That drone for Machina lasted a lot longer than I thought it would. And it did get one of the Melusi Banshees. So not impossible that it will have some impact. It also wastes an impact to get rid of the Banshees. So that's a good amount of utility that's given up. And there goes another Banshee as well. Excellent value from this Brava on the side of Black Dragons.
Yeah, I feel like you're quite happy with that early round on BD, disrupting some of this util. It's not a very crazy defense coming out from 9Z. You know, we've got the castle barricades, as they're so common. Often castle gets banned alongside the Azami on this map, so it's rare to see castle survive on the top floor, but anytime it's available, of course, you're going to be bringing that. Now without this utility, 9Z are in a bit more of a precarious spot where maybe they're going to try to get aggressive to get one of these opening picks, but I don't think they're feeling too bad. With castle barricades still up and 3 Toxic Babes in pocket, I wouldn't expect a jump out, but Will kind of looks like he wants to, Parker. I don't know if I'd advise about this. Oh no, don't do it.
I am always pro jump out, and Will do just that. Rare will meet his demise at the hands of that vault out. The smoke really gambling for it, and it ultimately pays off here. Terrible to lose your hard breach. No secondary hard breach available for Black Dragons. They didn't bring any can openers nor an operator that can deal with it. It's an air jab that just got hit. I know you heard it.
On the board for 2.
Yeah, Musi will capitalize off of that play. 9Z in significant trouble, but they equalize numbers as Machina is punished. He'd done some serious work on the map earlier on. There's an air jab as well to down Nitro. He's still looking for his first kill at this current point in time. He's the only player who's been held off the score sheet. He's hard support, though. Naza decides to face check the same window his teammate had just died from. I don't know if that was poor comms or just desperation, and Flashtree will get all 3 of them from the same spot. It might only show the tip of his head, but that's not the way this game works. That's why you have an advantage on upside down repel. Black Dragons take yet another round, and their lead will grow.
Diffuse Kit was still being held by the attackers in around Bathroom and around Solar, so they did kind of have to make a move. Actually, I believe it was down outside. No, I'm going to correct myself here. When Rare got jumped out on, he dropped the Diffuse Kit when Will jumped out the Bathroom window, which meant that Diffuse Kit never got picked up. doesn't exactly scream like the situation where you need to triple swing the big window and lose all 3 of your lives. Maybe just 9Z not keeping track of what the game state really was, panicking when they didn't need to. There was still a lot of time on the clock, so in theory, somebody could have gone and picked that up on the side of Black Dragons, but moving quite often is the problem with these defending teams' top floor of Chalet. It's why Azami and Castle are such powerful operators, because it allows you to move a little bit more. That round, Azami, of course, banned out. Util was used very early on to clear those castle barricades, so that wasn't a big problem for Black Dragons either. They were just able to hold those windows as 9Z started moving around that map. So feels like BD have played really, really clean Siege so far. Feels like they know exactly what they want to do. They attempted a bit of a weird rush the first round, and maybe that didn't pay off. But since then, Parker, Black Dragons have looked like they are fully in control of this game.
Yeah, I mean, which is what we somewhat expected. I mean, obviously, there's unpredictability baked into every single matchup. There's a reason why we play the games instead of simulating the games, and that's because anything can happen. A team can come in with a perfect record, looking completely indomitable, and get shut down very swiftly by the probably most unpredictable results. And a team that you didn't think would be able to hang with them suddenly will do just that. I do appreciate that we're able to get an extended tech pause just to look at Flastry's fuse skin. I really appreciate that being on the screen for a great deal of time. People have often joked about that Warden character art as being crying Warden, and boy, oh boy, am I crying when I see some of the goofier skins here. I guess you can be a fan of Rick and Morty and still look at it and be like, why are you playing Fuse and why are you doing that? Come on, man, you just make yourself a bigger target. This is exactly what I fear those skins do. Same with the Doc skin as well.
Yeah,
I'm assuming there's an issue with Hornetow. We're just waiting. We're just waiting word. And no, I guess the tech issue was that 9Z had called a timeout and it needed to be redone. So there we go.
Okay, well, it gives Hornet a bit more time to think about his operator as well, which is going to be good for him. As you mentioned, used to be known as Hornetow, shortened it to Hornet a little while ago. Economists tend to look at that as a recession indicator, so might be something to look out for. Common one that is used. You know, he used to go by Hornetow, which was big Hornet. You know when he took the first Tau out of his name? 2007.
Did he shrink or like what's going on here? Wait, 2007?
Yeah, that's when he took the first Tau out of his name.
2007, Jesse. I don't even think you were
right
born.
After 2007?
Maybe he got attacked by a hornet, or maybe he saw some smaller hornets, and he's like, "Oh, I guess they're not quite this big."
I'm just saying, rocky times are ahead.
And so, you know, I hear it's a recession indicator when players shorten their names.
Just Hornet.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay, well, fair enough. Learning something new every single day. Hornet has jumped around from a couple of teams, and he's usually always thrived on the roles that they put him on. I mean, he's usually on a frag-oriented role of some kind.
Currently the primary entry for this Black Dragons squad, and the only guy to remain from the last Black Dragons roster. They really blew up their whole team in the offseason and grabbed a bunch of players that were floating around in free agencies. I think they kind of made like a super team with the leftovers of Brazil, a bunch of players that had been removed from their previous teams, but it had big performances in the past. Muzi, obviously a huge name. Machina has been one of those really hot rookies down in tier 2 for a couple of years now. Rare and Flashtree as well, quite a bit of experience. So I've been a big fan of this team that Black Dragons have put together. And with Hornet kind of being that rock that was on this team previously and probably their best player mechanically, maybe alongside Machina, maybe Muzi too, if he can roll the years back. It's a really solid fundamental team.
You talking about people's ages again, or are you just dedicated
listen,
you are dedicated to being ageist today. I see how it is.
It's not even about being old. It's about Muzi won a hammer like 4 years ago, and then he retired for a little bit. He didn't retire. He took a break, and now he's coming back. And so, you know, has he still got it? Maybe, maybe not. We get to see.
I turned 35 in 4 days. I might as well be legally dead in esports terms because I am one of the oldest people alive. So
that's true.
While we're talking about this round has been effectively dead because there's been very little life in it. Right now, a lot of posturing from Black Dragons outside is, again, this same library established beachhead that we saw before. Absent a clash this time, as Black Dragons have removed the shield operator. is where 9Z have dug in their heels. Black Dragons wanted to take library quickly. Hornet jumped in, got rid of the Surya Gate, and then immediately peeled out of there. I think a wise decision given the operator lineup that we see from 9Z in that area.
Yeah, and I mean, we're back to bar games. This is where that really strong mirror clash setup came down. They've removed the clash. They put Zhao back over to the Jaeger. This is, well, Will was previously the person running Jaeger last week when 9Z were playing this up against W7M. Played a very similar setup to what we were seeing both this time and last time that they were on this bomb site, where they really focus around holding that top floor, holding around library. But last time it was Machina who found the opening on this hold, and he's in the exact same spot that he was in previously. If he gets another opening pick, it could again just spiral out of control.
That was the round where we saw great value from the Brava drones too, so it's not just about utility, and it can be about kills as well. Machina at 2 and 4 is probably not where he wants to be numbers-wise. Flashtree eliminating Tuku. That's the first one to fall, and he finds yet another. Very swiftly, Black Dragons are able to get these kills. It was noted on the analyst desk how good they are, Jesse, at trading. Well, how good are you if you don't need to trade? That's 4 unanswered kills. How about 5 and a flawless end to that round? 9Z had just used their timeout, and it was all for naught because the most dominant Black Dragons round follows. 4-1 is exactly the start that Black Dragons are craving. They would have loved a 5-0, but it will not come to pass. Final round of the first half, and as you said in previous rounds, and we will almost certainly sound like a broken record, they're playing almost perfect siege against 9Z at the moment.
Yeah, I loved the coordination in that round. You know, at the exact same moment, we saw a double jump in from the fireplace window, excuse me, as both the Blackbeard of Hornet and Muzi on the Lion jumped in together, rushed straight into the bomb site. But they weren't the guys lighting up the kill feeds. Instead, that was actually Flashtree, who was upstairs jumping into library, got some massive picks, and then was able to abuse vert angles as well when he needed to late in that round. It was a really clean execute, everybody pushing together. At that same moment, Rare jumped in the games window and started planting. So you can tell this team is so in sync, and it's crazy impressive to me that this team has not been together for very long. Again, there was really none of these players that were teammates before joining Black Dragons at the start of this season. There's a couple of players who have overlapped in previous squads, but for the most part, this is a brand new 5-man squad, no history playing together. They all come in now being IGL'd by Rare, another kind of one of these young IGLs, and it just looks so well put together. It would be very much forgiven if you thought this team had been playing together for years, but it's only been a couple months.
There are teams that have instant chemistry, and there are teams that take quite a bit of time to gel. You know, we talked a little bit about North America earlier on, and I mean, Black Dragons don't exactly have the best start here, by the way. They just lost the very first pick in the first 30 seconds. But one player, whenever he comes onto a team, takes some time for them to warm up to is Canadian. I mean, we can't not talk about him when we talk about North America, or we talk about regions as a whole. His teams have notorious slow starts here. Team Liquid are the same. Every time Team Liquid makes roster moves, they start so flat-footed, and unfortunately, they just are too slow to adapt and start to make up time. I mean, they are the only winless team at the moment and seem to be in free fall after a disastrous result at Reload. They came in after making some roster moves and were hoping for the best. Palu, longtime member, taken off of this team. But they're struggling to adjust as well. Whereas there are teams that you can put together and they get instant chemistry.
Will, that's a foot. Will, that's a foot.
Might be that there's a wall in the way. I don't know if you can actually see the foot. Sometimes the silhouettes... You're right. Sometimes the silhouettes do betray us. And what a rush up towards the top stairs. Machina, no, that's your own teammate. Great shot, though, I will say. Really good shot. Hornet did not see that coming. A lot of unforced errors right now by Black Dragons, and 9Z at 4v2 with Muzi on a fraction of HP. I don't know how you get yourself out of this position. Best case scenario for 9Z is a 4-2 half, or a 2-4 half rather, that they would be on the 2 side of. Still possible that Black Dragons can clutch this, but there's going to be a lot of layers that they have to cut through to get there.
Yeah, they're not really together either. Rare's currently outside the trophy window. Muzi creeping through West Main. Their positions aren't known, but it doesn't matter. Tuku hits the shot, leaving Rare in a 1v4 on a beeper. Should be unwinnable. And there it goes. Zhao from up above, finishing the job, making sure the Black Dragons will not get a devastating 5-1 half. Really felt like throughout that half, though, we saw a lot of similar pushes from Black Dragons where things stand still for a little while, you know, things aren't moving, and then all at once the push comes in, even in that last round. Other than losing Flash Tree right off the bat, all 4 players making the move at the same time, but 9Z were ready for it. I'm sure the man advantage helped quite a bit in that round as well. So you walk away with 2 successful defenses on Chalet, which is a map that historically leans attacker. That's not that bad. Obviously, this is going to be something they have to worry about replicating on their own side. In their match against W7M, 9Z only mounted a 40% attacking win rate through 5 rounds. So they have not shown the best attacks on this map so far, but plenty of room for improvement. Those that week off they had, I'm sure they were working on this map, expecting it to be in the pool up against Black Dragons. So we'll get to see what they have cooking. And as far as op bans, if this isn't an Azami, okay, it's an Azami. I was going to say we're going to have a crazy game, but nah, we'll keep it standard.
Dokkaebi ban will also join a 1 shield operator ban. You talk about the double shield bans on certain maps. You think that a Monty ban alongside a Blitz makes sense here, or do you think the Dokkaebi is far better suited for Chalet? I'm not talking about the teams, I'm talking about Chalet in general.
Chalet's super flexible, so it's kind of funny. The attackers always have to ban Azami. The attackers don't get a lot of choice when it comes to banning operators on Chalet, but the defenders get loads of options, right? I think Dokkaebi Blitz is a totally fine ban. If you want to go double shield, you're playing against a strong team, I think that's reasonable as well. All 3 shields get value on this map. We see Deimos is another really common pick on this map for operators to get banned out, so not surprising at all to see Dokkaebi and Blitz, and I think it just kind of comes down to what 9Z like to play as a team, because those are strong operators on this map. I'm looking back at the stats. Looks like Naza plays quite a bit of Dokkaebi as one of his operators, so not a huge shock to see that. As far as shields, they get a little bit, but they don't seem to play too many shields either. It feels like both of these teams haven't leaned too heavily into it. Will play a shield here and there. Nitro's played the Blitz once this stage, but broadly they aren't a heavy shield team, so I think it's reasonable to ban out only 1 shield in this case.
Excellent insight. Let's see if the desk agrees with it. We've got 2 very smart guys over there.
Yep.
You used
Very
to work
smart
on the
guys.
desk, you know.
I did. I was once there, and then I was deemed too stupid. They said, go cast. I said, okay.
I don't think that's what they said. I think that's what I said, actually.
I might be mixing people up in my brain. That does sound more like
I think that's what I said about you, but you know, you've really proven your worth here. So
thanks.
You're very welcome. It's great to be I've been enjoying it, you know. We've worked only a couple events together because it has been so short-lived that we've worked side by side, but I appreciate it. Now we get to lend our voices to the South America League on our on the 5th play day here. First half of the books go ahead.
I was just gonna say, despite who you are, I've really enjoyed working with you too, Parker.
That's very nice. I was going to make a joke about how when we were talking about the Heat Dome, you said, oh, you know, Edmonton didn't get it. And I was like, yeah, that's because just proving my point, nothing or nobody wants to go to Edmonton. So
Are you
not even the Heat Wave wants to go there.
We had a Heat Wave a few years ago that was really, really bad.
Yeah, sure thing there, pal. Showing off all the new operator skins that we have from the pilot program and the partnered teams. It's a good look. They're available now. We'll talk about them as this match continues to go on. There is a Capitao bundle on the board. You saw that the skin as well on the AK that's being brought by the Nomad of Will. 9ZG, unfortunately, not with the best start to this particular round. They lost Zhao. Black Dragons just need to sit and wait for the final minute, and they'll take the round. That's it. It's that easy.
A little bit of revenge from Flash Tree. He had the opening death there not too long ago.
Dooku will fire back. Down goes Flash Tree. Flash Tree's been exceptional on those opening picks, by the way. Rare from above, still holding court inside of Kitchen. That'll force 9Z to send a player in that direction. Nitro went the entire first half without a kill. Yet again, it's not entirely important that he gets one, but as his team continues to lag behind, he will need to get on the board. Will dropped, and there's your golden opportunity, and Nitro will break it. His first kill, and That's all he's going to get. Tuku left standing as Black Dragons shovels the rest of them into the bin, and they know exactly where the Deimos is. He's still got all 3 death marks. Is Tuku about to die with all utility in pocket? I mean, confounding him is the fact that there are mute jammers on the board. He does. Speculation is correct. Machina finishes off the very final player on the side of 9Z, and Black Dragons lead goes up to 3.
Huge round from Rare, the new captain of Black Dragons, coming in from MIBR in the offseason. I liked the idea from 9Z there. There was definitely a plan where they said Naza's on Capitao. He's going to smoke the dining hatch so we don't have to clear dining, and then he's going to go in and plant. The only small little problem with that plan is that Naza didn't wait long enough. By the time he shot the Capitao bolt and then immediately jumped in, the Capitao bolt takes a couple seconds for that for the smoke to actually dissipate. So before the smoke bolt went off, between it being fired and it going off, Rare was able to find the angle on the dining hatch, kill the planter, get another kill later in that round as well. It was a really big round for him. You got to question, maybe there should have been a little bit more pressure on that guy, but they thought they had it covered with the Capitao bolt. They knew it wasn't going to be a warden up top. There's no warden in that round, so they thought this is going to be clean. All we got to do is smoke it off. But a little bit of the misstep in the execution, and that's going to always burn you when you're going up against such a good team like Black Dragons.
Long talked about Brazil using certain organizations for being so strong. Now, obviously, that it's the South America League, you need to make some adjustments. For a long, long time, this region was referred to as the Big Three. You know, you had Font, which would then go on to be FaZe Clan. You had BRK, which would then go on to be Team Liquid. And you had Black Dragons, which would go on to be Ninjas in Pajamas. This is going back years and years and years ago. And then for a long time, it was those same 3 teams dominating. NiP, FaZe, and Liquid were the top of the top. That was it. You expected one of those teams to make a deep run. Black Dragons went back to picking up newer players, and they would have good runs here and there, but by and large, they picked up players that were promising and aspiring, and then, unfortunately, whether it be financial or whether it be desire related, those players would go off to one of the bigger teams. Obviously, complicating these matters is you had that W7M team that was really quite big, MIBR/Immortals, and all of them thought that they had a good shot as well. They represented the region at the Rio finals back in 2018. Now there's been major upheaval. The top 2 are W7M and Black Dragons. Those are things that you wouldn't necessarily expect to see in this Black Dragons squad. Well, they're very experienced, and it might just be the best BD squad we've seen in quite some time. They started off with 2 very quick kills. It's Rare, who looked for a third over towards Trophy, couldn't get the job done. Machina's there to avenge him. Tuku and Nitro is the last 2 standing with 90 seconds still left in the round.
Rare's got to be such an annoying player to play against, man. 22-year-old from Rio de Janeiro, making just ridiculous plays, always ratting around, taking advantage of your lack of drones. Note they've only got 2 up on the side of 9Z, now in the 2v4. You've got to be able to find a way to pull this back. Obviously, the game is in the balance. Match point lies ahead of Black Dragons if they can close out the 4v2. 4v1 now as Machina finds his second, leaving Tuku with 70 seconds to find 4 kills, and he is outside the building. A lot of teams in this moment would go for an unofficial timeout, but it feels like he's got to go for it, Parker. The game is just too desperate.
Yeah, I mean, what are you going to workshop at this current point in time? They called their timeout earlier in the first half. It immediately resulted in a flawless round win for their opponents. So I don't know. I mean, Tuku realizes what he's working against. There's a Frost on the board, there's an Ella on the board, and there's a Legion on the board. Those are 3 trap operators. So you have to deal with the Gushmat mines, the Goo mines, and the Bear traps. And then to make matters worse, you've got an Echo with Yokais to give information away along with a bulletproof camera. They seem to have assessed his position, and they're just going to throw bodies at him. Flastry gets the very final kill. Machina had 2 kills. Rare had 2 kills. A full house was available, but it is not to be had. Black Dragons don't really look like they're sweating too much as they move to match point.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's funny you were talking about kind of the big 3 in Brazil. It feels like we've got a new big 3 in Brazil these days. The modern big 3 being FaZe, Furia, and W7M, who have consistently been at the top of big international tournaments. The fact that Black Dragons have started to disrupt that big 3 has really been, I think, the single story of the stage as far as South America is concerned. Obviously, serving FaZe Clan their first loss of the season last week with a 7-2 dominating victory in their match of Clubhouse. So Black Dragons, this is not an easy opponent, and for 9Z, you're looking at this game. Obviously, it's not been the match that you've wanted, but this is one of the opponents that you don't expect to be. You know, you're a team like 9Z, you're still a newer roster, you're the underdogs coming in, the only non-Brazilian team in this league. Makes sense that they might go down to a team like BD who've been playing so fantastically so far through the stage, but I'm hopeful they can come away from this game, learn a little bit. It's not over yet, you know, 4 rounds is ultimately not that many to claw the comeback, but I just feel like the way that they've been playing these games, the way these rounds have been going, it is going to be a huge mountain to climb. Los did it in our last game, not fully, but they brought it into round 15 overtime. 9Z have a similarly difficult task ahead of them today.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's always nice to make those references, but not a perfect comparison, which you acknowledge, just based on the teams they're playing against. You know, NIP is a middle-of-the-pack team that has consistency issues historically, but also so far through the stage, whereas Black Dragons have looked quite good in, well, most of their matchups. So, I mean, yeah, a little bit harder to come back from. Anything can happen. That's the beautiful thing. I mean, it was only a year and a half ago that we were in Sao Paulo watching one of the most unlikely comebacks we've ever seen on the main stage of SI. A comeback always starts with 1 round, and that's exactly what 9Z will do here. They lose Zhao, but they eliminate Rare and Hornet. Now it's Machina, outdueled by the shield of Tuku on the fuse. Nitro getting the diffuser down, and it's all up to Muzi. This round is over before it even got underway. A bit of remodeling as he's stuck right now inside of the closet, eliminating Will, who goes for the run down below. Now an upside down repel. Black Dragons know exactly what that's like to do to their opponents, and this is going to be a heck of a shot for Muzi, who's waiting for the Shadow to give him information. A very challenging shot to hit, and just one that, if you hit it, by God, does not happen. Nasa with the final kill, and 9Z win the round.
We've not been able to talk about him too much because Nitro has been quite quiet in this game for 9Z, but he got an early pick onto Rare inside a trophy that really started that round off strong. Then he's able to use those Sens walls to cover his plant as he gets it done inside of Kitchen. Been exciting to see from Nitro, who's a player that I've been really hoping to see a bit more from. He spent the last kind of 3 years in the Hispanic leagues for Maycam, Malvinas, and then last year was on Vasco as well, peaking top 2 in that regional league. So he's had some success, and he's also the only Argentinian player in the league rocking over a 1.0 KDR. So he's been finding success historically for the team, even if it hasn't been so much in this game. But I like that push in particular. Sometimes it's those pocket strats that need to come out to really jumpstart a comeback, similar to what we saw from Los in the last game. We might be getting a bit of taste of that once again.
I don't want to write the obituary for any team just yet, because obviously there's plenty of rounds to play, and you just have to take it round by round by round. The one sign of an experienced team and the hallmark of a team that really does trust each other and is comfortable on their roles is the ability to adapt, but not just adapt in the round, but adapt to the changes of the game. If you notice that Black Dragons are playing very, very passively and are trying to set a tempo by layering their defenses, forcing you to commit more drones than usual, then you can bring operators to tackle that. And it's not just in-round adaptations, it's acknowledging that Black Dragons are doing a certain thing. Let's figure out a way to counter this. Let's make a strategy up on the spot if absolutely need be. Now, I say this, there are very few teams that we have witnessed that are able to fully adapt to their opponents in the cut and thrust of a map. You see it in best of threes where they might adapt to a team in the next map. But again, you could argue, is that a proper adaptation if the entire map is changing? The operators that are good on it are changing, site selection is going to change, etc. 9Z are a team that I think might be a bit too new to be able to make those changes on the fly as successful as they need them to be. Same with Black Dragons, though, frankly. They're experienced players, but again, they're still gelling. They're gelling very well, but they're still gelling. Question will be, over time, are we going to see progress on both of these teams in terms of adapting? We've seen Black Dragons adapt very well so far through the SA League, which is great to see. Now it's incumbent upon 9Z to do the same.
Flash are going to bring out the Clash for the first time in his career, at least since the Clash rework. Going to be bringing it out for a similar hold to what 9Z did on this bomb site, where they kind of lined up the Clash plus the Mira. There's no Mira this time, and Flash is playing a little bit more aggressive inside a piano rather than back on kind of the blue stairs. So there are definitely some sizable differences in those two holds, but the idea of using this Clash on the top floor is still relatively similar. They're providing a lot of problems for 9Z to solve. You know, they are holding a lot of this map. They need to find an answer, and that's a good start to it. Nas, a beauty of a headshot onto Hornet, and then the air jab going off as well. Lots of chaos in this round at the top clear, but it's all working out for BD right up until Nitro goes down to Machina. You trade out to a 4v4, you force some of these roamers off of the piano extension out from Master. You don't feel too bad if you're 9Z.
Yeah, I mean, the good news is that, with the exception of Machina dying, that you've lost 2 of the lower frags on these teams. Back to a 3v3. Black Dragon still with the Clash up. In terms of gadgetry available to deal with the Clash, your primary focus is going to be on the Nomad side of NASA, but all those air jabs are gone. Clash very susceptible to getting knocked over from that position. You can abandon the shield as well. Great shot from Musi as NASA drops, and this might be all she wrote for 9Z. I mean, you've got 2 of your best players still alive with the best guns that they can muster in their hands, but you're running out of time. The defenders still have utility as well, and again, to complicate matters, there is a Clash on the board. Tuco and Zhao now needing to level up. Musi has that cross. This is a tight angle to play, still established inside of Library. Tuku's downstairs. Zhao is basically one slight gust of wind away from death. Musi's not been shaken off of this position inside a Library. There goes the remainder of Zhao, and Tuku falls too. Black Dragons survive a scare in the previous round, but everything goes according to plan. They take it, and Black Dragons will get all 3 points for their troubles.
Yeah, great dominating game from Black Dragons. The favorites in this match, locking things down. Particularly strong game from Muzi, who comes out. You know, this is a guy who chose to leave NIP after stage 1 last year, saying that they were stagnating as a team and that a break would do him good personally. I think we're seeing the results of that now. Comes out of his break onto Black Dragons. He's been great so far for BD this stage, and then top frag in the server today, 11 kills. Big performance from the veteran.
And they were just chasing W7M, and they were exactly a regulation win behind. They will get it today, but W7M has an eye-watering plus 18 round differential. So it is going to be quite the mountain to climb to get back there. I mean, Black Dragons still will sit atop the standings, which is great. They'll be in the same position. That top 2 spot is so coveted. More work to be done for 9Z. But they're a team that is now experiencing what the best of Brazil can send their way. There's going to be some adjusting there. That's it for you and I in this second match, but we have a desk eager to bite down on what we just saw.
Very eager indeed, yes. Intero Jesse, thank you so much for that. And what a game that puts us right back on track schedule-wise for the day. Black Dragons displaying a very distinct play style if you compare it to 9Z on the other side, Leo.
Yeah, absolutely. I think first and foremost, we saw exactly what we expected from that game, which was BD the heavy favorite and 9Z struggling. And we saw the same flows. We're going to see the first 4 rounds here. In the first 4 rounds, what do we notice? 9Z consistently winning the opening kill and consistently 3 rounds out of 4, still losing the match. And if you look at the way, still losing the round, if you look at the way Black Dragons attacked on this, it's almost only direct takes. You see them coordinate, use the Grim, use the Capitao, use the utility. 3, 2, 1, direct attack on the bomb site. We isolate the anchors from the roamers. And that way, even if we're at a man disadvantage, even if we're 4v5, it's going to be a 4v3 or 4v4 on site and you can win it. And consistently, they brought back these rounds again and again. And when we transition to defense, I mean, clearly they were trying to be disruptive. Clearly they were trying to be aggressive. They played the Clash. They played very extended setups to prevent 9Z to get a foot in the building too easily. And I think the game plan was executed perfectly here, Jack.
Yeah, absolutely. It really was. And obviously, when 9Z got themselves onto their attacks, Leo, it was like chalk and cheese. It was completely the opposite of the way Black Dragons attacked it. It was scripted. It was slow. It was full clears. It was trying to plant without, you know, steps being performed. We saw in that very round there, the jumping in the wine cellar breach, trying to plant. when they have no control and no execution over dining room at all. So they just get taken out by a player playing over and above the hatch. And I think realistically, it's two teams that are probably on different trajectories as teams, but Black Dragons are so impressive, particularly, and I'll reference it as well, Leo, in that very final round, you said that they were disruptive, they were a thorn in the side of 9Z, but actually, whenever they could, they were really trying to force the engagements to keep the man advantage level, or keep the man count level. It's this kill here. So,
for example, here,
this kill comes in, and after Muzi dies, look how much he's sprinting to go and get that refrag. He really wants that 3 versus 3 because he realizes how important the control is to his team. Gets an unreal kill off the back of it, and that's what Black Dragons are about. They want to play the FPS side of it. They want to be in your face. They want to be aggressive. And what underpins that is that team play underpins it, so they're so good. When they're on it, they're just sweeping teams away.
I mean, this is something that we were talking about actually before the start of the day, is how do you play around shields, right? You have that conversation whether you're on the attack or on the defense, and in this case, especially in that last round, you saw a masterclass of how do I play even with a UMP in and around a clash that is there to support me, and I am also supporting at the same time, Leo.
Yeah, what's impressive for me is that last round obviously is an example of that. It was the only round where they played a shield, but with the rest of the teams, it was usually you have a win condition that's the utility operator. That's going to be the Ying, the Brava, the Blackbird, especially when they were in attack. And then in defense, that clash, for example, it's the individual level of each player, but their capacity to play as one to the same win condition. Here it was fighting in piano, denying the entry point. We get the pick. Okay, we fall back. Okay, we're still fighting again. The clash is there to feed information. Muzi on the castle can trade. Honestly, beautiful to see. Consistent, relentless aggression, but it's calculated. It's based on information. And first and foremost, it's always in a tradable position. And that's what makes Black Dragon so impressive so far, especially when, once again, these guys 3 months ago were coming from 4 different teams. That for me is the bottom layer of this. It's so much talent, but that plays together despite different origins.
Yeah, we got it. We got it, and Black Dragons pulled it past the door here, and a big win. All 3 points and an extra differential that they'll be very happy with, a +4 on those rounds. Our MVP, though, has to be Muzi. 90% cost jack. This man is just there. He is the game.
Yeah, we see you, Muzi. I don't know if he can see us, but yeah, I will say, I think even in that last round, that round that I highlighted where I picked up on the play, he's the one that's leading the team as the experienced head. He's driving the behaviors that this team is exhibiting, and he was at the forefront of that in that replay that we just showed in the last round, forcing that trade, forcing that man advantage, keeping the pace going, and he is the identity of this team. And he's also leading from the front, as you can see from this 11-3 KD, good on the entry, great cost, really high survival rate. I think overall he'll be very, very pleased with not only his personal performance, but he'll maybe be more pleased with the team's performance across this SAL stage so far.
Yeah, honest, I'm not surprised to see him step up, see him flourish and blossom out of the NIP core, because it was always a big question. You know, he's played for so many years with that roster. Coming into this new environment, do you crumble because you don't play in the same system that you used to? Mm-hmm. Or do you rejuvenate? And it's exactly what's happening with Muzi there. I lived it when I was a pro and I crossed regions. I felt alive playing another role and playing around other players. And I feel it's exactly what his experience is right now on Black Dragons. And it's beautiful to see because he's got so much talent.
Yeah, absolutely is. As someone who's been around for quite a while, I think we all still remember when Muzi was considered this young up-and-comer, and look at where we are now. You know, many years after big SI performance, and look at where we are today. Back on it. This just means that the top 6 in SAL is just closer and closer and closer. It just means that we're probably going to get incredible playoffs and a big fight around that 4 to 6 position. Though, gentlemen, that was game number 2 for today. Again, put us back on that docket pretty quickly. We still have 3 more games to go for. FaZe versus Loud after the break.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
And here we are back, ladies and gentlemen, quickly on to South America League, and we fly over the beautiful botanical garden of Curitiba in Brazil, in Paraná, the south of the nation. What a beautiful place it is, and what beautiful matches we have been having so far. We continue on to we move on to game number 3. Welcome back to the desk. I'm Milosh, with me are the wonderful Fresh and Alfama. This time, it's about to get loud. Put your Fs up here. It's FaZe Up versus Loud in game number 3. In all sense of this, we would have thought coming out of Reload that this would be a highlight game for today. But I want to talk about differences in performance. I want to start with FaZe on the, I guess, higher note, because last week's performance that FaZe had against Black Dragons did not look too promising, Jack.
Yeah, I mean, FaZe are obviously, realistically, they are our world champions. They are such a high-quality team. So how much do we get hung up on one loss against Black Dragons? The answer is we probably don't. They're still going to make the playoffs. I would still expect them to be in top 4 come the end of the stage. That being said, it will, of course, have been a big disappointment and a big shock to the system for a team that is so consistently good and holds themselves to such a high standard, Leo, to have suffered not just an upset, but the nature of how they lost that game as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we've seen the movie of the SI curse, and I think it's exactly what's hitting FaZe. If you think of it, their reload was pretty poor. They did not even make it to quarterfinals. Yep. And yes, there's the point system, but still, when you're the world champion, you cannot, bash on the format for missing that. And if you look at, a week ago, they lose to a team that was just recently formed, once again, of players from all different teams. And then you just add on to that right now, what used to be a strong suit, which was attack side, is one of their weakest side. And then the opening engagements are negative despite having Cyber and KDS on your team. So overall, it's layers upon layers of obstacles. They are a dominating team. They are our favorites for taking South America League still, but they need to wake up a little bit, because right now, CJX have revealed some flaws in that team, and it's normal. We all have bumps in the road. It's the moment to get back, and Loud is a perfect team to do that. They're slow, they're methodical, but they're readable. So it's the perfect moment to get back onto the horse right now.
Yeah, we talked about it earlier on today, where winning SI kind of just brings the curse with it, where it takes time. Something is going to happen. Something's going to give. So far, FaZe have actually been fighting against that tradition that has gone on for a while, but we'll get to see. Maybe once we get to playoffs with best of 3s and later on LAN, should they qualify, things would change. But on the other side are Loud. Disappointing at the start of the stage, but last week played a pretty convincing win against NIP, Leo.
Yeah, I think that saved our hopes. I think coming into this stage, especially with the pickup of Dafo that we see here on the screen, and that was amazing at Reload, we thought, okay, clearly these guys are cementing themselves in the top 5/top 6 of Brazil. They're making it into the big teams. They made it to quarterfinals, and they've been consistently improving ever since they were E1 and then Raza Company Academy. Incredible run at SI. We expect to see them, do better. And if you take away that win against NIP, it's been disappointing. They've lost to BD, Black Dragons. They've lost to Lost. That's the most surprising one. Lost hadn't been looking good so far, and they managed to beat Loud. And today, what's this week for them? W7M and FaZe. They're playing against 2 of the Titans of Brazil. If they lose right now, because they've already lost to some teams they should never have lost to, they're going to be out of the playoff run. So right now, it's the exact definition of a team being their back against the wall, because there is no LCQ. It matters right now. You need a point to get back on the playoff run, otherwise you're done. And I don't see it happening with the way they've been playing so far.
It feels very defining for them this week, and I will say you don't see it happening with the way they've been playing. The way that they've actually been playing has been very, very sloppy on their entry. In fact, actually, they are the worst entry team in the world out of every single league, every single team, sitting at 35%. Now, that can't continue. The fact that they've even got a win at that level of entry engagement success is actually, a very, very good stat. Because realistically, when you're playing 4v5, Siege is an FPS. It is a game of numbers. If you're playing from behind, so much more often than not, you're going to struggle.
There's a lot here on the line for Loud, and of course, they have to go through against the behemoth of a team that is FaZe Clan. But on what map will this duel happen on? Again, our 9 map pool is condensed down to only 1 after our teams ban out all of our maps here. So what will we be left with? Jack, could you please take this away?
Yeah, absolutely. So we're going to see Clubhouse, Border, Chalet, Skyscraper, Consulate, Nighthaven Labs, Bank, and Lair taken away. Now, Lair is the interesting one here to be taken away by FaZe. And the reason being is we're not used to seeing FaZe Clan play Cafe. They've chosen to go to Cafe. But equally so, when they're known as Loud, when they were known as Raza Company Academy, we have not been used to seeing Loud play Cafe either. This is a bit of a blink and, force your opponent into a mistake type map veto, because I don't think necessarily this map is really high for either, in terms of preference for either team, Leon.
Yeah, we haven't seen... Well, technically, we've seen FaZe play it against Furia at Reload, but it's not been consistently a good map for them, and most of the time they were the one banning it, low preference. And on the side of Loud, they've not played it as Loud. Then you look at Raza Company Academy, they've not played it at SI and Raza Company Academy. So you'll go and look back at E1, and the last time I've seen them play Cafe was against Skag all the way back in Manchester playoffs. So that was more than 1 year ago.
What?
And it's not finished to be weird. If FaZe chose to ban Lair, it means that they chose to go to Cafe, right? So they have the map pick. So who gets the side pick? Loud. Why do they go start attack on Cafe? I have no clue. So the whole map veto is weird for me. Like, why do we end up on Cafe is weird already. When we prep this, we're like, okay, what's going on? And then the side choice is even more questionable. So maybe they have a trick. Clearly, I did not expect anything from this year.
So I've actually got a theory on why they might have chose the attack. Now,
go ahead, Jack. We have plenty of time.
Loud have not got a lot of things going for them this stage, I'll be honest. But their attack win rate is marginally better than their defense win rate. So they've got 50% attack win rate, 22 attacks attempted, 11-1. 23 defenses attempted, 11-1. So I say marginally, there's literally 1 round in it. However, Loud are the best planting team in the league. 41% of their attacks, they've managed to get a plant down. So if they're feeling comfortable in their attacks, then I can understand, regardless of the map, why they might want to choose attack. That being said, it feels like a very, very big risk on a map like Cafe, where we've often seen defenses snowball. So yeah, I think it will be a very, very defining first half of the game when we get onto Cafe.
Yeah. Actually, we have like a few more minutes, like almost 5 minutes until the game actually kicks off. So I'd like to explore that topic if we were to talk about it from a strategic point of view. What is there that makes Cafe Dostoevsky defense favored? 1, 2, how can the attack break that to the point where you can say, hey, I want to play attack on Cafe? What are those markers, in your professional opinions, that lead you down that road?
So let's go back to that pick of them starting attack, right? Just to finish the point of Fresh, you're gonna do that against a FaZe that is widely struggling in attack, but are the second best team at defending in this league. So you're putting them in their stronger side. So that's doubling down on the risk here. It's high risk, high reward. That would be my strategy if I'm the challenger in that matchup. I'm in the BO1 against the world champion. I know I'm not supposed to win, so I'm gonna throw them off as much as I can by going on a weird map. Now that's ending up being Cafe. Okay, great. Choosing that side, I still don't understand why. The only thing I can guess here, Milosh, is that you have preset plans in attack that would be fast-paced or direct takes, executes that, use the Riora, use the Monty, use the smokes and the Ying, stuff that allows you to maybe attack almost directly on the bomb site. We've seen a team do that today, on mining by rushing directly up red stairs, on dropping the skylight on the top floor bomb site, or trying to go a horizontal take onto the basement. Cafe is heavily defender-sided because most of the time it offers plenty of situation on every single site to peel off. You've got natural crossfire at any single floor. If you look at the top floor, you've got the cigar and piano crossfire, and then you go and backwards towards the bathroom, white hallway and tops, and then you've got the cocktail line of sight, and you can drop off and burn even more time. So cafe, generally speaking, is a little bit tough to attack because first and foremost, it's hard to get in the building, and then it starts to separate those crossfires. So yeah,
Jack,
overall, that choice is weird to me.
And Jack, from your point of view as a former coach, what really coach and analyst in different positions, saying there, I will respect the positions you're in. What would pull you as a coach say, look, I'm gonna start off on attack on cafe?
I also think, and I don't know if Leo felt this when he was a player as well, but certainly I think there's a lot to be said about momentum and confidence. And what I mean by that is, if you start attack, and a lot of, and this used to be relevant with map bans, with operator bans actually, not so relevant anymore because of the new system. It used to be more relevant that if you started attack, you could facilitate the bans in a way that you wanted to do them. But I think realistically, if you start off attacking cafe, you know you're not meant to get much. If you get a 2-4 split or anything better, you've got confidence going into that second half to then assert the dominance. If you get a 3-3 split, a 4-2, you're like, cool, we've got this game won. We just need to see out cafe defenses. By the same token, if it doesn't go so well, you have that fallback by saying, oh, guys, it's only a 2-4, it's a 1-5, it's cafe defenses, we've still got this. So either way, you get that mental boost. Again, I'm kind of reaching here, but like, there's a lot of big teams that, in my mind, that I know that generally tend to pick attack because of that reason, because they know if they have a very successful first half, it puts people under so much pressure in that second half. And what does pressure do to people? It makes them crumble. So, that's what a lot of big teams have done for the longest time, thinking in Europe, the BDSs, your G2s of the world, if they can get that successful first half. Thanks.
Okay.
After all, we've seen a cafe attacker sided today.
Today,
So
yes. 4-2, both halves. It's actually incredible to witness how can all really shift. And speaking of shifting, our players actually shifting into the lobby slowly but surely to get our match ready and set. So maybe we could say hello to our casters if they're around. That'd be great. Hi Antero. Hi Jesse, my wonderful Canadian friends. We're here. We got it over the line. We get to see FaZe and Loud going up against one another in this matchup. And look, this curse of winning SI and then just kind of having a downward trajectory after it, is that a real thing? Is that something you believe in, Parker? Is this something that FaZe are on?
I think that the championship hangover is very real. I mean, if you talk to a number of teams that win a major, we tend to see players retire right after winning a major, or we see a serious drop off in performance. And that's because so many competitors are only vying to win a title. And once they do it, they feel like that's it, it's done, right? You look at a team like that Furia squad, you look at the team like the old Penta G2 squad, and they were very candid about the fact that they're like, we don't just want to win one, we want to win them all. We want to cement a legacy. There's a lot of people who play this game whose only desire is to get their name on a trophy and then move on with their lives. Maybe FaZe is going through the same thing, maybe not, but we also have to say that this is literally an entirely different game than what they played under at SI. So frankly, who knows?
Does he?
I don't know, man. I feel like we're kind of jumping on the FaZe hate train a little too fast. They got eliminated at Reload by the best team of the tournament, and then they've lost a single game since then. It's not like they've fallen to pieces that are struggling to do anything anymore. They're still looking like, in my opinion, the best team in the world. Have other teams fallen off? Maybe. I don't think we've seen that from FaZe Clan yet, though.
No,
yeah, that's true. No, honestly, Jesse is so right, because the last time every single team has fallen down that hole, be it NIP when they won, be it to some extent SSG when they also won, be it G2 Penta after later on in 2019 when they needed to get the pity invite to make it to Invitational. TSM that in the first video that we played with Ike literally disappeared off the face of the earth after their SI win. So yeah, it does make a lot of sense. But on the other side of FaZe, you're looking at Loud, where we see kind of this growth, this very rapid growth in performance, how they were under Raza Company at SI, going in under Loud at Reload, and then now it's just been it's like they sucked up all that negative energy off of FaZe.
Yeah, I mean, perhaps we're seeing that kind of get shifted over towards Loud a little bit. I like what the desk was talking about. I think Fresh talked about the entry statistics of Loud. They've been really struggling in those opening engagements, especially on the defense, where they've been getting picked off by moving around a little bit too much. I'm hoping that's something that they can maybe learn a little bit from coming into this week, maybe sharpen up a little bit, because it definitely feels like that's been one of the areas where they've really been struggling.
Well, I won't take too much of your time because our lobby is set and ready. So I'm just going to leave it to you. And Taro, Jesse, please take it away.
Thank you very much, Milosh, and thank you to the rest of the desk as well. We go back to Cafe Dostoevsky, the site of our very first match, and now we will repeat it once again. I mean, one of the things that CJX has brought to the table is new maps. And when I say new maps, they are functionally the same maps. They've received different lighting. They've got different textures. Some of them have what are referred to as environmental ingredients or destructible ingredients, which are things that you'll see like the little explosive pipes. You'll see fire extinguishers and so on and so forth. Cafe is one of those maps that did get a pass over. So we've seen Chalet as well get played today. Same thing. They function exactly the same as they did before. So in theory, Cafe shouldn't play any different from before. Some operators have received buffs. Some have obviously received nerfs. Clash received a complete rework. Sen's got a huge buff. So there will be some small changes. Also, teams are adapting to the meta. Shields are nowhere near as strong as they used to be. They're still very strong and are still picked quite regularly, but not quite as strong. So there will be some changes. I expect this Cafe to play a little bit differently, Jesse, than what we saw out of our very first matchup.
I think so. And I mean, the desk were talking about the side start choice as well from Loud. They chose to start on attack. They theorized why that might be. I will say as well, you know, the one and only time we saw FaZe falter was last week, their previous game up against Black Dragons. And they started defense in that game too. So maybe Loud are just trying to replicate that recipe for success that they saw get used so well by Black Dragons. Whatever it might be, it will be on them to try to rack up the score early here on their Cafe attacks, which isn't an easy thing to do. FaZe Clan will attempt to hinder that progress by banning out both Blackbeard, which is the most common operator banned on this map, but also the Ying, which is a bit weird. It's not the most common ban on Cafe, and it's also not an op that Loud have played very often in this season. I think STK ran it once and Daffodil ran it once, so you know, they've played it here and there, but it's not a hugely common ban. Might indicate that there's some scrim history between these two teams, maybe some intel that us viewers are not so privy to, but regardless, if there's any team I trust, they know what they're doing, it's FaZe Clan, so I'm sure they've got a good plan with it.
Should always trust in the teams that tend to be atop the standings because they get there for good reason. And yeah, I mean, I know you are a generational FaZe Clan hater, Jesse, but I gotta say,
it just called them the best in the world.
I happen to align with Fresh and Leo here, where I also think FaZe Clan is one of the best in the world. And just because you are a negative Nancy does not mean that you will bring us down, you know?
I don't feel like that's exactly how the pregame desk went, but
I mean, that's how I feel, and you can't take my feelings away from me. So
okay, well, Parker, I feel like Cyber on the Clash is an interesting site to find. Early on, we saw how good the Clash was on our previous match of Chalet, and now Cyber trying to bring it out to get a little bit more information. So it'll be the first time this stage that he's brought out the operator for FaZe Clan. A lot of pressure still going down, though. Doesn't mean it's going to be easy to get kills as much as KDS wants one.
Playing inside a bathroom, a very coveted spot, and one that can be hard to, pardon the pun, flush the player out of if you don't have the right tools at your disposal. FaZe Clan just sitting pretty right now in a very standard lineup. Jaeger has come back into the meta quite a bit. We talked about operators that got changed, and Jaeger is one of them. He now catches things that originally only Wamai's magnets used to catch. It's given Jaeger a bit more relevance, and in some cases has actually muscled Wamai out of a favorable spot in the meta. First blows will come out at the hands of Basetto as he takes quite a bit of damage, holding on to that diffuser. The rest of Loud untouched for the moment. I think STK might have taken a tiny bit of damage, but it's really hard to tell just because of the way that the health bars work. Right now, Louder running behind on the clock. This is going to be a last-second execute. STK removing Vidiking from play, expecting one more over towards the window. This is a power spot for him to be in. Bassetto's been dropped, so that's another player in the ground. Handy taken out by Daffodil as Vidiking and Handy are gone. KDS will now die, and suddenly, with Bassetto back up, Louder back fighting at full 5. Souls jumped on, and it's all up to Cyber. Jesse, you must be dancing on the grave of FaZe Clan right now, as Loud, seconds away from getting a flawless win, will not have that happen. Cyber tearing through them, but finished off by STK, and Loud will make quite the statement in round number 1.
Yeah, weird round. It didn't feel like Loud were doing a whole lot for 2.5 minutes in that round, and then kills started flying in. The first one, of course, coming onto Vidiking. That was the long angle from Cigar. Then Daffodil, who was posted up on the cocktail windows, got a big kill. Then it was Perez, the next one to answer, who was sitting outside on the piano windows. So for me, it just felt like they got that one initial pick as SDK got the long angle shot onto Vidiking, and then everybody on FaZe Clan just felt like they had to start moving. They got a little nervous. They had to start making swings, try to equalize that man count back, but the more they swung, the more Loud were able to punish. So really patient and slow and steady round from Loud, not the type of round you'd typically expect from a team like this who has a history of being a bit more explosive, but maybe showing off a bit of a new pace to their attacks. You know, Fresh said it on the game, like, this team has been a little bit, been struggling a little bit on their attacks. I guess that was FaZe, but Loud as well. Not been the best attacking team so far in South America. So this is something where if they're changing up their playstyle a little bit, it could lead to good results.
Absolutely. That first round was a bit of a messy affair. The final push coming in with 35 seconds left is something that we used to see way back in the day when certain operators were a little bit stronger, Mute Mozzie being a key part of it. We also had that utility clear meta where you saw lots of castle, you had lots of bulletproof gadgets, Maestro Evil Eye cams, Banshees, and you also had all the deployable shields. One of the operators that received a change is Goyo, who you just saw his canister get blown up by the Twitch drone of STK. That's a very common spot for planting. We actually saw it be used multiple times as a planting spot in the Los Nip game that started off our day. Keep a Goyo canister there, stop them when they try to plant. That's excellent, but already it's been cleared away, and that's good value from the Twitch drone of STK.
Despite that, I don't think you're too eager to fight if you're FaZe Clan. Last round, Loud were very, very slow on their push, and they didn't have to clear any floors above the bomb site. Now they've got 2 to clear out, so I think if you're FaZe, you let them take that time. Once they get to the site, they've still got to clear through 2 Browse, which are going to slow down the breach on the hatch. They're going to have to clear out Kibas, which will be protected by Wamais. I do like the Twitch work, as you mentioned, clearing out Goyos already and Magnets as well, potentially, if they found any in the site. So Loud do have good answers, and it doesn't feel like they've taken too long to clear these top couple of floors. I don't mind at all where they're at the moment. It's really going to come down to this execute. I don't expect FaZe Clan are going to do anything too aggressive in the next minute or 45 seconds. This VIP player often the first to go down, and again, it's a weird swing by Cyber, a risk he doesn't need to take, and STK gets the better of him.
There's a Nitro cell as well to keep numbers even as KDS is there and amidst the fire and the flames that almost blow up in the face of STK. There's a big pick. FaZe Clan really suffering through it. I know Fama kind of joked on the desk about how, we already saw one attacker-sided cafe. What's another, right? Well, we are hurtling towards that at the moment as Loud are poised to take their second round, doing so on attack both times. I spoke a little bit about Jaeger taking over Wamai's role in a lot of ways. Well, Vidiking will run the Wamai and have him close enough right now. Over in VIP, watching over towards delivery. STK punished by Handy, who's doing double duty by Whiskey. This is a good setup by FaZe Clan. They are completely spread out. And it looks like they might be able to greet all these remaining players of Loud in very, very strong positions.
And not great plant denial, though. Hey, how do they stop this Monty? If the cover from above is strong, they don't have any nitros, no smoke on the board, no echo either. If this plant starts, I don't know how they stop it.
It'll be up to Bassetto. Live and Daffodil, both will watch now as FaZe Clan walks into the bomb site, but Daffodil still has control from above, fighting from behind. It's Vidiking. He shuts down Live. Bassetto falls off of the defuse. He's not able to get the plant down. 5 seconds remaining, and now it's all up to Vidiking to just stay alive. Attempting an engagement. He removes the head of Daffodil and runs for home. Can he get to the Monty in time? He falls off the diffuser, and now the shield break will need to come in. Vidiking versus Basetto in a position where Vidiking himself has been before. Can he now do what was not successful against him? Fighting hopelessly as that timer continues to tick away. Basetto playing this one so well, squaring up his body. Vidiking doing some serious damage, but Basetto still at the halfway mark. A desperate attempt. Just about 10 seconds left to find a golden opportunity. Both of these players fighting for their lives. Vidiking realizes it's do or die, and he will hop on the diffuser. No, with not enough time left. It doesn't matter. He got there a bit too slow, and excellently played by Basetto.
Wow, Basetto on the Monty. Vidiking often thought of as the Monty King down in Brazil, but Basetto shows him what is possible with that operator. Basetto has statistically looked like a player who has struggled this stage. He's minus 15 overall on his KDR, but as the hard support, as the primary shield player, primary planter, he enables everyone else on Loud to do what they do best. He currently leads the league in plants. That will bring him up to 6 total defuse kits put on the ground this stage. Really good shield play. It's not easy to consistently be backing up like that. You've got to not run into anything, otherwise it's going to be a better angle for Vidiking to get a rotation on you. Then you've got to constantly be moving that shield around you as you constantly get shield broken, so your shield's moving out of the way, so you got to twist your body so the shield is no longer out of the way. Wow, that was really impressive stuff from Basetto. I also expected him to just keep holding F inside of Coffee. You know, when Vidiking was first making his push during the plant, he came from VIP kind of in through Freezer, and he got a big pick. He killed the guy that was covering Basetto. And at that point, I thought if Basetto just keeps holding F, well, Vidi's just going to run at him. But Basetto pulls off that defuse kit, manages to get a kill inside the site onto somebody else, leaving then Vidiking in the 1vx situation where, I mean, Vidiking did all that he could, but Basetto just too good in the 1v1. What a fun round to start us off on Cafe. We've been questioning why Loud would start an attack, but it's clear they've got some tricks.
You can just imagine the desperation on the side of Vidiking. He knows shields very well. I think he knows his way around a Monty probably better than most people do. Loud just had him beat. And sometimes that's all it is. You can have the best strategy in the world. You can have all the right operators. You can drone everything out. And all it takes is for you to misread. I wouldn't even say misread. He just simply didn't know where the plant was going down. And by the time he got there, the Monty was fully extended. And it was a bit too much for him to deal with. An excellent display of skill from both, but ultimately Loud comes out ahead. And as we guessed, it's a attacker-sided Cafe yet again.
Well, mining dining will be our next bomb site, Parker, and already it looks like Loud are looking to get in decently quick. Cigar control taken at the moment, Red fully under their control as well. You don't need a whole lot of top floor pressure if you're attacking this site. It will be given to them for free if they want it. FaZe Clan have completely vacated the top floor, so that will allow Loud to maybe take a bit more space than they otherwise would have wanted to. This can let them clear across. If they want to late round now, they can go for a push down the white stairs to maybe get into dining that way. Maybe offers them a little bit more options, but FaZe Clan, they've clearly done this for a reason. They're going to have Cyber down on the bottom floor, trying to play on that Solus to deny a plant from below. They're going to have Vidiking as well down there, who could maybe go for a rotate up or just use those Evil Eyes. There's not a ton of good util on the side of Loud to clear out Evil Eyes, other than, I guess, the nades on Perez. So that could end up being a really big problem. If this is another late push for Loud, there is a lot of util in the pocket of FaZe to stop the plants.
You don't prime the nades anymore, so holding it for any degree of time does nothing to change the detonation timer, but it does allow you an opportunity to line things up perfectly. And nades are mostly used now to just displace certain operators and clean up gadgets. They're not used for kills as much as they used to be. You still find the odd kill here or there, especially if somebody's tucked into a corner. If you want to displace them and there's nowhere for them to go, well, then I suppose killing is the only real alternative. Still, you bring them, you can clear them out. That means you don't need to bring somebody like a Zoph or an Ashe with any type of long-range destruction, even a Kali as well, or Ace and Hibana in a pinch. Missed opportunity there for STK as his reflexes are just a bit too slow. There was a run on the stairs, and the Soulless of Cyber is able to get away. KDS with the very first kill, and Cyber goes back for more. He finds both inside the bomb site, and the time runs out. Goodness gracious. FaZe Clan just waiting it out, and the attackers finally lose one. FaZe Clan on the board in round 3.
All right, great round from Cyber that time around. You know, he knew he was being held on the hatch. That's a very common angle to be held. He probably got droned early in that round, so they knew he was playing around red stairs. He had to sprint past the angle to get into the hallway where he could finally deny that plant, and then, of course, hit the shots beautifully as well. What you want to see from FaZe Clan, answering back. Loud have played very slow attacks so far today. They've been taking their time to clear out different parts of the map. FaZe had a bit of a weird strat where they said, we're going to give you all of top floor. We're going to let you take your time. We're going to let you take this space without contesting you too much because we know we've got good cameras inside the site. We know we've got players down below that can answer. We've got good pressure around the map. They will call their attack timeout, clearly not feeling too good about how this game has gone so far. Maybe reliving some memories from their last matchup when they lost 7-2 to Black Dragons last week. That game was the single worst scoreline that FaZe have put up in 47 straight games over the last few months, stretching back, of course, into last season. The last time that FaZe lost 7-2, other than their game against Black Dragons, was against Loud at the BR Finals at the end of last year. They were E1 at the time, but the same core of players. So they know a thing or two about going down to this team, even though Loud haven't necessarily had the same success that we've seen from them at the end of last season. They are a threat, and FaZe Clan will know that better than most.
Very early timeout called, and a bit of a worrying sign. Teams only get one timeout per map. That's it. It's not like they get one on each side. So now that FaZe Clan's used it, that is it. Should things go from bad to worse for FaZe Clan, there's not really much they can do. There have been times where teams will win a round and then you call a timeout and you have to wonder a bit why. And I was actually reading an article earlier today. It's the NHL draft this weekend. You and I as Canadians have to make at least one NHL reference broadcast. It's actually in our citizenship clause. Not Rainbow Six citizenship, Canadian citizenship. Basically, it was talking about sometimes the dedication that top players and coaches and general managers have. It was after a team had just won a playoff series, and the general manager basically came in and was like, I know you all are celebrating, but there are a lot of things I'm really unhappy with. We'll deal with them tomorrow. And it's just like, if I was a player and I just won a playoff series and I was excited about it, and I have somebody above me come in and be like, yeah, I know you think you did a great job, but actually you were kind of bad. Let's fix this. A bit of a mood killer here. You can win a round and still have a coach look at what happened and say, there's still things we need to fix. Even if we won the round, let's call a timeout.
Part of it as well, I think, is we're going into the second quarter of this game. New bans are coming out. You're going to repeat the bomb sites that you lost in rounds 1 and 2. If you have stuff to talk about rounds 1 and 2 as a coach, maybe you wait until now to talk about it, because there's no point talking about it before round 3 if you know you're not going back to the same site. Can sometimes make the difference to the defending team as well. It chose to ban out the Valkyrie, chosen to ban out the Monty on the other side, so still taking out some shields for Loud, and then of course one of the best cam ops in the game, the Valk 2, which was quite effective in that previous round of Mining Dining. Even more of these Maestro cams coming out. That'll be a whiffed nade. The nades were pretty effective in clearing out those Maestros last round, but now that it's on the top floor, it's a little bit tougher. Logic bombs will temporarily disable them, but it's not going to be too much. Information as well down here in Train. STK is looking to get this pick onto the isolated player. It's handy down on that first floor with him.
A lot of quiet here between these two teams. A very slowly paced series, especially in comparison to the two that came before it. Were it not for Furia and W7M as our next match, I would say that this one is our game of the day. But I mean, let's be frank. Furia playing up against their old org, Palu seeing new life on W7M, Volps playing on W7M as well. There's a lot of storylines going into that one, and both teams are pretty good at the moment. So this one will surely be exciting. I'm expecting big moves between both teams, especially when FaZe Clan goes on to attack, but I am licking my chops at Furia and W7M up next. Loud continuing their reign of terror now, Jesse, as they've taken 2 off of the board. Vidiking will be the only person on FaZe that's firing back, as Souls piloting this clash has taken an awful lot of damage. for a clash, of course. That's roughly about 30% of her HP. The remainder of Loud is still upright. They've got 2 death marks in pocket for Live and explosives in pocket as well, as the smokes from Basetto will ideally give coverage for Loud. Forces Souls to put down that shield and now take matters into his own hands, as there's some protection right there. Perez dies to KDS as they trade out. Vidiking, the only kill so far for his team, but all of Loud is on the board and KDS is continuing. Now he finds his second kill in this round, and he will need to go big as Basetto gets Diffuser down. Daffodil is still alive. Basetto softened up, but he wins the duel with the brand new M80 skin you can buy in store right now. Loud back to their winning ways. 3-1 the scoreline for the attackers.
I love the movement from KDS in the 1v2. You noticed how he played really close up to the ledge. That's because he was avoiding the player covering from the skylight. Just kind of whiffed his shots at the end there, unfortunately. Could have forced it into a 1v1 in a dominating position. But for me, that round kind of comes back to the roam clear. You know, Handy was down inside of Train, known about that entire time. And at first, Loud didn't know how to handle it, right? They were holding the angle, trying to bait Handy to move for so long down below. STK kept on holding him. They popped some fire extinguishers to try to bait him to move. No matter what, Handy wouldn't move. Eventually, they said, all right, screw it. Let's just throw a Deimos down below the site then and start causing some chaos. And so as soon as there's a Deimos below Cocktail shooting the feet of your Clash, well, now you're the sole roaming guy. You got to do something. The second Handy makes a move. He goes down. He falls to 1-4 now. The reigning SI MVP was negative in back-to-back games last week. He is hoping to avoid his third negative match in a row, but he's not off to a very hot start, Parker. 1-4 for what is sometimes referred to as the best player in the world. Not really where you need to be.
I mean, he's on Cafe. So, I mean, where do you need him to...
I would need him to actually come into Cafe, because right now he's just spectating.
You know, the players will listen to this broadcast and be very upset, and then you'll probably get a mean tweet or two.
I'm sure they're not listening to the English broadcast, to be honest.
You never know.
All right.
You have no idea. Have you ever talked to them? Have you ever asked them?
I have talked with Handy a little bit. He's a pretty chill guy. I don't think he'll mind.
Okay. Well, for my sake, I hope so. I mean, we already got the Come to Brazil reference on the desk earlier today. You don't. If Brazil wants you to go there, you don't want to go there. It means bad things, Jesse. I don't know if you are aware of this.
I went to Brazil. I thought it was lovely.
When they say come to Brazil, it's not a warm invitation. It's a threat. I mean, we joke around about the chatter on social media, but I will say I have enjoyed the country and I've enjoyed all of the events when I've been present in Brazil. People will often ask, did you like Sao Paulo or Rio better? And I honestly don't have an answer. Sao Paulo is a giant city and I quite enjoy it, but Rio's like tropics and beaches kind of spoke to me a little more, but the food is excellent no matter where you go.
I would love to check out Brasilia, the capital of Brazil. Would be a cool place to go one day. And in this game, we actually have the only 2 Brasilia-based players in the lobby, with Vidiking and Perez both hailing from the capital of Brazil. That's of the data I have. There might be more, but I don't have complete location data on Brazilian players, unfortunately. That's our fun fact of the day while we're waiting.
I'm glad you just used it on that, so I don't have to hear any more of this nonsense about islands from you again. If I have to endure another "these people live on islands" little thing you do, I will probably jump in the ocean and you'll never see me again. So
you could jump off an island to get into the ocean if you really wanted to.
There is quite literally an island that I can get to in 20 minutes, which is Toronto Island.
You're tempting me here, Parker. You're really... This could be bad.
We're not starting the island talk. Again, the pacing of these rounds has been so slow, very lethargic, as Loud fight their way through the setup that FaZe Clan has. Despite the slow pacing, though, Jesse, Loud has come out on top 3 of these 4 rounds, so things are clearly working for them. They'll come to blows in just a matter of seconds, as every player in the lobby is still alive with 25 seconds to go. And a drop now into Freezer, covered by smoke, as Basetto is looking for an opening. Fire will go off and it'll give clear passage for Handy to work his way back in. Cyber and Vidiking swept off. Loud clobbering FaZe Clan. Everybody falling. KDS last alive. Loud were looking for a flawless round to start off this series. They did not get it. They won't get it again as KDS drags Daffodil down. But he's punished by Perez as Loud puts FaZe Clan on ice. 4-1. An attacker-sided cafe is a fantastic thing to see, and Loud is very happy for it.
It doesn't get much prettier than that. This game really starting to resemble the first match of the day. We had NIP versus Los, and in that game, Los were getting a lot of good attacking rounds, and NIP weren't doing a whole lot in the early game to disrupt them. It's something our analysts touched on. It's something we talked about as well, where in that NIP Los game, most of the opening picks came in the last 60, 45, 30 seconds of the round. And on Cafe, that happens from time to time, but it was the consistency in NIP versus Los, and again, here in Loud versus FaZe, where it just feels like Loud are able to take so much of their time, and FaZe don't have a whole lot that they can do to disrupt that. In that round, they again choose to play all 5 players down on the first floor. They let Loud set up for a full 2 minutes. They let them breach open the floorboards. They let them clear out utility in the site. They let them flash out the VIP player before he can do anything so that they can smoke and get into the bomb site. I mean, everything that Loud want to do, they're doing it flawlessly, and they've got 2 minutes to set it all up once again. It just feels like Loud are being given the opportunity to succeed, and they're capitalizing on it every single time.
Yeah, I mean, when we talk about slow rounds and stuff like that, it's always referred to as, at least by the people who watch, or at least understood to be, almost like we're being dismissive of their efforts. You know, oh, you took 2 minutes and 40 seconds to pull off and execute. Surely you must be quite slow. If FaZe Clan were winning all these rounds, you're damn right that we would be turning around and being like, Loud are way too slow. They're taking way too long, and they're not finding anything for it, except the result and the outcome are what change our talk of these strategies. If Loud is taking 2 minutes and 30 seconds to pull off and execute, and then are pulling it off impressively well every time, which is what we've seen in 4 of these 5 rounds, then it's not that they're taking too long, they're actually taking the perfect amount of time. Where the roamers are, they're isolating them. They're taking utility. FaZe Clan is setting up layer after layer after layer of utility, and Loud is just cutting through it expertly. And Loud is doing it through most rounds with a lot of drones remaining. It's one thing I've noticed through all of these 6 rounds, now since technically we're in the 6th round, that Loud is not suffering through intel. Doesn't matter what lineup FaZe Clan brings. Loud is aware of where they are, and the drones are getting into great spots.
It's going to be a rush coming pretty quick here. STK going to hop up the freezer. Basetto going to run down the red stairs for Diffuse Kit. STK more of a distraction than anything, because Diffuse Kit's going to come over towards mining instead of inside of restaurants. They'll take their time, they'll drone things out, and here comes the push.
Well, there went the push. Basetto getting Diffuser down, waiting for somebody to shut him down in the process. Loud with the opening pick onto Vidaking, and now Basetto will die for his troubles. Both teams back to a 4-4 right in the midst of the smoke. Souls attempting the counter disable, but Daffodil is wise to his tricks and leaves KDS as the next line of defense. There is a fire extinguisher over top of the case that they can use to conceal him should he hop onto the kit. All the focus for FaZe Clan at the moment is to shut down these players outside of the bomb site. Time running away. Nobody on FaZe Clan wise enough to hop onto it. And Loud's now been forced back. As finally KDS hops on, they shut him down as Daffodil has a huge round. It's him and Handy in a 1v1, but the clock strikes 0. There was no chance that Handy would be able to pull off the disable with the clock being what it was, and Daffodil still alive and firing through the smoke. Loud take the round. A statement first half. 5-1 over FaZe Clan.
Somehow even worse than their last matchup, where they at least got a 4-2 half against Black Dragons. Only one to be held. That last round, not an easy one for Loud to win. That post plant not free, with the smoke coming out from the fire extinguisher that you mentioned. The Kiba barriers as well made that a really tough post plant to pull off. But Daffo, my God, stepping up with huge picks in the late round, making sure he is perfectly positioned. Another one of those players, of course, used to go by Daffodil, shortened it recently to Daffo. A lot of economists look at that as a recession indicator, but it doesn't seem to matter. When they're going up 5-1, Daffo is hitting his shots.
Shut up about the recession.
Saying the signs are there.
Basetto also shortened his name. So how many players are you going to be like, we are in an economic crisis, they are selling off parts of their names?
We are, at the moment, I should say, at the exact midpoint of the South American regular season. We are at the play day number 5, match number 3, halftime point here as well. FaZe Clan would like to hope that we are at the very least. It looks like this might not last 6 more rounds, but you never know.
Located by attackers. 10 seconds left before insertion. 5 seconds to insert.
For a second there, I saw the name Bass, and I was like, is it Bass or Bass? And then I was like, wait, that's Bassetto. There is I watch the other broadcasts. I listen to how people pronounce it. There is almost always variations in the way that people say certain names. 9Z versus 9Z was a good example of that. I've heard people say 9Z before. DZ. Nobody says DZ. Always DZ.
That rhymes, though.
But yes. I think that might have been a branding consideration. But either way.
We could call them 9Zine if we wanted them to rhyme.
Really don't need to get that deep into it, but whenever you're casting new teams or a new region, there's always I don't want to say a bit of worry, but I think in private conversations I've had with a lot of people who do our job, there's always a concern that you're going to say something in a comical way that might be normalized. Felipox versus Felipox is probably like the most common one. It's Felipox. I always said Felipox, but his name is Felipe. I mean, Felipe.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
But I mean, you look at some of these names and you're like, wait a minute, who is this? I saw Bassetto, and for but a brief second, I casted literally every single Raza Company Academy game that existed. You and I did at SI, if you recall.
Yeah.
Just thought to myself, wait a minute, Bass, who's that? Oh, I'm not the sharpest tool in the shed today, I see. By the way, while we were talking, that was an excellent piano clear. They just took out almost all of the line of defenses that Loud had over by Bathroom. Now, obviously, it's not finding as much success. You can take away the utility, but you still have to win your gunfights. Live, not wanting a gunfight. He uses a nitro cell. KDS bullets are the first to find a target. It's on a Daffodil. Both teams will lose one. Daffodil was sensational in the previous round. A vault in from KDS with Bailiff and Hamdego's STK, and Souls will fall. KDS is having a monstrous game. He breaks double digits and will be the first person in the server to do that. A huge juxtaposition here. Jesse, KDS on 10 kills, Souls on 0. Again, Souls on those support roles. He will need to get some kills based on the score line for FaZe Clan to have a better chance, but it's not dire, not yet.
That's a big pick from Bassetto. Managed to clear out Cyber, so it's now equal. There's still 50 seconds. Lots of time for FaZe to play with. That's why Loud are trying to group up a little bit. They want to get trades if they do end up going down.
KDS has been reduced to pretty much smithereens at this point. The staying power from Loud is all gone. You've just got 2 of these flex ops still remaining in Malusi and in Valkyrie. Live taking one down, and KDS will need to go even bigger than he already has. He's had multiple multi-kill rounds, and he can hear the Valkyrie, but his attention is elsewhere. And Bassetto turns from the cocktail bar to pick apart what little he could see. Loud, triumphant on their very first defense. And if you're FaZe Clan, you were hoping that is the only defensive round Loud is going to win, because Loud is on match point.
Loud have been so good about playing these disadvantaged situations really strong. You know, they were in a 2v3. Looked like KDS was taking over that round, but what do? They group up. They go for little swings to get that equalized man count, force it into a 2v2. You know where Cyber is? Is it a risky gunfight to take? To swing him on the window? Absolutely. But you have to take it? Also, yes. They recognize that on the side of Loud. They took risks when it was necessary, and they managed to pull a round back that they really had no business winning. Parker, you talked about the discrepancy in kills on FaZe Clan. Souls at 0, KDS at 10. This is maybe what we're used to from FaZe historically, but this stage has not really been the case. KDS has been on a bit of a bad trajectory. His best performance so far of the South American League was their opening game against ENX. Then he's gotten a worse rating every single game since that point. I imagine that stat will be broken here today, but I don't know if he'll take too much joy in that. Meanwhile, Souls, usually not the highlight player you think about on FaZe Clan, but he has been the MVP of FaZe in all of the 3 previous games that they've played. He has been the guy stepping up more often than not. I know Debo on the cast has really been talking up Souls and how well he's been playing, and absolutely is deserved. Today we're not seeing it though. Maybe on some more supportive roles, maybe not able to click with the rest of the team, not able to get a handle on what Loud are doing today.
I am stunned at this result. Loud is obviously not a bad team in the slightest, but I did not expect it to be quite this one-sided. I don't think any of us did, frankly. I mean, I think you observe these two teams, you look at where they are in the standings. Loud, again, was a team that got a great deal of airtime because of the fact that 3 of the 4 teams that we covered in matches 1 and 2 had already played against them. Loud is a very average team. They sit in 6th. Their round differential's a -1. For all intents and purposes, they are exactly the even team. Furia, I guess, is really close as well, but we know Furia's pedigree. Loud are a team that haven't had the same sustained success. So the fact that they are doing this against FaZe Clan, I mean, Jesse, you hate on FaZe Clan all the time. It looks like you're being completely vindicated here. KDS, though, who had a great round previously, walks in and annihilates Daffodil. Perez will swing and take out Cyber. Live dies at KDS's hands. That's yet another player as he now moves over to Coat Check. And FaZe Clan have great control over the side portion of this map by Coat Check, by Whiskey, and by Brown Stairs.
Backpack's getting heavy. I don't know if KDS can keep carrying, but they are in another man advantage. Didn't stop Loud last time. I still like their positions. Look how they're grouped up, able to set up crossfires, and Perez wins the swing. Basetto another, SDK a third. KDS has to do it all again in the 1v3.
I mean, try as he might, it looks at this point like it's just pure stat padding as he has all 3 kills. 13 kills to his name. The rest of his team has 10. KDS certainly keeping his team in this, but how many of those kills have been high impact? Because it's do or die now. Loud looking for all 3 points. Shutting down KDS will not be easy, but Loud are desperate to get those points, desperate to move up in the standings to try and catch these top teams. FaZe Clan, one of those teams above them, and boy, oh boy, what it would be for Loud to take them all away. KDS has something to say about that, though. Looking for a 5th to keep his team in it. He just needs the ace. It's all up to Basetto. Potentially with Yokai Drone still in play. Basetto isolated due to the fire. He'll wander through it, and KDS gets the ace to save FaZe Clan. My God! They have no right to stay in it. But one of the finest plays that we've seen in Brazil in so long, and KDS denies Loud victory.
Listen, they don't call them the GOATs for no reason. This FaZe Clan team, even when things look absolutely impossible, you can never count them out. KDS has been single-handedly dragging his team through this game, and he does it again in round 8. It was a beautiful round by KDS. You know, he hit the shots he had to. He seemed to have perfect information on where those players were. Not necessarily that he had direct info, but was calling that based on what he knew, was able to figure out where everybody was at, took the 1v1s as they were given to them, hit exactly the shots he needed to. The rest of this team still needs to step up. He's not going to be able to put up aces for the next 4 rounds. He's a great player, but I don't know if he's got 20 more kills back to back in him. The rest of the team needs to get motivated off to that. They need to get a little bit of energy in this team. You cannot let yourself go down 7-2 again up against a team like Loud. Hopefully that changes things and lights a fire for FaZe.
Okay. I don't really have the correct words for the clip we just saw whatsoever. Like, genuinely, I'm speechless. I am speechless. KDS coming alive again. The gulf between the two of them will only, the gulf between KDS and non-KDS players will only continue to grow. 15 kills for KDS, 10 kills for the rest of his team.
Ridiculous.
Meanwhile, the lowest kill tally on Loud is 7 at the moment, which is higher than everybody on FaZe except for KDS.
Yeah. This is a ridiculous photo of statistics. I mean, if FaZe Clan managed to win the game at this point with really only 1 player performing in the server, it'll be a crazy comeback. But it tells the story of these teams, right? On Loud, everybody is playing together. They're a real unit when it comes to the pushes they had in the first half and on these holds as well. Even when things look bad, they're pulling it back. And for FaZe, I mean, nobody's here except KDS. Now in this top floor clear, it's going to be Daff and Live that are playing top together. They want to get a couple of opening picks. Desk talked about it. Defensive entries are really an area where they've struggled this season. Not so much in this game, but they can still got to answer back.
I mean, if your sole goal is to try and crush their spirits, then I think you can get pretty close to it from that. exact instance between them. Live will die first, and FaZe Clan have a rarity, which is an opening pick, and it's uncontested. No trade back from Loud at this point. There's harassment going on now for Daffodil, who manages to get away safely. The one thing that you can say about Loud that you can about FaZe is that losing one player is not the end of the world. With FaZe Clan, if KDS goes down, you have to wonder, all these players can take over a round. Souls included, who's still searching for his first kill, but with the way this game is going, it's basically KDS go kill, and that is effectively the strategy for FaZe, at least at this point.
Just under a minute to go. Nitro cell in the pocket of Daff could be massive. Playing a bit of a weird spot. Usually see the Nitro maybe a little bit farther back, playing in and around Laundry, but he's quite tucked up, so he can absolutely kill a planter if he needs to.
Heard Handy making a ruckus. Posted up and might get Bassetto. If Bassetto doesn't look in the right direction, there's two players now, both coming through reading door. Fire will keep them at bay, and they all drop. Oh, Bassetto could have lined them up and knocked down three FaZe players like dominoes, but he completely misses. FaZe Clan now sweeping through Loud. KDS's kills could have been the turning point, as they got an ace in the previous round, denied a flawless finish at the hands of Daffodil, but still around victories around victory, and FaZe Clan have stitched two in a row.
Buckle up, this game's getting interesting. It's not over till it's over, and FaZe Clan, they know that. Wasn't that long ago, a year and a half at this point, where they were on the receiving end of the greatest comeback in Siege history. They know what it's like to choke. They'd love to be on the other end of that coin for once, and so this is going to be where they start to pull things back. As we mentioned right at the start, they called their TAC timeout after round 3, so they don't get their chance to talk to their coach. They don't get the chance talk with Raffadel, who is still coaching this team as he has been for years now. They need to just rely on each other. If there are any players you would want to rely on to bring it back from this point, it would be the most experienced team in the South American League. And with that, they'll get another opportunity to talk with their coach. It's the Loud TAC timeout instead, so they will have that opportunity to discuss how they're going to keep rolling this forward.
I love taking this tactical timeout early rather than later. Yes, it does allow FaZe Clan to speak, and it does allow FaZe Clan to communicate all the same. But one thing that I like about this is it prevents the game from getting out of control and that ball rolling down the hill to a point where it is just simply too hard to stop it. You've got plenty of game left. You've got 3 rounds. Call the timeout now, assess the problem, and if you can't put it into action in the next round, try to put it in action the round after. I much prefer they call the timeout now than lose 3 rounds, have it be 6-4 or even 6-5, and then have them call the timeout, where they'd only have one opportunity to act upon the things that they see as being failures. Again, you see a team on defense, on Cafe, most of the time you're going to say louder laughing. Not the case. Right now, only 2 rounds have been won by the defenders. It is an attacker-sided Cafe, as we saw in our very first match. It is carried over now to Loud and FaZe Clan. Obviously, it's not the same. It's like the map is any kind of voodoo magic or anything like that that's preventing the defenders from doing well. But today, both Cafes have been horrifically defender-sided. So for Loud, you're already on the wrong side of the bomb sites. You're on the wrong side of the map. You need to figure out what is going wrong. You should not have allowed KDS to take those many individual engagements a couple rounds ago, but shake that off. Worry about strategy. Buckle up, because FaZe Clan are a team where when you let them in the game, they will slaughter you if given the opportunity.
Real test. One of the first real tests, I should say, for GDN, the coach of Loud, one of those guys who's been a professional player since the very beginning down in Brazil. Just recently swapped over to the coach role for Raza Company Academy at SI. It was his first time ever coaching a team at this last 6 Invitational. Obviously led Loud to a top 6 finish where they really overperformed expectations. This might be a tougher game, though, a tougher comeback than anything they played against at SI. This is certainly going to be one of the more difficult spots. If you can just get your team back on track, stop this momentum from FaZe Clan, be a big boon, but much easier said than done. Mining Dining will be our next bomb site to try to lock this down on the side of Loud. Really excellent drone game from FaZe Clan. They started the previous round with a big opening pick on the top floor, and they're looking for another one here onto Live.
KDS will not just have his own abilities this time, he'll also have the aid of his lion gadget, so not only will he be able to gain information from it, but the rest of his team too. We are still on kill watch for Souls, as Handy got the first kill in the round before this, will now do so yet again. This is a really terrific Valcam, by the way, that seemed to have the read on Souls, his position at the top of red stairs, dropping that hatch. The rest of his team assembled over towards the white stairs side, as there go a bunch of grenades tossed in. Loud having to adeptly move out of that way. Halfway point of the round, and Loud still in the driver's seat. But the last 2 rounds show that FaZe Clan are far from dead.
They're happy to take their time. FaZe always have been. Use this vertical destruction. Souls up above. Doesn't have a kill yet, but can still do a lot of good util work. He's not the type of guy to get tilted. Finds Perez for an angle and finished off by Handy. This coordination. One player spots it, the other gets the kill. That's what separates FaZe Clan in these times of extremely high stress. They keep talking to each other. They keep communicating. That seems to never falter for a team like FaZe. They've only got to find 3 more kills, 60 seconds to do it. Somebody on Loud needs to do something aggressive to make this move, and it might just be Basetto.
Andy and Cyber showing a far greater will to live in the second half, as down goes Basetto at the hands of Souls, who's finally on the board. It only took 10 rounds for him to get there. STK punished for it, and now it's Daffodil who can hit them like a truck. Nitro Cell goes off. Nade will bounce on in. He's trying to keep away from the indicator, but there's not a lot of room left for him to go. Handy, who started the killing, will end the killing. FaZe Clan mounting an incredible run at this point in time, and overtime getting closer and closer by the moment.
You know, after KDS's ace, I said somebody's got to keep getting fired up on FaZe. They've got to find a reaction to that, and clearly they have. Handy, a massive play to be able to step up. He's been so consistent in these opening picks ever since he got his teammate got that huge ace. KDS and Handy have been playing together for quite a long time on FaZe. They are technically the 2 newest members of this team, but I mean the 5 players on the squad have been together for so long. The experience they have with each other, the grand finals that they've been in, the many grand finals have forged those bonds, and now you're starting to see how just one player making a step up, one player firing everybody up, can start to get action on every other player. This is by no means going to be easy from Loud, and now I almost favor FaZe Clan to take the rest of this game. They have firmly grabbed control.
I'm feeling it. I see our talent chat. They're talking about it. They're like, overtime's definitely coming. Overtime is definitely coming. But now that we've said this out loud, I feel like we have now cursed them, and Loud will either win this round or the next round, and that will be it. And hearts of FaZe Clan fans will shatter. You know that there's some people on that Rainbow Six Pro League subreddit that we visit from time to time who are devoted FaZe Clan fans that went a little silent after the stunning loss at SI last year. That reverse sweep in the final map where FaZe sat on match point for what felt like 4 hours. One of the greatest, if not the greatest match of Rainbow Six that we've ever seen. I mean, they just won SI, the most recent SI. So they had the final laugh, the last laugh. They're a team that has been at the top of this game for half a decade at this point. One of the most successful orgs in the history of Rainbow Six Siege, and they've had a revolving door of players. There's been some consistency, but almost every iteration of FaZe has been very good. Almost, you could say, every iteration of FaZe has been a top 5 team in the world. This one, obviously, they have their hands full against Loud, but they're still a great team despite what you say about them, Jesse.
Okay. KDS is 4th operator on attack. He's really been playing the gauntlet, getting a lot of good value out of this Flores now. Obviously, up against the Azami, going to be a really important operator to take. Also against the Malusi, you can get a lot of good value with that. Clear out some of the bars inside a cafe as well on the top floor. Their focus is on STK at the moment. He's really been using his Keep a Barrier as well to get around this. Cyber is doing his best, but against an Azami, there's not a whole lot you can do, except hope they maybe mess up and you catch them on a weird angle. Piano still not really in control of FaZe Clan. Bomb site is top floor. They might just be looking to send it. Where's Fuse at the point? It looks like it still needs to come into red, still needs to enter in through Piano, so they've got a lot of work to do.
Those same nades that they've dumped inside a cocktail will continue to go. We said how it was mostly used to clear utility, but oh my god! Multiple anvils dropped on the head of Loud, and it will punish both Daffodil and Bassetto, who will be as short-lived in this round as their names would suggest. Cyber and Vidaking both down for the count now as well, and Handy 2 means it's a 2v2. This is very winnable, and this is the best round that we've seen from Loud in about 10 minutes. KDS reduced to ashes, and it's Souls, who just got on the scoreboard a couple rounds ago to save it for FaZe Clan. I fear that we might have jinxed this match, Jesse. Not that we have that power, but FaZe Clan were on an impressive run. Souls tries to keep it alive against these two players from Loud, but right now they're not giving him anything. He'll have 15 seconds to twist in the wind and approach the last players, but he'll live, and Live will get the final pick to give Loud all 3 points. You gotta hand it to FaZe Clan. They almost pulled off the comeback, but Loud rebuffed them and take 3 full points.
It came close to be able to continue that comeback too. I mean, if KDS doesn't go down to the Nitro Cell in the 2v2, I bet you that looks a lot different. But credit to Loud. I mean, keeping your composure, especially after the attack timeout, not a simple task. They had a lot of pressure on them in that second half. They just needed 1 round. That seemed to be the hardest one to get, but they got there in the end. They closed it out. That 5-1 first half against FaZe Clan eventually pays off.
Yeah, I mean, if there's a team that's going to be able to pull a comeback, it's FaZe Clan. I mean, all the comments about their choke, quote unquote, against at W7M/Furia Squad back at SI last year aside, this is a team that can hang with the best of them. And they are an incredible squad against Loud, a team that was middle of the pack. I don't think people expected Loud to be as good in this matchup as they were. But that's predictions from you and I. What do we think Leo and Jack think about the results? And Gassan too. Let's ask him his opinion as well.
Thank you so much, Parker Jesse. Thank you so much, Parker Jesse. It is very rare that anybody asks me for my opinion, if I'm here to say it. But I don't think my opinion really matters in this case. I think Leo, maybe there's something you would like to say to Jesse.
Is FaZe still the best team in the world, Jesse? I don't think so. Can we stop to get worried now? Can we stop to get worried? They did lose 3 matches out of 5 at Reload. I'm just saying this, you know. But no, in general.
And now that's 2 in a row as well.
Yeah. Honestly, focus on the positives. Loud took FaZe to Cafe, starting in attack, won 5 rounds out of 6. And how did they do so? They planted 5 times out of 6. Once again, that game style of playing slow, methodical, being the Virtus Pro of Brazil. It worked. But why did it work? And this is my biggest issue here with FaZe. Look at the operators they are playing. They gave everything away, all the zone control to Loud for free almost every single round. Look at this lineup. They're playing Tubero, Goyo. The Goyo dies in the first minute. Why are they still picking? The win condition of the utility from FaZe was to deny the plant every single time, was to give away the control and play towards the late round. But systematically, they were moving early, losing bodies, not playing to their utility. On the very first round, the Echo dies. And so that's my biggest worry, is Loud were incredible in these attack rounds because they were given so much space to execute properly. And even then, the direct take on mining was amazing. Honestly, Loud took a huge gamble and executed it so perfectly. It's actually really nice to see.
That was one of the things that we speculated about as well in the pregame, was in terms of the decision to start attack on Cafe is always a bold one. But when it pays off, it really does set yourselves up for success, right? You know, when you're 5-1, as we see Loud here, they get the 5-1 split. It only takes that first round on the defense. You get that other line, suddenly you're 6-1. You've guaranteed yourself points. You put your opponent under pressure. And sure, KDS, obviously, as you see the clutch on your screen there, incredible clutch, got himself an ace, brought his team back into it, and FaZe nearly started on that comeback trail. But ultimately, Loud had that pressure. They had that scoreboard pressure up against FaZe. They just needed to get over the line in 1 round. And that's exactly what they did. And I think I'll come back to it, Leo. We came into it saying Loud were better at attack than defense. They were the best planting team in the league. They've extended that by a mile today with the plants that they got. And also, we needed to see them improve on their entry game. And that's specifically the big improvement where it was for me. They were setting themselves up. They were playing 5 versus 4 more often than not inside that game. And I think they reaped the rewards of that, particularly on their defense.
I mean, gents, we have to hear it from the horse's mouth in this case, and it's quite a loud one. Perez joining us on the interview.
Hey guys.
Hello, Perez. Thank you so much for joining us here. It's one thing to win in that last split against NIP. It is a complete different one to do so against FaZe the week right after. How do you feel after that win?
Oh, it's really good, especially because we didn't have this map on this roster. We never played this map, so it was your ban, and then they got surprised. Special feeling.
Yeah.
So, just quickly on that, have you been saving Cafe? Was that the plan behind it? Were you always going to try and play Cafe today if you could?
I mean, we have the Cafe from like before Reload, but we never saw the best opportunity to play. And today we saw that it was a really good opportunity because FaZe was banning. We knew that it was not a map that they are like playing really good, so it was the perfect opportunity.
And I'm wondering, Perez, because the Cafe was surprising to us because of this, but then you chose to start attack, and that was even more surprising. And it works so well for you guys. Where did that idea come from?
Oh, it's because they don't have any information about your Cafe, so we have a little bit of their defense. So it was like, okay, let's play your game, let's do your tactics. They are not gonna know what we are doing, so we are gonna get them not prepared.
I mean, look, this is a lot about now surviving and holding on to the top six. Obviously, 2 wins in a row, 2 big wins. They're going to help a lot. What happens from this point on with Loud? Because you have W7M that's coming up also tomorrow. How do you plan around? Because now you can't pull that trick out of your pocket and say, hey, this is the map you were not expecting at all.
Tomorrow is going to be a really good match. This roster of W7M and the roster with Dash, we didn't face them so much, so it's kind of new for us. So it's gonna be, I mean, a really good match. I'm really hyped to play. So just let's go. Just play our game, and the best going to win.
I'm looking forward to any surprises that you might have to pull out in the matchup, and I think here on the desk we'll be theory crafting a lot to see what we get out of it. Perez, thank you so very much for joining us here. Congratulations again. A huge win for Perez and Loud against FaZe. They'll be playing tomorrow against W7M. That'll be game 4. Make sure you tune in to watch that zinger of a game. Perez, take care. See you tomorrow.
Thank you. See you.
Thank you. There you go. Confidence in having preparation in the back. I'm wondering how much of an impact the support staff also had on that preparation over time, because turns out this was always in the back pocket, Leo. They're just waiting for the right time.
Yeah, and you think about it, it's even more, I guess it's even more impressive that they knew the defenses of FaZe, they counter-stratted them perfectly, they knew they were given a lot of space, and they abused it to plant 5 rounds out of 6. It's actually insane. If you look at the entries, by the way, another thing that's crazy, 10 out of 11 entries were converted into a round win. We're really speaking about teams that have incredible discipline and were able to really snowball so well after gaining the opening pick.
Jack, this is really spelling disaster, I think, for FaZe at some point. It's going to drag them lower into those standings. Loud are going to be more comfortable. They're going up with an extra 3 points. It's getting real tight here in, I guess, the bottom 4 of the top 6.
I think so, especially for a team that was supposed to be a shoe-in for the top 2. And you can argue whether, FaZe are the best team in the world, Fury, W7M, whoever. It's clearly one of the top teams in Brazil, right? But I think their fight is now protecting that top 4. Maybe not for top 2, maybe challenging for top 2. I don't know. And I think that's a surprise for FaZe. And I think the disappointment isn't necessarily losing today, because Loud are still a good team. They're a team that was decent at Reload. There's a team that went well at a 6 Invitational. It's a team that FaZe could lose to in a best of 1 It was the nature of how they lost. I think, like Leo said, they're setting up utility. They want to play against Loud. They don't necessarily know how Loud are going to play, but they know the style that Loud employs across a variation of other maps, right? So they know it's going to be late. They know it's going to be default. They know it's going to be for plant. And they set up all that utility for that, and then peek in front of the utility and just give free picks away and die, and ultimately circumvent the whole defensive strategy. That's a more concerning theme for FaZe that I think they need to get sorted, because we know of their quality, but like it's almost unforgivable to allow so many of those rounds to come down to the fact that you haven't played the strat properly.
Well, gentlemen, our MVP for this matchup is pulled out up on the screen, and see team effort, but there's always somebody that might be standing out stats-wise. In this case, it is Live, who's actually more asleep currently here with Loud. 10 to 6, 55% cost. It's I don't really know what to make of these stats for MVP. Even at least 55% is a bit unusual.
Yeah, it's because the overall the team performance has been really well balanced in the team that won. If you look at the stats from the whole team during this matchup, it was almost fairly equal and balanced. It's actually great to see Live being the best rated player on his team there, because he had a tough start of the season, to be fair, and he was one of the standout player. And I feel like a big part of the success, especially of the early month of this team in E1 and then especially Reza Company Academy at SI. Live was insane during that SI at Boston, and he was struggling here. He was actually negative EPS and towards the worst rated players in the league before the match. It's actually great to see him step up. We knew he had that potential to be enabled again, and honestly, this news of Loud winning has just made Team Liquid's expectations to win playoff that much harder. Like, that's gotta hurt.
You have to. This is sending shockwaves all around SAL standings right now, and every single round, every single game was important to win from this point on. It gets even tougher for some of our teams. But you mentioned Liquid. They are for the final game for today, though. Before that, it's one that I think we've all been looking forward to. Our match of the day, Furia versus W7M, after the break.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
And welcome back, everybody, to SAL. It is time for our match of the day. A beautiful overview here as you see the beach, but that sea, that ocean is not as calm as you might think it is. It's actually roaring on the inside, because even the sea itself cannot contain itself from our next matchup. Furia versus W7M is up on the block. And hello, welcome back to the desk. I'm Milosh. With me are fresh. I almost said I am fresh. That would be an upgrade in many ways. I'm Milosh. With me are Fresh and Alpha. We're all fresh. There you go. I love that. We are Je suis fraîche. We're here to have some fun with our fourth match of the day, and let's just cut to the chase. Let's talk about Furia, and if they can improve on the performance that they had against Liquid in our last week, barely beating out the bottom of the board. And here, well, they escaped with 2 points, but we expect them to be higher than just the middle of the pack, Jack.
Yeah, I think so. I think Furia have been that team that I would say have insane quality. They're currently reload champions. They are, for me, in the top 2, top 3 teams in the world, clear as day. But I think in best of ones and in league play, it really doesn't show it. I think they're inconsistent. They drop points to Nip. They nearly lost to Team Liquid, and nobody's losing to Team Liquid this stage whatsoever. That being said, I'm a huge fan of them. I just think the inconsistency comes from such a variable playstyle, and inside of best of ones, online play, all of those factors, it doesn't quite come together for them online like it comes together online. Again, it's a similar story to what I said for FaZe is they'll still be fine, they'll still make playoffs. I still think they'll be in the top 4 come the end of the stage, but you've got to take the rough with the smooth sometimes with them in online play.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. If you think of Furia, you think of a very specific playstyle. It's revolving around huge firepower and relentless aggression. And that is high risk, high reward. So in a BO1, you're going to get punished for it. And especially when you're not playing at LAN. Now, the clear issue right now for me is discipline. Because their whole thing and playstyle revolves around aggression, they're known to spread out a lot, which means that they're not really in a tradable position. And they're actually one of the worst teams in this league when it comes to trading the death, despite having some of the best guns in the league. And so if they can fix that problem, maybe have a little bit more of a discipline. Yes, go aggressive, but do it together. That would be a huge improvement to make sure that they are a little bit more consistent and make sure they can reach playoffs and BO3s.
Now, if we look on the other end of that matchup, W7M on the other side, they have just been the embodiment of perfection here in SAL, undefeated, the only team that stands to do so. Today, that might end against a giant like Furia, but so far, they have done nothing less than impress.
They've been perfect. 4 regulation wins, a round differential of plus 18 in 4 games. That's completely insane. The most amount of rounds they've lost in one game is 4. I mean, they've been dominating hard. But I think there is something, and if we get a closer look, there is something weird in this story. They've actually won against Loss, ENX, 9Z, and a struggling Loud. They have not played Furia. They've not played FaZe. They've not played the biggest names or the most, I guess, hype names right now, which is Black Dragons in the momentum. They've not played against the top teams in Brazil and in the best shape right now. And I think this is the story today, this week, where they start figuring out, are they still these dominant Brazilian teams against the best teams in Brazil? Or is it only because they were playing the weakest team, quote unquote, on paper in this league?
I like that you reference that, Leo, because the stats, they don't lie, right? Stats never lie. Like, W7M has the best attack in Brazil, 67%. It's actually the 6th best in the world. If we convert that over to defense, they've got the best defense in Brazil and actually in the world at 80%. And also, they are the best in the league at the opening kill conversion. 90% of rounds, when they get the opening kill, they're converting it into round win. That's 2nd best in the world after CAG, weirdly. But the big caveat to that is, like you say, Leo, they've not played teams that necessarily have tested them so far. So yes, they're looking hot. They're playing individually incredible. They're playing collectively incredible. Palu looks like he fits in really well. But there are big tests to come. And I think I expect them to pass those tests because I like what they're doing. But yeah, it's just a big caveat on those stats.
And that's the piece of, yes, stats and numbers don't lie, but without context, they don't mean much. And given the context that both of you are just feeding out here and really making clear, it seems like the real test is today. And that's what we're looking to prove. And at least both of these teams are looking to prove to themselves and to everybody around W7M, because now multiple weeks, we've had Palu and Loban coming out here and saying after their wins, yeah, it was great. We played well, some tough games here and there, but like otherwise, we feel comfortable. We're smiling. That's not something you regularly see Palu engaging in, at least not for the past few years. Less frustration, more gameplay. Will today be that hump? Can they get over it or not? That's something that we still have to discover off of W7M, because Furia have had almost nothing but difficult games against more experienced opponents going into this 5th day, this 3rd week of competition. So I'm actually really looking forward to it, even more so given the context of this game, our match of the day for today. What map though will we be playing on is my question. I'd like to answer that here. Maybe if Leo can take this part, please.
Absolutely. So when we think of these two teams, obviously they've had plenty of head-to-heads, and the most recent and famous one in semifinals are Freeload. And one of these maps was Clubhouse, the decider that's been picked here. And then Furia won, by the way. Both of these teams love this map. Furia played it 5 times already on CJX, by the way, and they won it 4 times. And the only time they lost it was at Reload against DZ. I remember this 7-2 that was kind of crazy. It was, surprising, but Furia went on, played Club the day after, and literally smashed their opponent on it, so I wouldn't be too worried. It's a heavily comfortable map for them. And it's the same story for W7M. Again, already played it 4 times in CJX in official games, only lost it once to Furia. And I will say this, they just lost 7-1 on it last week. They're looking super comfortable on it. So I don't know what you think, Jack, but I think that we're looking at 2 teams that are incredible at Siege, 2 of the teams that could be right now placed as best team in the world, facing each other on one of the best map of their respective map pools. That's going to be really good to see.
Yeah, there's certainly, and both teams will change the goalpost when it comes to Clubhouse. You normally think of it as quite a mundane, kind of execute heavy, the same old type of map. And I think both of these 2 teams have that kind of creative spark, that individual kind of excellence to just read a situation and play a situation a little bit differently. So I think we could see some curious rounds on Clubhouse, because I would love to see both of these 2 teams on that map anyway, let alone against each other. But coming to that, I don't know if you have this, Leo, but if you say a map, and I often think of who's the best team in the world on that map, you say Clubhouse, and for me, there's 2 teams that come to mind immediately. Old BDS, i.e. now Falcons, and then old W7M, now Furia. So in my mind, I would always be cautious taking Furia to this map of Clubhouse, because they are so dominant on it, and they have been for such a long time.
It seems like fundamentals will be the big piece here. We always talk about that on Clubhouse, and really there's no team that is really better than Furia at fundamentals, especially when they're all fired up, and I guess the vibes are running well in the team. Maybe W7M can also show that themselves in this matchup. Alpha, I see you smiling. Is there something you'd like to say?
No, I'm just super excited, honestly. Like, I feel like I was waiting for Furia to wake up after a full year of not seeing them perform, and seeing them play at Reload was so entertaining. They are one of the most beautiful teams to watch to play, because they've got such an incredible gun skill. It's a frag movie seeing them play every single time. And we knew it last week when we started seeing FaZe and Furia, and we were like, the level of which, the caliber of these guys,
crazy.
the level of which they're playing, like, as soon as you start watching a B1 of these guys and you see crazy shots every round, it's insane. And only one other team can bring that to me. It's W7M against Furia. And that's gonna be the play today. That's gonna be the thing. So I'm just utterly excited. Like, authentically, I just want to go into the game right now.
Ladies and gentlemen, MBs, get you someone who talks about you like Leo talks about W7M and Furia. That is love, if that's what you want to see. Our game is ready, so we're just actually not going to dilly-dally any longer, as Intero and Jesse await with the action.
Yeah, you don't even get to see us on camera. You just hear our voices as we are from another realm. No physical casting today, just audio casting, I suppose. But Jesse, Clubhouse, the 3 maps that we tend to see the most here in South America: Liga, Clubhouse, Chalet, and Cafe. We see them over and over and over again. What are your thoughts on these 2 teams doing battle here on Clubhouse?
Listen, I'll just echo what Leo was saying on the desk. I'm just excited. This is going to be a really fun game. Clubhouse, one of my favorite maps to cast. I think it's always got so many fun mini games when it comes to opening up the walls, when it comes to clearing out rafters. Opening up the walls seems to be the focus for these 2 teams in the bans. Obviously, we got the electricity bans coming out from W7M. That's pretty standard on Clubhouse, right? Bandit Kaid leaves only mute to keep the walls closed. Whatever. And we get a Habana and Ace ban coming out from Furia. They are not going to make it easy to open things up. You're going to look at those hatches down in the basement. Probably going to have to get opened up by can openers now, or maybe by some Maverick plays. It's going to make opening up the main walls a little bit harder. You're really going to have to rely on Thermite, and then again, Maverick will be an option here for them too. So some fun bans jumping right on into it, and a very fun game coming up here on social media. They called it the Clash of Champions heading into this game, which maybe FaZe would have something to say about. But regardless, feels like we're going to have a really exciting game between these 2 teams.
I completely agree with everything you said, which is, very rare, honestly. It's not every day that I say, great job, Jesse. But
thanks.
Today we will. Our first clubhouse of the day, a nice break from the cafes that we've had. 2 cafes, 1 chalet so far. And again, these 3 maps getting played quite regularly. They will play out very differently. Clubhouse is a big map. If a team roams, it's going to take you about a minute and a half, 2 minutes to track down these players and full clear the entire map. If they don't roam, you're still probably going to take about 90 seconds, a minute and a half to clear everything out, but you can do the mental math that they're all inside the bomb site. The one site where teams tend to roam the least is that bottom floor bomb site. If you see an extension upstairs here, this is... Dot's having a bit of difficulty. just a little bit, but he finally gets it. Finally opening up the wall and poking some holes now, as well as the rest of the team can start their advance. It looked like it was JV92 who was sitting on top red. He'll be the first point of contact for W7M.
I didn't catch it. There's a Miro window in this con single wall. I'm a little curious with the Zoto canister if they managed to trick an exothermic charge on it. We didn't catch it on the cam, but Paulo is out of thermite charges, and with a Zoto and a Mira there, it's certainly possible. I remember at SI, actually, Furia were trying to do that exact thing. I don't think they had the Tubarão involved with it, but they were doing their best to try to trick the con single wall with a Mira. I don't think they were ever successful, but now they might have just been up against W7M, which is going to make this hard breach even more difficult for them. Usually an ace is used to try to help clear out on the cache extension. Doesn't mean they're going to get an opening pick, of course. Herd's the opening death now to Lobin outside on the windows, and they keep on coming as these cache players don't seem to be able to survive despite the bans that have come out.
Nade will die next. W7M cutting through Furia right now like a hot knife through butter, and it is quite hot here in North America. I don't know the exact temperature down in Sao Paulo, but in the server, quite hot. That is a flawless start to the round for W7M.
Yeah, brilliantly played. I thought that the util game was going to be too strong by Furia, but in the end, the kills still went the way of W7M. It is an FPS game when you get down to it. So nice job being able to hold the cutoff angles, right? Oftentimes when you're struggling to clear that cache side, when it's taking too long, you can't really play those site windows because somebody's going to peek out from cache or from CC, I should say, and get you the vertical angle there. But they had the wall opened up thanks to the Maverick, and they were still able to collect a few kills on players that were in towards construction, in towards cache. They were really able to work those angles that they had outside the building. So nice stuff from W7M. I was geeking out over the thermite trick, but end of the day, that doesn't really win you rounds, does it? If everybody ends up going down on your team, that's going to end up being what matters. So nice little push by W7M. Starts them off strong, 1-0.
Really, just in general, a great execute right there that Furia was not prepared for in the slightest. And all of this happened after W7M found themselves committing some, maybe not errors, but at least found themselves in an unfavorable spot. First and foremost, taking a little bit longer with that Maverick to open up the CCTV wall. Additionally, whether there was an exothermic charge tricked or not, there was not enough hard breach utility for W7M to find a clear way into the site, and yet still they were able to bail themselves out of the bad position. Just is the hallmark of a great team. And hey, W7M might have a different roster, but the organization just keeps winning, and this team looks mighty good. Right now, first bit of action on this bottom floor defense from Furia is W7M taking up space with their double shields on this main floor. Now, Lobin will get in on the fun as Dots had aggressed over towards the kitchen door. It looks like Furia, for the most part, has fallen off, so now it's time to get to work on opening up all the hatches.
Yeah, not really a roam game from Furia, so it'll be a slow round from W7M as they take all this control up above. Obviously, this is the organization that Furia used to be a part of a couple years back now, year and a half. Furia swooped in and signed every single player and coach off W7M. The one person they didn't sign was the manager, who is Judenhoff, who then rebuilt this new W7M team. Herds had a bit of an interaction on Twitter between him and Judenhoff, where specifically Judenhoff had tweeted towards Herds, quote, "Hello Herds, I miss you guys so much. These new guys on my team are so annoying. I hope one day I can have a team as good as it was when you were on it." Now, I would never accuse Herds of faking a text message for social media clout, but I think it highlights that there is a strong rivalry between these two teams, and there is probably no other team in the league that Furia would rather get a win over than W7M.
So Nitro Cell already in the hands of KZ with well over a minute to go. And I mean, if you're dealing with double shields, you want to bring some explosives to try and stop them. Kiba barriers just keep getting dropped in now by herds. Assembled on this main floor. They droned out the entire map very quickly. Well ahead of schedule, I would say, but you can also just count the number of players on site. Furia going with a very standard turtle defense down below. They've got the drop covered over towards the B-bomb. They've got a close eye on Oil Pit and Blue. They've got players inside of Church. Well, they did. Volps eliminates herds right as the Kiba barrier explodes, and now Furia find themselves down a player. But Jesse, they still have the clash up over towards Blue, so there's still some help to be had. KZ on the board. He was the one playing in Dirt Tunnel with the Nitro Cell. The MPX does the job, and down goes Volps. They weren't expecting Palu to be playing over by Blue, and he outduels the Blackbeard. Furia swatting away at W7M. Helpless after getting that very first pick. Furia dominate the scoreboard and win round number 2.
Yeah, big play by Philippox inside of Blue. They didn't realize that he was there. The Blackbeard walks down the secret stairs and doesn't realize to his left is the biggest threat that they needed to be worried about. You're absolutely right about that clash. Not something that they really had good answers to on the side of W7M. So when it comes down to it, they really don't have a good way of getting him off the board. Feeds a bit more information to the rest of the team, as it was just kind of Nade chilling out inside of Church, feeding that info to the squad. JV and KZ were deep inside of Armory, I should say, managing to lock down the long angles down the hallway. And then, yeah, for me, it was really Philippox, the main player deep inside of Blue, that caused that chaos, killing the Blackbeard of Lobin to really give them the big advantage. So 1-1 as we head into our third round. Feels about right for these two teams.
The way with Clubhouse goes, I mean, we have seen unpredictable maps so far today, but I do think it is reasonable to count on a 4-2 half from the defenders. So that means that W7M will need to do things a little bit right in order to gain an upper hand. Winning the very first round on Attack of Clubhouse is a great thing to have happen to you. It sets a pace and it gets you half the way there. If you expect that the most common score line will be 4-2 and the 2 is the side that W7M is on, then they've got so much time to find at minimum one more round. If this first half goes 3-3, I think W7M is very well situated when things change. Don't want to get ahead of ourselves though. These operator bans by Furia focused on hard breach, as you talked about, but it does open the door for shields to be brought galore, and that's what W7M will do. Volps, Dots, and Lobin all playing shield operators. That will not be fun for Furia.
We've got a lot of data for W7M on Club. They played it a ton back at Reload, played it earlier this stage against Los as well. They didn't really run shields. Part of that's because shields got banned quite often against them, but this wasn't really a bomb site where they ran very many shields, so to see 3 of them is a bit of a new look. Certainly they're a good shield team. Dots in particular, I feel like has been one of the best shield players in Brazil for a while now, including back when they were even playing as Los before shields were kind of cool in the meta. So it really does feel like a strategy that W7M lean into quite nicely, although the triple shield is still pretty rare, even for them. Right now, it's, again, a pretty passive defense from Furia, where they're letting W7M take the space down below. Philippox maybe wants to get aggressive, and KZ's playing Lounge as well, but regardless, it feels like one of those rounds where they're hoping to get misdrone, they're hoping to play a little bit ratty so they can come around late for flanks. That's not going to be successful for Philippox, and he gets thrown now.
Namira's gonna have to run for her life, completely blind. Philippox dropped by Lobin, one of the first shields encountering prey in the wild. And next focus maybe over by Garage, as Monty of Dots will reposition himself. Very quick to the punch we see from W7M. They got that first pick. They immediately take up space and try to push Furia so they can't maneuver their players to another spot. Nice read by Dodez onto Herds. Furia knows where they're coming from, but they have very little that they can do about this. Now it's Nade attempting to deal with the shield, but ultimately failing. It does keep them at bay, which is good for the time being. This mirror window over by Cash and top of Red will have to be dealt with. A huge run out as both Nade and KZ find 2 kills. The advantage the W7M had is gone. Now it's Volps taking an awful lot of damage. in pursuit. It's Nade. He hits shield. No player to be had. Volps continuing to suffer through as there goes JV92. Dodez is dropped and it's a mess. Both teams doing serious damage, but it's W7M to come out ahead. This was a war of attrition on both sides, and the Bulls ultimately persevere.
Lobin starts that round and he finishes it as well on the blitz, staying alive that whole time after the opening pick over towards main stairs. Did a great job of, I think, just letting Furia move a little bit. Both he and his teammates, right, were able to exploit some of the movements that were going on from Furia, that initial peak that came out. We saw Herds holding that angle into construction. Herds now 0-3, not the start he's been looking for in this match against his former org. And then once that breach was open, all the shields came flooding in. Furia had some good answers. I liked KZ's run out at bottom garage, but it just didn't seem to be enough when the whole site was being controlled by W7M. Nade had some cool movements in site too, but ultimately control in that round was always held by W7M, and they were able to trade out because of that initial man advantage they got on the other side of the map. So we'll be interested to see if Furia try to adapt now that the first quarter is over. They did ban the thermite, so getting walls is going to be an absolute nightmare for W7M. They will only have Maverick and can openers to accomplish this task, which is going to make it horribly painful. We'll put it like that. Still, though, I feel like if W7M can keep getting these early picks on players that are running around like they did in that last round, like what Leo warned about on the desk, then W7M do still have a way into this game to keep winning rounds.
It's not impossible. I remember a time where in Brazil, we were seeing teams attack Villa, of all maps.
Yeah.
With no hard breach. I mean, it is definitely doable. Whether Furia was expecting W7M to have planned for this or not, I'm not entirely sure. What a play by Herds, by the way, as he reads into the Blackbeard going on repel. Down goes Lobin. That's Herds' first kill. Comes in round number 4. A bit uncharacteristic that it takes him so long to get onto the score sheet. But I mean, are W7M prepared to deal with the lack of hard breach? They have no choice but to bring those can openers, and they will triple up on it, which is, I think, the right call. Actually, quadrupled up on it. It looks like, geez, they have a lot because they have the sentry as well, or the striker as well carrying it.
Yep.
My God.
And you can see how Furia have set up this this site expecting very little hard breach, right? They reinforced all of the walls top red. That's not very common, but because they know that there's only going to be can openers and a Maverick, well, why not just fully reinforced off?
Just need to be patient at this point. You got yourself a very large lead by taking down that Blackbeard. The only player that didn't have access to hard breach gadgets, and now you'll see the rest of W7M in their painstaking process of opening all of this up. Don't really know what Herds was assessing there. I think he just realized, hey, I'm partially trapped. I'll rely on the Clash to help, but I can't really go anywhere else. And, well, it was a decision that Herds made. I don't think it's necessarily the wrong one, but it does him no favors. Just a little bit over a minute to go in both teams at 4 players.
I mean, Hertz was dead to rights anyways. All his escape routes were being held. He knew that. He got his one at the start of the round too with that run out on the Lobin, so he should be fine with that. Ultimately, I like W7M's position. You know, they've got the full cash side of the map now. They can take the last 60 seconds to go for and execute. This Clash might be a bit of a problem. I don't know if they have great answers to it, but with the Capitao and the Grim, they should be able to find some way around it. Toxic Babes will stall things out for a little bit, but this push is sure to come on in. Doss can jump straight on into Jim. I don't see anybody down below. I say that. KZ is down there, but he's already used his Nitro, so I'm not sure what he's planning to do. It's really going to be on Furia to find some answer to this plant.
Dots is in, taking damage from the barbed wire and potentially on a collision course with this Clash, but Nade is figured out very quickly from the window play. W7M dotting their I's, crossing their T's. Now trapped inside of the bathroom is Felipox. He has to fight his way out. Down goes Paulu at his hands. The Monty will come up in replacement. Felipox has to work double duty, and he wins the fight against Dots. Down goes JV92 again. Both of these teams pummeling each other. And for yet another round, it comes down to the final seconds of gunplay, this time favoring Furia.
Clean work with the SMG-11. You know, sometimes in Brazil, they just call him Pox for how he's so good with those supportive roles sometimes. I mean, he's been really strong for Furia this stage. controlling the recoil as he needs to, aware of where the push is going to come in, knows that they're focused over towards the windows, so he's aiming that direction, and his reaction time. I mean, the guy on the bed got flawed, even though that's not initially where Philippe Box was trying to aim towards. The clash may have gone down early in that round, and Nate died without being able to stall too much, but he got a lot of good intel. He was able to relay to his team which windows specifically were being held, where he got shot from, how deep the Monty had gone in for that plant as well. So really good stuff. You can tell the communication is flowing from Furia, even when the rounds get a little bit messy.
I will agree with you yet again.
Thanks.
I imagine that when you waste time and you get down to the final couple seconds, maybe waste is a harsh word here, but when the clock gets down to that point and there's still so many players alive, team comms get very hectic. And I mean, we've done listen-ins before, and a lot of orgs actually have started sharing clips with big moments in team fights, which I think is very beneficial for the average viewer. You have to, unfortunately, go onto Twitter to see those sorts of things, but they are definitely out there, and they're really insightful. And when we see it, it's chaos. Trying to pick up the signal amidst the noise is a huge challenge. Now, I don't know exactly what's going to go on here, but Nade kills Wolves almost immediately. W7M look like they're just going to tear ass down the stairs, and they are getting pummeled before pummeling back. Dots with the only kill at this point for W7M. They're down 2 players. Their Zofia and their Monty. Having the Monty go in solo through dirt is not always a bad idea, but a blitz is not a perfect substitute for a Monte. Now it's Dots on the stairs. Palu trying to circle on over. Dodez eliminating KZ, and, well, Birds is going to get pushed back into a very tough position as he's about to get pinched. Nice play onto Dots. He drops his shield at the wrong time, Jesse, and now it's all up to Palu and Dodez to try to hang on for 2 minutes.
That's such a sick play, the active Elamine being used to kill the blitz. Now, it will get traded out eventually, but Herds has caused so much destruction to this push. He wasted a lot of time playing up towards the Jacuzzi wall. He killed the second shield player. The first one died in dirt tunnel at the start of the round, so he killed the last shield player alive for W7M, and he dropped the fuse kit on the ground and set himself up in a position where, in theory, he could have won the round straight from there if he was able to keep holding on to the kit. That's a really high-level play. You're starting to see teams, I would say over the last 6 months or so, really start to bring that aggressive Ela more and more. The rise of the shield operators that can be used to deny plants in the late round too. Bringing Ela is becoming more and more common at these pro levels. And then when you see an Ela being brought, there's almost always 1, 2, or in Herd's case, all 3 Grismots left in pocket for when you get rushed down by a shield. Really cool play by Herds there to get the pick. Will it matter, though, because we're still in a 2v2? I think it'll be fine. We've got Nades and JV, 2 of the most dependable anchor players in the entire world down in the site, and Nade still has 2 Toxic Babes, so I like their chances, but if Palu and Dodez can team up, they could find a gap.
Very, very quiet right now, and the silence will be shattered by the EE1D used by Palu. Both players now from Furia harassed by the logic bomb, and they walk in. Palu amidst the flames, but he's batted away. Nade and Dodez in a 1v1. 20 seconds. They have the read on Nade and his position. He'll lose some of the coverage over by the wall. Does Dodez go for the revive? I think he realizes it's all he can do at this point. Get the lion up, try to isolate this smoke, as Nade now has ample opportunity to reposition, taking what little was left of Palu, and with the shotgun out, will not, no, he does get it, and Fury will win the round on a trade, Jesse.
Nade's got to be feeling good about that. You know, there's been some talk about how CGX tends to have more 1-for-1 trades than what we've seen previously in Rainbow Six. I don't know if the stats actually back that up or if people are just feeling that way, but regardless, I also feel like we've seen a lot of it in competitive over the last couple of weeks, and that one massively favoring Furia. Obviously, if there's a 1v1 at the end of the round, the winning team goes to the defense, assuming the defuse kit hasn't been planted. So great late round play by Nate. It was not an easy clutch. Obviously, he had to come up for the 1v2 after the player got picked back up. So really not an easy situation to be in. But again, one of the most dependable anchors in the entire world. Debatably the best hard support to play this game in the modern era. You know, people will bring up Breed A, and I think rightfully so, but Nade for me has always been one of those guys that you can always depend on. He's had some big clutches in this league so far. 14% clutch rate is pretty good compared to the field. So really nice stuff coming out in the late round. After his team did a great job on the roam game as well, dismantling that very aggressive and strange push that W7M brought to round 5.
This is the final round. We said dub for the first half. W7M. 3 rounds is what they should be aiming for, just based on the way that this map tends to play. Furia is almost close to the result that they want as well, so this will be a very pivotal round for both teams. If W7M persevere here, I like their chances in the second half. Both teams still with their timeouts. Operator bans obviously will influence this, but keep in mind, if W7M is able to win this 6th and final round of the first half without a single hard breacher, except for obviously Maverick, I'd say that's a team that is able to adapt. And we talked about adaptations earlier today. Both of these teams are more than comfortable at being able to change things up on the fly.
Definitely slows things down. I mean, even if you're a good Maverick player, you're going to take a while to open those walls, right? So that's part of the reason why Furia wanted to ban the other 3 hard breachers in the game. Thoughts on this Monty? His goal is going to be a walk up rafters, and stopping him will be objective number 1 for JV. He doesn't really have too many teammates around him. Herds and KZ are both kind of playing on that bottom floor to swing in through bottom garage, but they're going to struggle to find an easy angle onto him. They don't have a Frost at the top of the stairs. They don't have a Legion. They don't have any of the traditional Monty counters for walking up these Raptor stairs. So this is going to be a tough task for JV92. If he can at least stall some time, though, he's feeling good. Oh, no way. Not again with the Ella.
I can't believe this might happen. It'll give the Azami of JV92 an excellent shot, but no, the Monty wins the duel. They doubled up. Almost another to come out. 4 dots. KZ eliminating Lobin. Birds is still in this position. I don't know if they're aware of him and his parlor tricks. Controlling the recoil on that Scorpion is about as foolish as trying to breathe air underwater without the help of an oxygen tank, of course. JV92 having a slow game at this point in time. Bottom frag on Furia and playing on roles where you expect somebody to be able to get kills. Herds in that position finds Dodez. Herds was also on the bottom of W7M at some point. They've just simply traded places. No, I'm not talking about the hit show on TLC, Jesse. I know you're a big fan of that show. Palu eliminating KZ as he emerges from over towards Secret. All while this is happening, in the midst of the bomb site, Dots had the diffuser. He's dropped it. Leapox guns him down, and Volps is now on the board as they trade out. Up red stairs, Palu will ascend. Nade greets him quite handily, and now it's Volps with the sidearm out to take care of both the Ella and the Clash. Spotted inside a sight, and a miss on that. Bulletproof camera will buy time. Surely it's Nade the one to deal with him, right? A vault in from Herds. Volps greets it, and now with very limited time, Volps knows this round is overcooked, I think you could say. As Furia will have Nade ascend the position, and he falls off the defuse, so W7M doesn't give them the final kill. 4-2 the scoreline for the defenders of Furia. First round was won by W7M. We thought maybe there was something to come of that, but no, it was still a defender-sided clubhouse, as we expect. And the first half goes to Furia. They'll swap sides, and the operator bans begin.
All right, I know the play didn't work, but I still really just want to glaze that Ella play from down inside of Oil Pit. Just as I was saying, they don't have a Legion, they don't have a Frost. What are they going to do about this Monty? Playing inside of Oil Pit with the Ella, so you can toss the Gersmont mines up to the Monty, pushing up rafters. And you're doing this because you know they're going to have a Monty, because you banned out every hard breacher. You left all the shields up, so of course they have to bring a shield to try to help with their push, to try to walk up that the rafter stairs. That was such a cool play by Herds, and then he follows it up by killing the player that was sent to hunt him down. Work with Nade in the 2v2. But I watch them play, and they just exude aura, right? I mean, they have main character energy start to finish, and Herds consistently is putting that up for this team. Really cool strat. Good clutch from Nade as well. They're playing the time super perfectly, but man, that's something I've never seen before, and I think we're going to start seeing more teams copying that.
It's only a matter of time until we started to see more creativity from teams on similar maps. I mean, the map pool on Siege has remained pretty static for a decent amount of time, which requires teams to approach bomb sites in a different way. With Cjax, there have been small changes to maps, those destructible ingredients being a big one, the environmental hazards, but also some changes to operators too. Clash is a very popular operator with really high prominence rate, higher than before, and many teams argue that the rework has made her much better, albeit maybe less frustrating to play against. I think it's still actually too early for us to weigh in on that, though I would love to talk with more teams about it because they have greater insight, obviously, than we do. Both of these teams are, you know, no stranger to ingenuity. They're both full of smart players. Champions, obviously, on the side of Furia. W7M, same thing. Not all of the players are, but, I mean, being able to beat BDS is something that you got to be able to tip your hat to.
One Monty banned out, one Thermite banned out, so that won't be an option for Furia. This is one of those sites that Philippe Hawks almost always runs the Monty on, so he's going to have to flex a little bit. Goes to the Habana, which usually you'd see the Ace in place after the Thermite gets banned out. But feeling like he wants to play maybe with a little bit longer range, maybe if he can feel like he can do the trick where you open up the top and bottom of the wall to make it soft as well. I know a lot of people are resorting to that ever since we've changed up the bans and have often banned out both Thermite and Ace. Slow work once again with the Maverick, nothing changing too much. Sometimes you see Nitro Cells getting tossed out when a Maverick's doing work like that, but Paulu not really in position, roaming over towards bedroom, so kind of can't really accomplish that same goal. Volps on the Sentry as well, didn't choose to bring any Nitro Cells, so a lot of map control still held by W7M. You know, it's been a minute and a half. Fury have gotten some good walls open, but they don't actually have any control. Philippe Hawks lurks in and gets a pick, though. Never mind.
It was a 50-50, and he chose wrong, and so did we. But eliminate one of the hard breachers. Maverick is technically considered a hard breacher for those that might be a bit confused as to why we refer to him as such. He's not a conventional hard breacher and requires a bit more sophistication and delicate nature, but he's still able to get walls open, maybe just not the same way that the other three are. Trading blows now as Fury and W7M outside on the windows, and Herds is worse to wear because of it. He'll have to wear it well for the remainder of the round. Nade drops, and W7M will have an even greater numbers advantage. As you said, W7M holding really good map control here, Jesse.
Yeah, clearing Rafters has just gone completely haywire. They really wanted to be able to get this control, but without a Monty, of course, it's banned out. Dodes has had a really nice time. Just got that pick on a nade. There's a trade back. They find Volps more towards the red stairs, so this could open things. If Herds gets this next pick too, with the bees coming down to give him the information, this is a very winnable pick. He knows he's going to be down onto the prone as well, but loses the gunfight. Dodes now in a hugely powerful position.
That's a very tough one, and Dodes finds 3. KZ trying his best. He's got a couple players very low on HP. Paulu, irrespective of what happens with the rest, elude him. And finally, Paulu will get that kill. W7M picking up quickly on this second half, and again, showing the strength and prowess that defenders have on Clubhouse.
Yeah, big round coming out from Dodes, playing the power position. Dodes has been the single best defensive player in the South American League so far, rocking exactly a, sorry, I should say the single best attacking player. Still very good on defense with a 1.6 KDR for W7M. Has been really one of their power players on both sides of the field. He's still a bit of a newer player, don't forget. It's only his 4th stage of Tier 1 that he's played so far, but still, to be one of the best players in the league, I think you've really got to shout out a guy like Dodes, who wasn't really considered by other teams before getting picked up by W7M on this team.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
A lot of stars on both of these teams here, and I did say, and I feel a little bit vindicated, that this would be our match of the day, and so far it is certainly living up to that billing.
5 seconds to insertion.
There's still quite a bit more of this match to go, but so far so good. I mean, the FaZe Loud match really did start to pick up there in the second half.
Yeah.
I don't want to spoil the results for people, but it was good. It was very good. We'll end the day, by the way, with ENX versus Liquid, or ENX, depending on how you want to refer to their name. They are the team for Exada Host, as far as I'm aware, which is a it's a company in Brazil. It's like how we used to have Vivo Keydstars. The name of the team was Keydstars, and Vivo was the name of a corporation. We've had this actually quite a bit in other esports and in ours as well. I mean, I remember even Orbit was like Zowie Orbit at one point, way back in the day. That'll be our final match. Enx or ENX sit in 7th place, so they will have a golden opportunity to vault up against Team Liquid, who finds themselves in 10th place. I do think that will be a competitive match just based on where they are in the standings. By the way, while we're talking, half the lobby has died in the first minute. This has been a very quick round, and when I say half the lobby, I mean mostly W7M. Furia is pouncing upon these defenders who keep presenting themselves without knowing full well where the attackers are, and Akali was also on the board. That round is over before it basically began, Jesse.
Yeah, I mean, our attention was, of course, over towards Rafters and towards Garage, which is where a lot of that fighting did end up going down. But at the same time, and there were site players as well that were trying to rotate in towards Cash to maybe help out some of their teammates. That's how Loban died, trying to make the move from site over to Cash to help his teammates, was the opening death to Nade, who found a good angle onto him. And then Paul Lu was kind of left alone in the site, got one for his troubles, but then traded out by Philippox. So that left the site completely exposed for Furia to take, and Nade was able to pinch in alongside Philippox. They had really a two-way push coming on towards Cash, and then every other player on Furia just descended onto those last couple players in W7M. Could have gone for a plant, but Nade was kind of on the wrong side of the map, so instead they just said, screw it, we're going to pinch these couple of players in towards Cash, in towards Rafters, in towards ZC. And yeah, W7M just getting picked apart by some angles they maybe weren't ready for, or maybe weren't quite expecting. So nice from Furia to be able to find those long angles, probably hit some nasty shots in that round as well. But that's going to be our first two-round lead of the game, Parker, if I'm not mistaken. So Furia on the attack, this might be where they start to run away with things.
I mean, of course, that's ignoring the fact that it was a 4-2 first half. But again, that's pretty standard stuff.
Right.
So,
okay, yeah.
I mean, you understand it. I know that you got it. But either way, I mean, these, like I said, these two teams are so evenly matched, and it's been a very enjoyable ride so far. The other matches that we've seen so far today were exciting as well. I don't want, the other games to hear and maybe feel a little sad, but it's just this one is two teams problem solving very quickly, matching up to each other and making shots happen like that. Loban annihilates JV92 on a beautiful angle, and one that I'm almost certain JV will be very upset by.
It's making a weird rotate on the Scopos, but pays off. Kills Philippox on the door. Usually you'd see a Scopos just teleport back to site, and Dodes does pull that off, but wanted extra kills for his trouble, and so does get it. Paulu surely dead to rights. Bye-bye, as he does get cleaned up by Nade. So they get one for their trouble on the side of Furia, but that is a dreadful roam clear, not just because you've lost two players, but look at the operators that they lost. They lost the Capitao and they lost the Grim. Those are two heavy execute operators that you desperately wanted, likely to clear out Blue, likely to provide some pressure over towards Church, maybe go to the floorboards for some of those as well if you want to drop Kitchen. Those are ops that were likely critical for the execute that Furia were planning. Now they've got to really problem solve a way to get this execute in, not just with one player down, but also lacking critical utility.
One death mark for KZ is all they're going to have for this roam clear beyond the few drones that they have. This is obviously not a inspiring position for Furia to be in. They know what needs to be done, and they're only down by one player. All it really takes is one gunfight going their way, and they break this entire round open. W7M are foolish to count their chickens before they hatch, and right now, KZ is the last one left on the side of Furia. W7M very well poised, and look at that. Volps just playing back and forth with the shield to give W7M the round. That gap is closing and is one round away from tying things up.
Yeah, Dodes loves the Scopos on this site. He played it both times they had to defend bottom floor in their last matchup against Los. Of course, that was a 7-1 win for W7M, so maybe against Los, not a team that provided a ton of problems, but it's no doubt that Scopos has been so successful for Dodes. He's got to be one of the best Scopos players that we've seen on Clubhouse in the entire world. Again, just having a hell of a game so far. Knows when he needs to get aggressive to get a pick. Knows when he needs to fall back. and then able to stand up in that site execute as well. Fury, I think, did the best they could, coming down through Moto, coming down through Blue. They had a good crossfire set up there, but again, without man advantage, without the utility of the Cap Tower or the Grim, that's just such a difficult push. The 2-round lead that they had will not grow to 3. W7M answer back to keep it back within 1. It's just really a game that smells like round 15. To me, I'm getting whiffs of round 15 already.
You're just, you want it, eh? I would love to see a very, very close game go the full distance. You know, we've already seen OT, but I'd like to see maybe a bit more of it. And against these two teams, I know that those OT rounds would be a real treat. Over to Gym Bedroom as the final set of swamps come in for Furia. They have completely busted up their composition. The one holdover that I saw before everything changed was Fleepox taking the Grim away from KZ, who had it in hand. Talked about how hard it was to deal with the operators that were brought in the previous round. What's your main takeaway right now on the ops that are being brought from Furia this time?
I mean, I feel like they've brought in, again, a lot of operators that are going to be good for that execute. Grim always an operator that you want for the late rounds, but Deimos can be one as well that you can try to use to get aggressive when that push ends up happening. When the bomb site's Gym Bedroom, your initial focus is always going to be on CCTV and cash. Can you clear that roam game before then taking construction control and then making your push go from there? Surprised we're not seeing any ace brought as one of the best operators for clearing out the cash control, as you're often given Raptors for free and can make a play that way. But with just where Fury are positioned at the moment, it looks like they might not even be so concerned about that. They just want to get Jacuzzi, get the Logi hatch, push that way. We've seen that work as well. As I say it, they do rotate some bodies over towards cash as well. So they've got options, I guess is the name of the game here. They could still go either direction with this push. Losing Herds does not feel great, though.
No, and Herds is having a very poor game so far. We've touched on a number of players who are just not really performing up to snuff today on their roles. And Herds, when you look at this lineup, might not be main entry for Furia, but he should certainly be among the first to get in. He's going to be on the flank watch duty that you see comes from a Nomad being on the board. Nade will answer back, and Dodez holding court at the top of red, doing some damage before KZ gets in on the action as well, and Furia will keep these numbers close. KZ suffering for it, and KZ will break double digits with that. The only other player in the lobby that's done so is Dodez, who's quickly and quietly amassed 15 kills total, and again is done so on a roll where you expect killing to happen, so he is far and away succeeding. Same can't be said for JV or Herds, and Furia, well, if both of them were pulling more of their weight, this match might actually be over.
3v3 now. They've got control over CC and Cash. They've got a lot of players out here on the window. JV Fleetbox as well. It's going to be KZ probably solo going in towards construction to push that angle. Leaves a lot of safety on the side of W7M. They're not pushing in through Jacuzzi. It's closed still. There's nobody main. There's nobody Logi. Could provide some opportunities, but if they jump in and kill Lobin, hey, that might just be the entry.
They are just pummeling back and forth and back and forth. JV92 now in a 1v2. W7M feel this tie coming. KZ retrievable. Lots of damage being done to the Clash. Here's one through the soft wall, but there's just too many to look at. Left, right, left, right. Where do you choose? And W7M read into it well and collapse on him at the right moment. Jesse, it's my favorite round. Round 11 with both teams on 5. That means no matter what, the winner goes on to match point.
Yeah, I thought W7M, despite the early death onto the Azami in the 3v3, I really liked the Clash play coming out from Dots. Not an operator he's played too frequently. I believe that's his first time playing the operator on that site. Usually a big Fenrir guy on that bomb site, but still be able to come out with the Clash, provide that information. In the 2v1, didn't overswing it. Didn't feel like he needed to play with the shield. He realized 2v1, he should have his gun up, and that was the right decision to make. They were able to draw that attention back and forth, and he really did a good job of playing with JV92 in that 2v1. So I thought W7M played the late round really nicely. Again, they did a good job keeping a lot of options closed. Nobody was able to push up main. Nobody was able to go Jacuzzi because it was still closed. Nobody ended up going over towards logistics, which allowed W7M to really focus on the 1 or 2 angles where the push was coming from. And I think that really kind of gave them the advantage they needed to close out even early in the 3v3. So Good stuff from W7M. Again, it feels like both teams are playing a really strong game plan at the moment. And with only 2 rounds remaining, I mean, again, overtime looming, but opportunity still for a 7-5.
I mean, overtime seems likely, but Furia's only done one of the rounds they need to win. So their expectation now, take this round, take the next round. You don't have to, you then worry about overtime. I think it is very unlikely from what we've seen up to this point, Jesse, that Furia are able to take 2 in a row. Furia seems to be cutting through these defenses quite well, though, and they've got plenty of intel. They haven't lost a lot of drones for it, and there's very little on the side of W7M that will deal with those drones. No Mute, no Mozzie. Don't have to worry about the Surya gates either, so... If you're Furia, those drones could be stashed in great places, and honestly, it's one of the things that separates Furia from a lot of other teams is how impeccably good their droning is and how well they're able to work on the intel they get. As I say that, they just lost 2 drones, so, you know, it happens.
Awkward holes on the main wall at the moment. They really need this garage control, which Dodez is doing a good job holding down. Capital bolts coming out, and the bees as well, but he's positioned himself in a different spot. Does get killed by nade. That's a huge pick. The Clash retakes the position, though, and sure, you're able to clear out the Azami, but with a shield up on Rafters, it becomes so much more difficult to get this player out.
And shield on shield is... Blackbeard is tased away, very vulnerable, and a goofy walk. Nice play by Volps to pick up 2 in that position, and back to a 3v3 we go. Volps is taking quite a bit of damage. W7M cleaning up. Back to a 2v2. My God, these teams trading so well, Jesse.
Yeah, and I mean, no time to stop, right? They've still got one more set of bees. They'll toss it out. Can get to a plant spot as long as they cross by a red, which seems tough, but with the shield in front of them, should be able to get past Palu.
I got the diffuser down. Blackbeard is there, but a missed opportunity, and Palu gets them both. There's a reason why he's called Palucifer, and he sends 2 players on Furia to hell. W7M, match point.
That was disgusting. Those are some of the nicest shots we've seen all day, Parker. I mean, there's a reason they call him Palucifer. There's a reason he is the highest rated player in the South American League right now. In the 3 months since leaving Liquid, Palu with W7M have an 89% win rate through all the tournaments that they've played. Palu, again, the best player so far in the regular season of Brazil. And Liquid, since losing him, yet to win a single game ever since they lost to CAG back at Reload. Palu has seemingly been the difference maker, and people love to talk about Palu. They love to say their talking points about him, but at the end of the day, you can't deny his skill. Right? He plays this kind of support flex role where he's trying to play behind his teammates so that he can show up in the late round and get the kills when it really matters. And yeah, he's in that position a lot. I'm not going to pretend like he isn't, but that's what he needs to be, especially for a team like W7M, who have a lot of other very aggressive players. I think Palu is slotted into this team exceptionally well, and he hasn't missed a beat despite playing on a new team for the first time in his entire career.
Yeah, I mean, he was with Liquid for what, 4 years, almost 5 years, something along those lines. Quite a tremendous.
Longer, I think.
It might have even been longer. I mean, things do tend to, especially around the time that we
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
had the lockdowns, things did tend to go by very quickly, and I have completely lost track of time when it comes to that kind of stuff. But yeah, Palu has just been on that team forever, and I mean, for a long time, it certainly seemed like he would never leave that Liquid squad, but for reasons that I don't know have ever really been talked about, and reasons that frankly I don't really know,
10 seconds to go.
he was moved off the roster and is flourishing over on W7M. He'll join Dodez, breaking double digits. Nade and KZ are there as well, as there are 3 players with 10 kills at this point.
It's 6.5 years he was on Liquid,
oh my
by the
goodness.
way. Just went for the checkup on that. And in 6.5 years, it wouldn't shock me if not once they played Bar Stage, but W7M decide that they want to. This is the least played bomb site in Rainbow Six Siege, Parker. Nobody tends to dare to play this, but when the whole game's on the line, why not, right?
I enjoy it. I enjoy the creativity, and again, these two teams are there's a lot of ingenuity here, and we've said this before. Volps and Nade early to blows as we've only gone through 30 seconds of this round. An unconventional bomb site to potentially end off what has been a thrilling match up to this point. Nades will go in, logic bombs as well. You have to be a little bit scared about the predicament you find yourself in as the assault right now is over towards kitchen. Furia finds kill number 1. Down goes Dots. That's KZ to do it. Now it's Herds' choice to get on the board, and Palu, the savior of the previous round, is all but gone. Volps eliminating JV92. He's traded off by Philippox, and they can see the bomb site on the side of Furia. Just because they can see it doesn't mean they're going to get there. Just a little over half the round to go, and an advantage for Furia right now in a 4v2.
Dodez has been up top this whole time. He's kind of been playing solo up above the bomb site, but it's not exactly as advantageous. There's a lot of plant spots that you can't deny from above, so he does need to rotate down and play with Loban eventually. Furia have ground this round straight to a halt. They have been really trying to slow down, use their drones, use their last logic bomb to find these players. Nade still with all 4 sends walls as well. You've got to be curious what they're cooking up with that.
Oh, Loban shot from a direction he wasn't expecting, and overtime now unless Dodez can pull off a miracle. Harassed by the logic bombs and jumped on by multiple players from Furia, and, well, the former world champions will secure OT. Neither team will walk away with 3 points. If you take a step back and look at the standings at the moment, W7M entered the day on top with 12 points. Well, due to the results of the Black Dragons game, they have company. And with the round differential the way they are, it appears that W7M will hold on to this position irrespective of what happens in this game. They've also picked up 1 point. So at minimum, they will hold on to first. I don't think any of the other teams can catch them today, at least from my quick math, but the general rule is we don't do math on the broadcast, and I'm going to leave it for the desk to talk about it. Beyond that, W7M, cementing their place at the top, has given Furia a window to pick up 2 more points. Now, Furia, as of right now, are the last team in the playoffs. They sit in 6th with 5 points. 2 other teams below them will be playing later today, and Anx actually has an opportunity to jump over them depending on what happens in this match. Volps is disconnected, but it seems like they're still playing through. I don't know what's going on. There we go, admin call. There will be a rehost. Everybody will leave. I'm not sure if that was somebody crashing or what, but he looks so strong.
And he is strong. I mean, he's he's been carrying teams in tier 2 for a very long time. Now, obviously, on W7M as well. I mean, you mentioned it, Parker. W7M in a great spot for the standings, but when you get down to it, I mean, top 2 matters quite a bit. If you can lock down top 2 in the standings instead of just top 4, you guarantee yourself a spot in the second round of the playoffs. What that generally translates to is if you get top 2 in the regular season, you guarantee top 4 overall for the stage, which really can matter for a lot of these teams that are going for these international events, that are going for those SI points that are so important here in stage 1. W7M losing, they had an opportunity to get all 3 points in that last round. Round 12, they had the opportunity to get 3 and launch themselves up these standings. They choose to go bar stage, and people are going to be questioning that. I don't mind it in theory, right? Oftentimes when you go for one of those weird bomb sites, you're kind of hoping that the enemy team is just like not really ready for it, not really prepared for it. And I think a lot of teams wouldn't be prepared for it. Even tier 1 level teams, some of the best teams in the world, don't have a very wide strat book, if a lot of strats at all, on a bomb site like bar and stage, because they basically never actually have to play it. But Fury aren't most teams. You know, this is a squad that have been together as a 5-man stack for multiple years now. They've been playing at the highest level, and I mean the highest of the highest levels, for multiple years. And so if anybody is going to have strats ready to clear out on a bar stage attack, it's probably going to be Furia. W7M get a little bit burned with that last decision, and now they have to go to overtime. They forfeit at least 1 round, to potentially 2, to their rivals in Furia. So I don't know about that last decision to go bar stage on their side. Will it matter? Maybe not. They're sitting decently comfortable in the top 2 at the moment. But if we get down to the end of the stage and W7M end up in, say, 3rd or 4th because they are 1 or 2 points shy, well, this might be one of those rounds where you go back and you have to wonder.
Yeah, I mean, there's a number of rounds that have been like this with how close this has been. On your screen are the standings as of this exact moment. A name that is very familiar for viewers that is yet to play today sits at the bottom of the standings. That's Team Liquid. These are the play days for today, and the results that we've seen. I would say it's the match of the day. I do agree with that. For those that are looking at this graphic and are wondering what happened, I'm going to spoil these match results for you. We started off the day with Nip and Los, as you see in game number 1. And that was a very, very close matchup in what we didn't really expect would be quite so close. Nip prevailed 8-7 over Los, but Los did show huge improvement over previous results. And they're a team that is inarguably improving. Black Dragons went up against 9Z next, and well, BD's time at the top is no fluke. They are doing exceptionally well, and they prevailed 7-3. Next up was the game that I easily been hugely before FaZe bought an ace from KDS began an impressive comeback. Ultimately, they would fall short, and Loud would still win in regulation despite FaZe Clan making up ground very quickly. We are currently in the midst of Furia versus W7M, and we are about to start overtime. These teams tied up 6-6. Furia was in the lead for the first half. They sideswapped, and both teams went 4 on defense, 2 on attack, which again is very common for Clubhouse. ENX and Liquid are up next, Jesse.
Lots to say about that game. I'm very excited to get into it. Feels very do or die for Liquid, who are in a horrible spot in the standings. But it'll have to wait just a few more rounds, at least 2, as this game is dragging on in the best way possible. Round, hold on, 13. Math is hard.
You're not supposed to do it on the broadcast, Jesse. We've talked about this.
I know, but usually I can just look at the screen, but then when it's overtime, it doesn't say round X, it says overtime. So we're here in round 13 anyways. Furia will get the defensive side to go back-to-back on. Probably a bit of an advantage, of course, with how the game has gone so far to be on that defensive side. But when it gets down to overtime, I really feel like it does even out quite a bit. Oftentimes you'll see OT go the opposite direction as to how the regulation went, especially when it goes defense and regulation. It can often go attacking sides in overtime because, well, the defense have already shown their strategies. The attackers have already kind of gotten an idea of what the defenders might do on every single bomb site. So often the attackers can have a bit of an easier time adapting if they have to go to sites that they weren't so successful on in the regulation. But that's all theory. End of the day, theory is not going to matter for these two teams. What matters is what they can put into practice. And for this round 13, it's going to be, well, more or less a full anchor setup with everybody playing in the basement. It looks like KZ may be the sole exception to that stat.
They're all anchoring. Okay, except for one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What, am I wrong?
No. Actually, you're technically correct, which is the best kind of correct.
And now KZ's anchoring too. So it wasn't even really a roam. You know, it was I'm going to shoot some drones and then leave type of roam. You know, it's not really a roam.
Pretty typical stuff for roamers. Your goal as a roamer most of the time is just to kill the clock and waste utility. Clash is an excellent job. It does an excellent job of that and is a great example for it as well. You've got a shield that keeps you safe from most gadgets, and especially in Dirt Tunnel where there's very limited opportunities to kill somebody from the side or the back. Clash can find some pretty serious value. As an attacker, you're going to want to drone out Dirt Tunnel a couple times because if there's not a Clash playing in there, it's not uncommon for anchor players to sit by the doorway to the escape tunnel. Something like a Maestro or an Echo, a Goyo, a Smoke can sit in there as well. It'll allow them to command both the hatch over top of the bomb chassis, but also Blue and the remainder of dummies and AKs and the rest of the site down below. Halfway point now and still discovery phase for W7M.
I'm looking at this Ying coming out from Palu, an operator that can be extremely devastating. There is no Warden being brought on the side of Furia. There is a Jaeger, which is a pretty good counter to the Ying as well, and that will certainly make things easier for the defenders as a Nitro Cell removes the Monty off the board. So now you're looking at a push that maybe doesn't have the Monty coming forward, but you'll have the Ying to try to answer on back. That's going to be even more important now that Palu gets values out of this Candela. They don't have the easy tip of the spear they were going to have with dots on the Monty. So Palu really needs to find an opening alongside Lobin with some of these Capital bolts.
His bullets are just going to fly over his head. As Lobin takes down Philippox, there goes the smoke. No toxic babes to deal with. The final 35 seconds, that's a damning blow for Furia. It will get worse now as Herds also bites the dust. KZ, the only one on the board through this round. Stats have reset due to the rehost, but KZ was a terrific performer before everything was dead and gone. Look at this position for KZ, by the way, tucked right next to the bar, but don't know exactly where he is as they're trying to eliminate the clash. Nade's been dropped. KZ's the only one left, and he's in this rat angle. How do you not see him? My God! He's got one more lined up with the dig, firing away, and he wins them all! KZ with a thunderous final moment, and Furia takes the first round of overtime.
He's such a little rat for that play, but that's exactly what the team needed. Low on time, low on information. KZ sees the opportunity. He says, what if I just hide in the spot they will never expect? The buck ran right past him. The guy with the defuse kit came in through Moto and was so tunnel visioned on getting to the plant spot that he needed to be in that he didn't even notice KZ crouching right next to him. That has got to be so devastating. It was Dodez on the buck who sprinted right past, not checking his corner, close left. Wow, that is a play that they're going to kick themselves after round 12 too. W7M not recognizing the position that KZ was in. He'd gotten a kill that round too. He had gotten one way earlier. I guess it was the Nitro pick onto Dot, so they wouldn't have really known his positioning going into that. What a ratty spot. Exactly what the doctor ordered for Furia. So smart from KZ. He got into that spot so late too. He was playing kind of in the hallway, kind of around Armory, and he didn't make that move kind of until the Candelas started flying from Palu and just happened to get lucky when every other person wasn't looking to get into that position. So smart.
Well, rivaling KDS's ace to win the round for FaZe Clan, KZ pulls out all the stops to get a 4K in an incredibly crucial round. I don't know if the play itself is more impressive than KDS's ace, but I can say with certainty that it was far more impactful at the moment for the match. If W7M goes on to win this, then I think there's a good argument to be had here as to which one was better. But a bigger moment from KZ, but less mechanically impressive than KDS. I don't envy the desk and production. Will have to decide which of those two will be play of the day. And who knows? Could be that Enks and Liquid later have some fireworks of their own that could throw a real spanner in the works for that decision. Either way, what a steal of a round for Furia from W7M. W7M looked like they were going to win that one, but how did they not drone him out? They knew he was there. They should have known he was there. I'm just baffled.
They can't keep dwelling on the pass, Parker. This is going to be an early roam fight engagement. There was a clash inside of Cash. Bombsite's basement, don't forget that. So this is going to be a really awkward round. If they can try to get in, this is going to be really engaging with the roam clear.
That's a nade that goes off, and yet another is now a Nitro cell is in hand. Nade living up to his namesake as both of his are gone. Still two in pocket for Herds as KZ and Philippox get the leadoff picks. W7M have looked mighty good in this matchup, but that might have been as close to a victory as they are going to get. They'll need heroics of their own, which on the side of W7M will pick up the mantle from KZ, who by my count should be at 17 or 18 kills. The rehost, of course, throwing those numbers into a bit of chaos. Dodez will swap on over as Scopos is able to do. A Scopos and a Clash as the last two standing are not exactly the operators you want in this circumstance, Jesse. Not with 5 players still on the side of Furia.
Yeah, at some point, Volps is going to have to put that shield down, bring out the gun, do what he can with the Clash rework. It gets a little bit easier, but still not easy. Keep in mind, you're still going against a shield too. Herds was caught in a frost trap, so he'll be quite slow on the Blackbeard, but eventually that's going to wear off. They get to a post plant. He's going to be right back to full speed. Fury are making the decision to go straight in through dirt. They've got the hammer to break it through. That's going to be 2 players going this direction. They could still have some players over towards main stairs and the kitchen drop as well, all looking juicy.
We'll have their targets marked for them as they're just about out of time. KZ with 3. He's looking for a 4th. No! Dodez taking no prisoners himself. Lighting up the Blackbeard, but all the while the diffuser in the hands of Nade, and Herds shuts down what could have been another clutch. 2 heart-stopping moments in OT, but only one nets his team the round. KZ wins the first round of OT, and then Furia across the board get the second round to secure the overtime victory.
I think it lives up to the hype. W7M and Furia, what a game we just saw. You know, I tend to think that the word should doesn't belong anywhere in esports, but if you're a W7M fan, you really feel like you should have won this game. So many opportunities that slipped through your fingers thanks to amazing plays from the guys on Furia and just small mistakes from W7M. One for the history books, maybe the best game that we've had in Brazil all stage, but I'll leave that to the analysts to decide on too.
Yeah, I mean, there's been a whole host of games so far in the South America League. You honestly could choose which game is the best, and this one, in my mind, is one of the finest games I've seen in actually quite some time, and one of the finest that you and I have had the pleasure of casting. What an incredible performance from both teams. So often do I find that we get stuck in the which team didn't do enough mindset, whereas this game was both teams were doing plenty. It just came down to which team did it a little bit better, and by a hair, it was Furia and the former world champs picking up 2 points over the former major champs of W7M. We still got one more match to go today, Jesse, but let's break down all the chaos that was W7M versus Furia.
That was indeed W7M versus Furia. What an incredible matchup. Can we just keep replaying KZ's clutch like all day, every day? That I'm gonna wake up to that every morning, and it's gonna motivate me to just get on with my day. Also, Parker, I just noticed you're wearing a Ghost t-shirt, and I'll give you 10 points out of 10 for that. Anyways, what a game, gentlemen. Constantly both teams trying to up one another, Leo.
Milosh, we can replay KZ's clutch, but what if we replay the first KZ clutch, then the Nate clutch?
Leo, would you like to join us by unmuting?
I'm already on you. I'm back. I was gonna say we can replay KZ's clutch whenever you want, but what about we replay his first clutch in round 4? What about we replay Nate's clutch in round 5? What about we replay Palu's clutch, the 1v2 on Cash Bomb side in round 11? I mean, I agree with both Jesse and Parker. I think from Jesse's point, I think this was the best game we've had so far in SAL. The quality and the back and forth. And the rounds that were flawless because the team was floating and was magical and everything was perfect. And then the round and the few rounds that weren't perfect was so close and down to clutches that were all amazing. Honestly, that was such a great game of Siege. Exactly what we wanted from both of these teams. 2 of the best teams in the world on their best map, delivering absolute entertaining Siege. That was just such a good game.
I feel like whenever we see the champion of against the champion of, it's always a good game. When we saw the champion of the Wild in FaZe against the champion of Reload, it was genuinely an excellent game a couple of weeks ago, or last week maybe. When we saw the major champions against the Reload champions, the game that we've just seen, once again, and I think Parker put it really well, it was like, we often get caught up on this team didn't do enough. This team hasn't done enough to win this game. Both of these teams today for me did enough to win this game. And they were controlling rounds and it was 50-50 in a lot of the rounds. You didn't quite know how it was going to go. And then it came down to individual clutch moments. That late round hold of the nerve. It's exactly what you want a round of Siege to come down to, where you're getting down to the final seconds and you still don't know who's going to win it. Oh, I could watch this game over and over again. And when teams, and a lot of other pro teams, whenever they get their inspiration for strategies or ways they want to play, they look at South America League. There will be other teams looking at this, trying to get the strategies, trying to emulate this across the world. That's how good these 2 teams are. I'm not sure on the bar stage, I'll be honest, apart from that. But, you know, everything else was just such top tier.
And innovation too. I mean, look at the innovation. Even though you don't like the... Oh, that clutch was just crazy, by the way. I just can't
It's
rewatch
insane.
it.
It's incredible.
That placement from KZ was so smart, just like, once again, getting in a spot that no one expects him. But look at the innovation on these teams. It's not pure, firepower. It's not pure team play. It's also, yes, the bar strategy, but it's also the basement one where they bring the Clash for Blue, the Scopus for Church, and the Azami for Armory. You know, they keep on innovating and abusing the meta, and honestly, I'm sure this is the reason why also this league is looked by all of the regions as the pioneering of what Siege is supposed to be at top level, because this match was such a great example of it.
Gentlemen, I think we're going to have to ask directly the horse himself here joining us, Felipox, on the interview from our winners at Furia. Felipox, it's good to see you again. What an incredible match. I mean, for you, maybe it was close and tight and everything. For us, it was pure entertainment. Walk me through this game, because Clubhouse is always this map where both teams need to be at 100% pure fundamentals, and both you and W7M have that in spades.
First of all, hey you guys, nice to see you again. It was a tough match against them. They were undefeated on the tournament. We got the first defeat against them, and it was a really tough match. On defense, they were playing a lot of shields. There was a round they were playing 3 shields, and I think we adapted really well. Like we started to bring Ela in almost every lineup that we brought, and on attack, I think we were playing good, but we threw some rounds too. Palu won a 1v2, and yeah, there were some close rounds, and then KZ on overtime did the KZ things, won an insane clutch, and yeah, we got the win.
I've got to ask you, Felipox, watching you guys play is always so entertaining because the matches are so close. Like Liquid's game was also overtime win. The FaZe game was 7-4, NIP was 7-5. Why do you think all of the matches you guys are playing are always so close?
I think everyone likes to play against us. Like they have more fire to play against us, and they play better. I don't know. Souls against us.
You have a target on your back.
He got 4 rounds, like playing individually very well. And then today he was 0-8 against Loud. So I think everyone plays a little bit better against us.
Felipox, can you describe for us how different it is playing best of ones online to playing best of threes at LAN? Because we know you guys as a LAN team and you come good and you're very consistent when you play at LAN, whereas online it can get a little bit more inconsistent.
Yeah, that's a good question. It's really different. When we are playing online, it was something that we started to try to improve, because playing online we couldn't get the match as if it was a game day, as it's in LAN. So we started to do things to improve that, and yeah, because the environment is really different. Like we are a LAN team. So we are trying to do new things to get the same game that we are playing online.
As an EML viewer, can you write those things down and send them to VirtusPro, please? I think we would all appreciate that. Felipox, again, it's always a pleasure to have you on here and kind of discuss the intricacies of these games, because today it was absolute cinema between you and W7M. Now, tomorrow you get to go up against 9Z, which is kind of a different scale. When you have kind of these highs and lows and kind of mountains and crevasses, how do you prepare yourself for those differences over the weekend?
We have to prepare against them like we prepare for every team. It's not because they are not a really good team, like people think that, but we got to prepare the same way, because if they are playing the South America League, they are a good team. So if we're not playing well, we're going to be punished, and yeah.
Anything you'd like to say to 9Z before tomorrow's game?
Despite all that I said, you guys are going to be stomped.
Thank you for that, friendly folks. Again, congratulations on the big win today against W7M. We'll let you go get rested up. Make sure you, as viewers, catch the squad playing tomorrow. They'll be up against 9Z. That'll be game number 1 for the day. Friendly folks, take care. See you tomorrow.
Thank you, guys. See you.
Bye-bye. I love it. I love it. I love getting the humility, but also the self-respect. Yeah, the trash talk. It's like we respect you, but we also respect ourselves. We know what we're worth, right, Jack? It's always good to hear.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, yeah, they're a great team, but they're going down. And you've got to back yourself. That, you know. And I love Felipe because he has this little cheeky arc to him every now and again that comes out.
It's like Shaiko, kinda. He can be, you know, he can have his smirk, his own smirk.
Yeah, but Shaiko doesn't speak unless
That's
it's French.
True. But honestly, I love the Felipox interviews because he's so transparent, so honest about it, and also like, what a professional. He looks into the camera when he speaks to us. Did you guys notice that?
Yeah. It's actually incredible because I think over time, very quickly, Felipox has learned how to like handle, I guess, public moments, how to also handle a team, such a fiery team in the server itself, in arenas with thousands of people around him. Like, that's not easy. For those who have never tried, and I know there's not going to be many people who have, try to sit in the middle of an arena with 10,000 people surrounding you, screaming your name and your opponent's names. That is not an easy thing, an easy place to be at. And Felipox and the rest of the squad have proven that they can handle it. And we see it in the small things, right? You have a little interview. He's there. He's looking at the camera. He's having a chat. He's confident. He feels himself, and that's exactly what we're getting here out of Furia in general throughout this game, despite how tight it was. It was, for lack of better terms, absolute cinema. What a game.
39 kills, by the way, between KZ and Dodes together in a BO1.
It's insane.
Yeah.
It's absolutely insane. On 2KD as well. Like, these two guys, I mean, the talent on the teams. Dodes on the very last round, I was like, no way he does it. It's insane. The 3 kills, the 3 kills on the very last round on Scopos were insane. Like, honestly, I'm so excited that we get so much talent and such great Siege being played. And I can't wait to see these guys play in playoffs in BO3s.
I just feel for every single team that's got to play them at international events. Furia, W7M. I'm going to include FaZe in that mix, even though they were disappointed today. And just turning our attention to this guy, to KZ. I think I talk about him quite a lot, Leo, as a very pure Siege player. I think he does the good things, or the proper things. He does them really, really well. He goes through that process. He's very reliable and dependable. But he also has this big flair element. When he needs to make a play, when he needs to be a little bit unpredictable, he makes that play. And of course, we saw that 1v3 clutch that he pulled off on the basement today.
Gentlemen, it seems like we have learned the key to victory, which is not to go to bar. Realistically on Clubhouse, I think that could have been a completely different situation. But yes, Jack.
I don't know if it was a bad shout though. It was right after a timeout. They're probably talking about the defense that they expect it to be from a rotation point of view. I can see Leo shaking his head, but just to throw them off it, if they've counter-prepped, they've gone, oh, they're going to go GM, they're going to go wherever, and then boom, they've hit you with a bar defense. Now you've got to think on your feet. You're a little bit disorientated. I can see the logic behind it, is all I'm going to say.
For once, I agree with Jack. I think it was a good move. I think it was smart. I think it was a good gamble. And I love to see unpicked bomb site at pro level. And I think this strat can work if they reuse it later.
Well, let's hope and see. Anyways, gentlemen, this was our match of the day. Game number 4 still means we have one more to go for. ENX takes on Team Liquid after the break.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Here we are. Welcome back to South America League, the beautiful beaches over Natal in Brazil, Rio Grande do Norte, on Brazil's northeastern tip. And I'm definitely not reading that off of Wikipedia or anything like that. Thank you very much. Here we are. We're back after an incredible matchup. For those who missed it, I'm not going to spoil the results of our previous matchup that just went down between Fury and W7M. You will have to go and rewatch that yourself because, oh my god. However, now I want to turn our attention to our next and final game, ENX versus Team Liquid. And gentlemen, how about we talk about Team Liquid, but actually let them talk about themselves?
Well, looks like things aren't going smoothly for the Cavalry, and that's exactly today's topic. Is Team Liquid going through their worst slump ever? Wait, what's going on? Oh, I see. That's just our editor's way of saying we're reheating some agenda. Actually, and unfortunately, it's Team Liquid that's stuck on repeat. If you don't remember, back in the first stage of the 2024 Brasileirão, the Cavalry hit a rough patch, dropping 4 straight losses, something that only happened once before, during Stage 2 of BR6 in 2022. Now Liquid has hit that low for the 3rd time in their history, all in a season full of roster shakes and changes. Let's be real, this slump started at Reload, when they couldn't even make it out of groups. Then came SAL, and with it, a string of heartbreaks in game. First, a loss to their former teammates Palu and Vopes, now on W7M. Then, a painful beatdown by their biggest rivals, FaZe. Another L in round 3, this time to a revamped NIP. And finally, last Sunday, Furia cut them off from what could have been their first win in the tournament. Now, all jokes aside, yes, Liquid's had a brutal schedule so far. But if they lose to the newcomers ENX today, they'll set a whole new record for failure. Unlikely? Maybe, but better safe than sorry. And to end this video on a less depressing note, let's hear what our pros have to say about this mess.
Olha, ter time coeso assim, quanto tempo leva? Tipo, isso depende do grupo, depende do quanto a gente consegue ter sinergia, do quanto a gente vai conseguindo se entender, vai conseguindo encaixar as peças dentro do jogo. Tipo, relativamente, talvez de 6 meses, assim, 3 meses, isso depende. Às vezes pode ir da liga direto. Então, mais eu acho que um tempo mínimo ali seria uns 3 a 6 meses.
Às vezes ninguém sabe o que tá passando dentro do time e tudo mais, coloca uma culpa em X pessoa e aquela pessoa não tem nada a ver. Porque aí você acaba até queimando a imagem do jogador ou de um treinador da vida. Então, tipo, mano, eu vou dar um exemplo de 2 caras que são muito amigos meus, o Palu e o Hugo, tipo... Mano, muita gente não gosta deles, mas, tipo, mano, eles não tinham nenhum problema, tá ligado? Tipo, mano, às vezes só desgastou a relação e acabou, tá ligado? Tipo, por exemplo, o caso do Palu, tipo, mano, trocou de elenco, então, tipo, agora tá jogando super bem de novo, então, tipo, mano, não é que o Palu virou ruim, tá ligado? O Palu sempre foi muito bom, mano, então, tipo, você acaba, às vezes, ficando manchado e tudo mais, mas também, mano, é aturar, né, mano, é a nossa vida de competição.
Alright, and with that, I am out, sending all the luck in the world to the Cavalry. Go easy in the comments, okay? Thanks everyone, see you next time.
That is Team Liquid, better known as the Cavala, the cavalry in Brazil, of course, due to the fact that is a seahorse that you see on their jersey. And there used to be an old joke that they would go through Mirata Cavala. That's back in the day, in your days actually, Alfama, when you were playing, that this was a thing that Liquid would be spamming around everywhere. Now, that has slowed down. The horse has gotten a bit older, and I'm not talking about Nesk specifically in this sentence here, but what can Liquid do to recover? Because they are gonna have a rough time being only there with 1 point at the bottom.
Yeah, put simply, right now, this must be the start of the remontada. Now, I'm gonna put some context here. We've just seen the video. These guys, it's not the first time they start a stage 0 and 4. One thing that changes thing is, last year when that happened, they lost to teams they should not lose to. quote unquote E1, for example, right? But look at who they faced so far. They've played FaZe, Furia, W7M, and NIP. 4 of the best teams in terms of momentum right now in the stage, right? So technically, all the weaker teams, the losses, the 9Z, the ENX, all of these teams, they still have to face them. So it's completely okay to be 0-4 if the remontada starts now. Problem is, with teams like FaZe dropping points to their competitors, their fate might already be not in their hands anymore. So overall, I'm convinced that it's okay for these guys to hit a slump and to grow as a team. They've just made 2 big changes. Ask stepping up in the team partly has been struggling coming from Black Dragons. Also, Nesk, who used to be the main fragger for the team, even at Reload, is struggling. We need to see them start to set up and have a convincing victory that start their stellar run and their remontada right now.
I understand the argument about losing the first 4 games and why it's never really okay, I would say, Leo, but why it potentially might have some mitigation in the fact that it was against 4 pretty good teams inside this league, Leo. However, that can do a very strange thing for confidence and momentum for teams, I would say. Certainly with the way that Team Liquid exited the Reload event, and they've actually not won since the group stage of Reload, which coincidentally was when they beat FaZe Clan. And what that means is they've got the quality, but they're on this downward turn, they're on this downward spiral. And I agree with Leo, this is a real inflection point where they can now make that change. They can now come out with a bang, get that win on the board, and then come strong at the back end of the stage to get themselves into playoffs. I will say the one thing that's worrying for me is that actually Liquid have a below 50% attack and defense win rate, which means they're struggling on their attacks, lots of teams do, but normally you make up for it in defense where you're sitting at 60, 65, 70%. Liquid are not particularly hot, it's below 50%, and that's a struggle for them. So that's the bit in my mind that would need to improve, and defense should be able to improve because a lot of the time it can be based off power positions with individual talent sat behind utility, and that's where they should come strong.
And I will add the extra piece, and you mentioned this earlier today, actually, Fresh, that there is no LCQs. And may I remind you, last year, Liquid made it to Manchester off of the LCQs and ended up going through them, which was an impressive run at the major itself. But that took that second chance off of all the mess-ups that they did during the stage, the stage itself, to bring it back to the major itself. They will not have that opportunity here because you need to be in the top 6 to qualify to playoffs, then in the top 4, then to make it to EWC. However, on the other end of this question is ENX, and they're also still here at the bottom 4, not too far away from Team Liquid. And if we're looking at their previous play day, well, they've had a great day against 9Z. Today can't just be another bit of surprise. Sexy Cake and the squad were playing up.
Yeah, I would say they're definitely on the rise. Sorry. If you look at their play so far into the tournament, you look at the EPS score, nothing looks really good. 2 standout players. Florio, as the only support in that team that had tier 1 experience and that has great clutch ability, and Boxzera, the standout up-and-comer in that roster that I think has tons of potential to shine. And he was already the standard player in Challenger Series, by the way. These guys, overall, have stepped up massively, especially last week, for 2 reasons. First of all, they went overtime all the way against the Black Dragons that the day after beat FaZe, by the way. They lost to them only 7-8. And then they beat 9Z 7-2. So for me, these guys, they had a tough start into the league. That's normal. They were coming from tier 2 after all. But they're making their dream alive, and they're proving that they can be a good dark horse right now.
ENX still. We are expecting to see maybe a bit more from them here. So Fresh, can you guide us through our map bans?
Yeah, I think when you're both of these teams, but particularly Liquid, you maybe want to try and keep it simple and play to your strengths. Now, what is the strength that the team Liquid would have, if you think fundamentally, is they've got the more established talent, they've got the more established gunners, and therefore take it to a map where that talent can shine, where that talent can flow. So Border for me makes a lot of sense. It was actually ENX that chose for us to go there, and therefore Liquid will start on the defense. One thing that they'll have to watch out for, and maybe even consider banning, would be the shields. Sexy Cake's been playing a lot of them this stage, and shields can be devastating on Border.
Also, just one thing to note here, ENX played it 3 times already and won it 3 times in a row during Challenger Series. Now that might seem as a great sign, but it means that Liquid had 3 different VODs to watch what ENX was doing, whereas for Liquid, they only played it once this stage, getting absolutely slammed by W7M. But that gives you lots of learnings to go into that match.
Border is always that map that we talk about when it comes to aggression. Hello, Antero Jesse. What's up? Parker, I like your t-shirt a lot. I
suspected you would say something about it. You love metal, you love Ghost. I started the day off by sending you some King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard songs to listen to, and you enjoyed them very much. And then I got onto a Ghost kick, and here we are.
Yeah, look, there is a big question here. Who will be on the square? Oh my God! Hello. Hi, Habibi.
I have left the door closed all day. He's tall enough to open the door, and he just walked in, so now he goes on camera. So that's how it goes.
Hello. Oh my God.
How happy are you to be on camera? No? Okay.
He saw that Uncle Milos was here, and he's very, very happy. Anyways, our game is ready, so let's go on with this Danse Macabre. Intero, Jesse, take it away.
Thank you very much. I love being able to shut out Jesse. You know, he's censored. Jesse is not allowed to share his thoughts when he is on the 5 panel. That's just how it works. So.
One day Milos will ask me a question first, okay? And when the turns table, I'm gonna abuse that so hard. Just you wait.
Turntables. Oh, you listen to records too? Nice, man.
Okay. ENX versus Team Liquid. The desk, I think, set it up perfectly, Parker. This is do or die for Liquid. Unlike last year, there is no LCQ, so they need to turn their season around right now, or things are not going to go well for them for the rest of their stage. Team Liquid have lost 13 of their last 16 games, and of those 3 matches that they were able to win, 1 was against FaZe Clan. Great, okay, good team. 1 was against Joel Esports. All right. Huge. And the other was against Packer, which, sorry, Packer. But the point is, it's been a long time since Liquid fans have had anything to be happy about. They need to get something big today. They're playing against one of the other worst teams in the league. They need to get a win right now, or the season might just be over until September.
Yeah, I mean, there's a long drought here. And for an organization like Liquid, which is one of the biggest and most infamous and most well-known esports orgs in the world, for crying out loud, Liquipedia, the esports Wikipedia, is named after Team Liquid for crying. Like, they simply just have to be better. That's just the way it works, especially after splashing out and getting a new roster. You don't bring in 2 brand new players to this team without expecting there to be some results. And I mean, when you look at when you look at Diaz and Ask, I get them confused because they always play together. I always say Gomez and Diaz. When you look at players like Ask and Diaz, you expect the team to improve a little bit. Obviously, with Lagonis gone, it means that there's new leadership at the helm of Team Liquid. With Palu gone, you've lost a little bit of fragging potential. Sometimes some people would say quite a lot of fragging potential. But this is a team that really should not be in last in any region, period. The fact that Liquid is here, I don't even know where you begin to diagnose the problem.
Well, they're going to have to figure it out at some point, because once again, this game feels quite do or die. Up against their former player in terms of Sexy Cake. It's been a while since he's been on Liquid, but of course, probably his most famous team that he's been up against. And Sexy Cake, of course, would love to get yet another win up against his old teammate of Nesk. So we'll see what he can do playing on the Blackbeard, making this entry in towards top East. With the Azami ban holding East becomes really difficult, but Smoke is the go-to operator for most East Stairs players if Azami is not available, and Ask is going to follow the trend, bringing the SAS operator to try to lock this down. It means those Toxic Babes will get used early rather than late, but they still get value. What a good entry.
Don't love that you lost the Blackbeard so early on. I'm not very pressed about losing the Vigil. On a map like this, on a roam-friendly border, a Vigil can be a real nightmare to deal with, but a lot of players like to bring the Boss G and play a close range. Maya wasn't doing that, he had the K1A. Down goes Nesk, as well as both Nigel and Sexy Cake are in the ground, leaving just Bach, Angels, and Florio. Florio, a name that many people should recognize, same as Sexy Cake. As the desk discussed, these players are relatively well known. Brief bit of action, and now it's Angels take down Ask. My goodness. What is happening here with these engagements all over the place? Liquid not playing like a team at all. Very unsupported roams, swinging and trying to get back to the bomb site with limited intel. Now it's Resets' turn to do the same, looking outside onto the balcony, but can't find anything, as now it will be a circle around Office in Fountain, for which Resets is prep, Jesse.
2v3 still really hoping to get some of these swings back, but it doesn't matter. DS gets one, but his teammate, he gets traded on out. So it's Resets now in the 1v2. SMG-11 in his hands and no defuse kit, but it doesn't matter as Angels comes in from behind to make sure that he can shut down that clutch potential. Clean round from ENX. I mean, I really like the way they broke that round down. They started off over by East Stairs, had everybody focused on that side of the map. They got their entry point there. They eventually cleaned up the smoke player who had tried to rotate down through the bottom floor, and then just picked off players one by one, making sure they didn't let any trades come through from Liquid.
Again, Liquid just suffering through it, right? ENX is a team that also exists in the bottom of the standings.
Yeah.
Just in case anybody needed a reminder, if you missed the desk and all that talked about it, Team Liquid is in 10th place. They are the only team in South America League right now that does not have a victory. All the teams above them have at least one. Most of the teams, in fact, have a win in regulation, which means that even if Liquid wins in regulation here, depending on the round differential, they might not really move in the standings. They might go up 1 point, 2 points. If they really blow it out, they could actually vault over ENX and jump up to 7th, but then they're 3 points back of the next team, which is Furia. So it's a long road for Liquid. As the graphics showed, they had the same issue in a previous stage when they were playing in the Brazilian League in BR6. So Liquid are no strangers to adversity. I don't know why they seem to hate their fans and want them to have as much suffering as possible during a match. But if you are a fan of Liquid, you have been here before and you probably consider this somewhat normal.
Well, round 2 for Liquid to try to bounce back. Usually top floor is what we want to see. A team winning on this map. Portal can be very attacker-sided, but it's not always so simple. There might be a bit of a play coming out here as the first Vinca charge has gone out. Already Nigel gets the opening pick onto Ask, so they're starting to make a little bit of space, but it looks like the push is just coming towards East. Bot gets 1 kill as well, but with a trade back onto Angels, it's not going to be all favorable for ENX. They still have this control, though. They should be happy with the first 60 seconds of this game, as they've really managed to nab control of the eastern stairs and now can use that to push down into the bomb site. Information here for Nesk. He could go for a play, though.
Oh, Resets eliminating Bach. Now the Nitro cell for a potential follow-up, but it does not go. Nesk torn to pieces by Nigel, once again running that Finca with the spear. As Resets will engage and win the duel against Sexy Cake. A bit of a baffling play. Sexy Cake, a former member of Team Liquid. He knows these guys quite well. Now, Nigel and Florio will be quick to get to the bomb site. Side by side. 2 Adrenal Surges still in pocket for Nigel as Florio holds on to 1 Selma, and 2 remaining players from Liquid are on a single point of HP. They'll be out on the catwalk now, and there's Resets grabbing the kill from behind. Florio has no choice, Jesse, but to look in that direction. All this action happening, there's still over a minute left.
Yeah, Florio, he's happy he has time, but this is still not a good spot. No information to where Resets might be. He'll open another angle with the Selma to try to pressure this player, and a good shot. Worked out where he had to be based on where he wasn't receiving fire from, so then cleans up onto Resets. 1v1, and DS is very low health.
Very, very low. And this is like incredibly winnable. Both of these teams on a single point of HP. Florio will attempt the defuse plan with 45 seconds left. And now it's Diaz to make a bit of noise. He pops him off of this position. Bullet tracers go by and Diaz knows exactly where he is. But Florio gets him through the wall. And Liquid get mighty close, but not close enough. 2 in a row for ENX.
Huge round from Florio, shutting down Diaz. We know how dangerous Diaz can be, clutching on border. At the 6th Invitational on this map, he had the only 1v5 of the tournament. I think that was up against CAG Osaka, where he got the 1v5 clutch coming out. That was an attacking on Vent's workshop bomb site. But Not up against CNX, it seems. The play from Florio just too good. I loved the way he cleaned up that first kill. You know, it really wasn't an easy one. He had no idea where Resets was going to be. Resets had been a slippery little rat that whole round, unable to be pinned down as the entirety of Team Liquid kind of supported him. ENX weren't able to find Resets at all, despite the kills he was getting. But then, of course, it's Florio to come on back and find that frag to be able to then spiral into another pick late into the 1v1. Beautiful stuff coming out from the former hard support of Black Dragons, now hard support of ENX.
10 seconds to go.
Oh, Liquid. Border is a relatively coin flip map. I mean, we haven't seen enough games across all regions to be able to talk about it confidently. It does tend to skew towards the defenders, like almost every single map in the map pool, but it's often not enough to distinguish it as a defender-sided map. It can go either way. The fact that ENX has taken the first 2 rounds on attack is not surprising, but it does give a little bit of cause for concern with the way that Liquid are playing. I think what is more concerning to me is how spread out everybody is on Liquid. They are not playing like a team. Even Resets in the previous round almost won it for his team, not because of teamwork or strategy, but just because he's a talented player who read the situation well on his own. Now, if you've got a whole team of players doing that and they're gelling together as a unit, you're going to be in good shape. Liquid, so far through these rounds, I don't really think they are in very good shape, and I wouldn't be surprised if they pull out a tactical timeout after this round if they end up losing.
Yeah, I mean, they're starting to dig themselves into a hole. This should be another rush strat as Nigel's getting ready to set up the push in through main stairs. The yokai camp from Ask will be massive, but if everybody's blind, it might not matter if they can deny the plant once or twice.
And Reset starting off strongly from where he was in the previous round. Diaz downed, or rather Resets downed as Diaz gets the kill. ENX really struggling on the entry at this point. They went for a very linear execute. They just wanted to go straight into Workshop. It did not work out for them. They met their match against Liquid, whose guns were simply better. You saw the Nigel on the Aurora closing the doorway, giving some comfort to those playing over by Workshop. Surprise Resets has not been picked back up. His health is depleting very quickly, which would suggest to me he's trying to move to a place where he could be a little bit safe. Maya eliminated by Bach, so just like that, with Resets bleeding out, Jesse, it goes back to a 3v3.
Yeah, good on ENX to claw this one back into the realm of possibility. It was a really weird rush. They tried to go really deep into Workshop rather than just planting inside events. Didn't really pay off, and now they don't know the full position of Team Liquid either. There are some rat players around here, DS in particular inside a bathroom. They know his general location, but they don't have a direct ping. The rest of these players as well holding onto the top floor, so if they can get a vert angle onto a plant that goes down inside of Workshop, that could be big for them too. Don't necessarily have the information, but it can always be a problem if you get denied from up above.
This is a position that Diaz has been sitting in for quite a while, and you can hear the footsteps not far removed. Sexy Cake will search for his very first kill, and I think he's got a beat on it, but second guesses the position, and Diaz will give himself away. Sexy Cake is none the wiser as Angel trades it back. Angel's the only one standing. Ask and Nesk, the last two alive, holding from above, and Angel doesn't seem to know where they are. Diffuser is just out of reach. He'll pick it up and determine where he wants to plant. There's a yokai drone in, and Ask will save the round. Team Liquid finally get on the board and deny ENX a perfect rotation on attack.
A little surprising to me that nobody on ENX ever decided to go push that top floor. Obviously, they were in a 3v5 very early, but then it felt like all three players were hyper fixated on DS inside of Bathroom, who was a problem they needed to solve. But other than Bach, who went top floor very briefly to kill Maya, they were very focused on the main floor. Both Nesk and Ask existed up above the bomb site the entirety of that round, meaning that with Yokai's in sight, there was really no way they were going to lose that unless some ridiculous vert shot came out from ENX. So, bit questionable maybe on how they played that late round, but obviously once the brunt of that push falls to pieces, it's always going to be difficult to recover on the side of ENX. So Still, for the 2-1 first quarter, you're not going to be too upset about that. The Ying does get banned out, so Liquid kind of recognizing that, hey, that could have been a much worse round than it ended up being. That Ying can be absolutely devastating. We need to remove it. And then ENX with the Mira ban as well. Hasn't played a little bit from Team Liquid so far in this game, so I can respect that. Last round, actually, the first time it got played, that was Nesk.
Bomb located by attackers.
Nesk is a player that I'm always keeping my eye on when it comes to the success of Liquid. He's in a bit of a way, he's the canary in a coal mine, so to speak. If Nesk is having a really good game, more often than not, Liquid is winning. If Nesk is having a bad game, the team might still be winning, but it is far from certain. It tends to go where Nesk goes. When you had Palu, you had equal offensive threats. Maya was brought in, who, by the way, has 0 kills at the moment, which on his role is tremendously bad, like catastrophically bad. But when you brought Maya in, I don't want to say Palu was a bit expendable, but so often Liquid relied on that 1-2 punch of Palu and Nesk, while the support players did what they needed to do, but usually didn't rack up the kills. Every now and then you'd see Resets do that. Lagonis very rarely would do anything big. There'd be next to no splashes on his side of the coin. Now you brought in a change of the way that the team is going to play. If Nesk and Maya are not able to get kills, I genuinely fear that Liquid just do not have the depth to recover and cover up the 2 players who you expect to lead the way. Maya in particular was brought on to dominate, and we've seen him dominate time and time again. Unfortunately for Liquid, not yet today.
Yeah, Ness been struggling all stage long. It's probably the worst start to the season he's had in his career. Leads the league in deaths, but he's still looking to turn that around. Here comes a Sens wall early from Bach, and it does still eat a Nitro. That's exactly what he didn't want to happen. He was trying to bait, but it didn't matter. Now his whole team is starting to fall around him. It's only Florio and Sexy Cake, and Sexy Cake gets double swung on the stairs, and Parker, the round's just over. Everybody tries to collapse off just one little play from the Sens coming in on the vents window, but Liquid read into it perfectly. They know exactly what's going on the side of ENX, and so they shut that down beautifully.
These are just this is border. I mean, that's how border plays out. Sometimes you blink and the round is over, right? It is a smaller map than it feels like at times, and it can be a much bigger map in very rare instances. But with the exception of that lobby area, you don't really have a lot of roam potential between floors. If you leave a hatch open, you can drop down, but really only that lobby part, which is what's on the screen right now, that's the only place that you can really jump down into. Unfortunately, if it's being held or cut off, as it almost certainly will be on this bomb site, then you don't really have much you can do, barring a sprint outside between armory and security, or potentially going down main stairs and trying to cut through workshop. But again, there are a lot of places to hide on this map, but not a lot of places to escape to. It makes roam clearing very, very interesting for the defenders, because you're going to get droned out many, many times, and they might just let you sit and wait because they know there are very few ways for you to get to another part of the map. A great example of this for people who are old enough to remember was that old Vitality team that would drone everything for 2.5 minutes and then just kill you. Obviously, they were not the best team in the world, but their system worked for them, and you should watch some of their matches on Border. They were very impressive. Old Vitality.
New Vitality is not a team. Now
I mean,
now they're called Wolves.
Yeah,
I mean, that's not even the same team at all.
I mean, I was talking about like not one of the newer Vitality rosters. I'm talking about an older one. Oh.
Attempted swing from Maya. Again, it's
Maya.
all about holding onto this east stairs control, right? Combining with Ask, who's playing bottom east stairs with those toxic babes to stall things out. Maya and Ask working as a bit of a duo here. It was relatively successful the first time they ran it up against the Blackbeard of Sexy Cake, where they went 1 for 1. Wasted some time too, but here we go. This is the problem, coming in from break and immediately being pressured.
Oh my goodness. How does Liquid clean out the entire server again? ENX just falling by the wayside. Finally getting on the board, Jesse, as Angels takes out Ask. Him and Bach left standing again. The breakneck pace that's being set by these teams means there's a great deal of time after the initial burst of action ENX have to go back to the drawing board here. They've still got utility. 1 flame bolt and 2 smoke bolts. You got a Twitch drone and 2 smokes in pocket for Box, so it's not the end of the world, but you have to get a pick relatively quickly. That is step number 1 for ENX. Find and isolate one of these players off site and then go from there. And, well, they found him, but they found him in the wrong way. Now all of the coverage around Angels will disappear and Liquid sweep through ENX. This looks more like the team that we expect to see.
I think it was Fresh on the desk that talked about potentially banning shields up against Sexy Cake because he'd been playing them a lot. And Fresh is right. 10 of the 22 attacking rounds that Sexy Cake has played before this game have been on shields, and he's had a decent win rate with them as well. But not so confident the shield play has been going as well for Sexy Cake. That round on the Blackbeard, not able to have the impact he wanted to, rushing into break room with still Nesk and other players having full access to his backside to be able to get that kill. Previously on the Fuse as well, he ran this a couple rounds ago, and he also really wasn't able to find much success kind of playing by himself. So this has kind of been a bit of a problem for him so far this game. I think Liquid have done a great job of countering that shield play that ENX have been trying to bring out, not only by banning the 2 stronger shields in terms of Monty and Blitz, but also just by not allowing Sexy Cake to find these isolated picks where somebody is going to be all alone, where you're most vulnerable to one of those shields. It's been nice to see Liquid kind of turn that around. It's been nice to see Nest turn things around too. 4 and 3 after that big collateral kill 2K in the previous rounds. You mentioned it. Liquid kind of only does well when Nesk is doing well. That's been the case so far through this stage. So Nesk is starting to get hot. That's a good sign for anybody who wants Liquid to find their first win.
Like seeing the Supernova on the board. Echo's pick rate has jumped up quite heavily. Have to suspect that operator bans are having a huge impact on that, right? Echo is not usually, for most teams and on most maps, is not usually a top 5 must-play operator. But when you lose a Miro, when you lose an Azami, if you lose a Kaid or a Bandit, or you lose a Smoke, suddenly Echo becomes way more desirable for these defenders. And people forget that he's got a great kit. Yeah, the Bearing 9 is a lot harder to control than people were used to at one point in time. And yeah, the Yokai drones are easier to see, but he still does good damage. You can still stash the Yokai drones in awkward places, especially on a map like Border where there's lots of pipes above. You can send a Yokai drone up there. Or if you want to do what most teams have done lately, Jesse, is you send a Yokai on an exploration journey. And you just send them off and have somebody roam with them.
Maya hoping for a kill. They weren't holding any of the south part of the map on the side of Liquid, so now he kind of needs to contest them. It's been a weird breach. Obviously wants to play on the rappel. What a tight angle he holds, but he doesn't get rewarded with a kill just yet. Blackbeard's going to be awkward as well. Forces him to move and then right into the crossfire where he managed to make his escape, but lucky to be alive if you're Maya.
Maya was at 0 and 3, Jesse. 3 kills since, no deaths. Every round that Liquid has won since has been in large part because of Maya and Maya's contributions. They had him on the run as one of those death marks from Nigel were used to try to pin down the off-site player. Off-site is in the sense that he's above the bomb site, close enough to have impact on the execute, but ultimately not there to stop it in its tracks. Aska's died, so all the talk we did about the Echo seems to be a bit moot here. Well, they'll look for a follow-up. Maya's been dropped. Liquid, after quite an electric set of rounds, has now regressed to the point that all ENX broke out to that 2-round lead, and they're looking very, very likely to tie this up. Team Liquid just with Nesk and Diaz. Oldest player on the team and one of the newest players on the team will be fighting for their life. Diaz down for the count. ENX have an opportunity for a flawless round. Can Nesk shut it down? He's going to miss out on the diffuser being planted, chased off his position as bullets whiz over his head, and a death mark harasses him, giving information to Nigel. Nesk will know too where he is, firing away. No flawless round, but Nesk also has to deal with the time as the diffuser is now at 30 seconds. Long range Sexy Cake will take revenge against his former team, if you could call it that. He's been off the squad for a couple years, and the first half starts no closer to a resolution than when the game began. 3-3 on both sides.
2 nade kills is not something you see too often in today's game, but the first one came off of a really poorly timed drop from Ask. He got really unlucky, to be honest, that he just dropped the hatch straight onto a nade I don't think he realized was there. And then the second one was confirming a downed player. Maya had lost a gunfight towards the top of metal stairs. So they got to use some of that utility to open themselves up a couple of picks. I thought Sexy Cake's Blackbeard play was a lot better in that round. I kind of criticized it earlier, so I'll give credit now that he did a really good job of making some space, distracting some of those roamers' attention so that his teammates could come in and get some picks as well. And then once that man advantage happened, I mean, it's going to be a pretty clean time pushing into the bomb site 5v2. So they get their 3 attacks on border, about where you expect them to be on the side of ENX. For Liquid, you're coming on to the attacking side now, which is good for you. You're a slightly worse attacking team than you are a defending team, but because defense is generally easier for teams anyways, Team Liquid are the worst defending team in the league, not quite so on the attack. So they got through their worst half, only losing 3 on a map like Border. I think you'll take that if you're Team Liquid. You're still looking at maybe an overtime here, which isn't good if you want to make playoffs, but at the end of the day, this could have gone a whole lot worse.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree. It could have also gone a whole lot better.
Fair.
We don't need to be glass half empty type people. I mean, there are definitely areas of improvement for Team Liquid, even here. I mean, Liquid doesn't have a win. I mean, we need to keep saying it, unfortunately, just because it is something that is important for the overall health of our broadcast and talking about and contextualizing the league. But if Liquid is to start winning games, it's a no-brainer that it should come against teams like ENX and 9Z and Los, who are also at the bottom, right? The fact that Liquid is currently tied against ENX shows that this isn't really a fluke. Liquid are genuinely suffering and are not just some really strong team that's had a bad bout of misfortune. It's showing that Liquid really are struggling through as much as the stats would suggest. ENX, on the other hand, have dealt with the explosiveness on the side of Liquid. They've been able to shut down resets when he's been streaking. They've held Nesk and Maya to only 8 kills through 6 rounds. Those are things that are quite big accomplishments, especially for a younger and a newer team that doesn't have all the experience that a team like, say, Liquid does.
3 Nitro cells being brought by ENX with Valk cams and a clash for information. So watch out for Angels to potentially pop something from down below. Nigel as well playing below. Not sure if that's something Liquid have read into. They've done a good job droning out of security. They've droned out break quite a bit, and here they will find 1 of 2 players down on that bottom floor. So that's got to be something that they are thinking about. If they know there's a Valkyrie, they'll be very aware that that Valk Cam plus Nitro combo could be a problem. They'll have to send somebody down below to try to deal with that if they want to go for a plant deep inside lockers, which might be the plan. They're actually kind of posted over towards Archives instead, which you can dodge a Nitro, but you've got to plant in a pretty specific spot. Now, okay, they are here towards lockers, so if they go for this, they got to be really careful about their plant spot. Knowing there's that Nitro down below could be make or break for their push. Execute on the clash as well, gonna hope to stall this out. I'm feeling like we might get a 5v5 execute. Never mind.
Well, you're wrong. Nigel kills Maya and your idea is in the dirt. Just like Maya is, all the praise that we'd sung to Maya is now effectively gone, as he had those 3 great kills in a row and since then has been relatively listless. Resets on the other side of the coin has been bar none the best player on Liquid, finding entry picks, trying to save the round, hugely impactful kills for the most part. That was part of why they made the changes they did, was allow resets to play with a bit more confidence and be a bit more cavalier. ENX left with 3 players as resets now not just getting a kill, but also successfully planting the diffuser while Diaz looks towards top metal. That's where ENX will retake from. And both Nesk and Diaz will punish the players from ENX. Now it's Nigel's turn to inhabit the same part of the map, and Diaz will shut him down. 2 for Diaz, 1 for Nesk. Resets gets diffuser down and gets out of dodge. That's the right play to make, and Liquid look mighty good on their first attack.
Big round from Diaz. 2 picks in the end, as you mentioned, but also was the main driver behind that kill onto the clash. He tossed out a nade, which was in the vicinity of Sexy Cake and caused Sexy Cake to kind of panic. He tried to run away, opened up his backside to be shot. I think it was by resets outside of the breach. So really big round from Diaz. Obviously, the new player coming into Team Liquid, the first ever player to be imported to a Brazilian team, kind of filling in the role that Paulo used to play on this squad. So it's big shoes to fill in for Diaz, but I really like it. I really like the swap to come out from Liquid. Much like Paulo, Diaz is a very passive player. He loves playing for that late round, but he plays a bit more support roles than what you sometimes see from Paulo. So it's nice to see Diaz working well on this team. He's had some good games, some bad games so far on Team Liquid, but happy to see him stepping up today. It really does feel like he's been meshing with the squad through the first 7 rounds.
10 seconds to go.
Oh, I'll be very intrigued to see how ENX
5 seconds left.
decides to troubleshoot this now. Again, they're a new organization that has not built up the same reputation in Siege as a lot of the other orgs in Brazil have. You know, Miners GG is no longer here. Vivo Keydstars is no longer here. Now we've got some new orgs that are competing. And of course, part of that was also the merging of the Latin America and South American leagues with Brazil. Brazil still dominates the region, let's not kid ourselves, but there is one team that still has the Argentinian core. The moment that one of those players leaves, it will go back to Brazil dominated, but for the time being, just like we see with Cruelty in North America, it's nice to have. You would have thought that there would be a Middle Eastern team in Europe in the EML League, but Falcons decided to buy out the old BDS team instead, so no Middle Eastern squads were able to qualify, so it's all just Europeans, and that's okay. Hopefully, we'll see a Middle Eastern team be able to crack the region in the next set of qualifications. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. We're currently looking at the South America League and the Brazilian teams right now as Diaz gets the first kill onto Nigel. Valkyrie is dead, but passive gadgets, Jesse. Valkyrie will still provide value even while off the board.
Yeah, and here comes a big push down to the East Stairs. Angels was playing that really passive. Usually they play quite far up on the East Stairs. I think that's what was expected by Nesk, but he plays really far down in towards waiting, which he's able to do thanks to those reinforcements that he was able to put up. Still alive now. Cleaned up just as I say it. Resets, gets the angle, but that's a good bit of time waste. That's a good pick for Angels to be able to get. Now you're in a 3v4. You're still not in a super comfortable position, but you've got the clash up from Sexy Cake. He's playing top floor with Boxzera, and Florio down inside the site, inside a workshop with the long angles towards bathroom. It's going to make a difficult prospect for Liquid to have this push go forward.
Bach is now taking a much more forward look over by Office. Florio and Sexy Cake have their hands full with the remaining players of Liquid. An advantage by 1 for Liquid and the Horsemen. They spot the clash. A Nomad's air jab is a great thing to deal with. Sexy Cake swings around the shield. He gets picked apart. Resets 2 for 2 on getting Diffuser down. Liquid mighty good with these executes. Maybe it's just an attacker-sided border. Maybe we got a bit ahead of ourselves. Down goes Bach, and Florio will be thrown in the same grave as Liquid wins 2 rounds in a row on attack and are now 2 away from their first victory of the stage.
So it seems that the Clash rework isn't completely unbeatable as Sexy Cake finds that out. Team Liquid, good push, really focused. You know, they didn't try to take the entire map. They didn't try to overextend themselves. They said, we're going to take East. We're going to go down the stairs into waiting, and we're going to go in and plant, and that's all they really needed. There was nobody inside of Customs for a long angle to try to get an eye on that plant, so they didn't have any real way to deny the plant from going down. Of course, they also lost a couple of players early in towards East Stairs, which limited the potential they had. There was a flank from Bach, which we saw just at the end, where he came in through break up towards Rafters, which would have gotten the job done. In fact, Bach did kill Resets, but it was just a little bit too late. By the time Bach's flank came through, the plant had already gone onto the ground. If Bach's a little bit faster in that flank, you got to think that that round goes a lot better for ENX, but unfortunately, the timing just not there. So Team Liquid looking good, and a tactical timeout gets called by ENX. They'll have their chance to talk with their coach, which I believe is Pandex, is the primary coach for ENX. So hopefully they can break down some of these issues. Border defense is not easy by any stretch of the imagination.
No, not at all. I mean, ENX is obviously suffering through that, so it is nice to see new orgs join the scene. It is a bit unfortunate that they have not had the same success that some other orgs have had. I mean, this has been an odd stage for a lot of regions, and I'm not just talking about SAL. NAL's been a little bit upside down. EML is not shaking out the way that I would have suspected either. Same with APL. Actually, every region in that case. But I mean, Brazil has always been a real meat grinder. Let's be completely frank here. You know, when I talked earlier in the broadcast about the big three teams, that was years ago. Like, we're talking before COVID. We're talking 5+ years ago at this point. There's been a wide variety of teams that have excelled. Low/Team 1 obviously went on their miracle run. Like, Liquid had some great looks. NIP obviously won a world championship. FaZe has been good the whole time. W7M came out of nowhere. You had very briefly that Immortals MIBR squad that was very good at making top 4 at events. Brazil is the most competitive region in Rainbow Six, and it's a point that I've made, and the numbers frankly back up. So when you look at domestic results here, some of the best teams in the region internationally struggle domestically. Furia and FaZe are not usually undefeatable or unbeatable when it comes to other Brazilian matches, yet when it comes to international events, they clean up. So you got to get through Brazil first. All of the teams are kind of learning that the hard way right now. Liquid and ENX are not world beaters based on the standings, but they have opportunities to improve for stage 2 if stage 1 you consider might be a bit out of reach. And for Liquid here, as we talked about, Jesse, if they lose, it feels like stage 1 would be out of reach.
Yeah, and this is going to be the East stairs clear. A lot of util, the Capitao, the Nomad air jabs as well. Sexy Cake has avoided all of it, which has been really nice. That was kind of the opening that Team Liquid wanted. Another Capitao bolt goes out, but Sexy Cake, once again, able to just leave and gets the pump as well on Amaya. Brilliantly done. Another swing from Florio, straight out from offices. Makes it a 2-man advantage from ENX. They are standing tall on this East stairs hold that Liquid dedicated all of their util to, and now they're in such a terrible position. 3 players alive. You didn't find any of these extended bodies. Sexy Cake has rotated all the way back to Fountain. Angels, who was break room, has also gone back to Fountain. They have just fallen off with that 2-man lead, confident they won't need to play any more aggressive players on the East stairs. Really well done.
This is where the breaks might be getting hit, whether Liquid likes them or not. Now it's Nesk down for the count, and ENX is warming things up. Sexy Cake is obviously taking quite a beating here, but the rest of his team is in excellent shape. Look at how closely these two are, and resets will get out-dueled by Nigel. Sexy Cake on limited HP will give ENX a flawless round, and just like that, things come to a close. You know what you can say about Border, Jesse, is that no round plays out the same, and so far, that rings true here in this match.
Yeah, really creative way to try to take that East stairs. I don't know if I've seen anything quite like that before, with the Capitao bolts coming in from the roof, the air jabs coming in through waiting, as we saw the Nomad walk in through the bottom floor, and then of course you've got the players directly walking in the East to try to take that gunfight. Really interesting utility work coming out from Liquid, and ENX remove a piece of that puzzle, so the Capitao no longer going to be an option for clearing out the East stairs. Big round from Sexy Cake as well in round number 9 as he stepped up for 3 big kills. It has been nearly 3 years since Team Liquid managed to win a game against Sexy Cake. July 2022 was the last time they beat their former player. They've lost twice since that game. Once when Sexy Cake was on 00 Nation, and once when Sexy Cake played for E1. 2 more orgs that are no longer in the scene down here in South America.
I completely forgot about 00 Nation. Oh my goodness, that is... And what was the other one? There was that YAG Gaming. I believe that YAG Gaming was also in here briefly. You had INTZ, we had Pain Gaming, we had...
MIBR have left too now at this point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Boot Camp was in here as well. They're gone. There was...
10 seconds.
Really were. There's been an incredible run of orgs coming in and out of Brazil.
5 seconds to insertion.
The players largely stay the same. Like, I mean, the orgs are cycling through, but a lot of these guys have been around for so long.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the only time you really see new players come in is if they're just turning 18, 19, maybe spending a couple seasons down in Challenger League, down in Tier 2. A lot of the time, yeah, I mean, the older guys, they've been here since the very beginning. Kind of a interesting dynamic in this game, too. You've got the Boomer versus the Zoomer, the oldest player in the league, Nesk, up against the youngest player in the league, Bach. So far, it's been Nesk who's played a little bit better today, but they're still very close with one another.
Been even across the board on Liquid with kills. I mean, if you look at Diaz at 9, resets at 8, Nesk at 7, all on rolls where they should be getting kills. Maya as well could be tasked with that. I mean, resets really shouldn't have 8 kills at this point, but it's worth noting that I think 3 of those kills, Jesse, came at the tail end of a round. Maya will find an entry kill onto Nigel with 2 minutes still left on the clock, and he's traded right back from Angels, who's just waiting for the call on the rotate outside on that triple panel. This is a strong position for Angels to be in. He's spotted with the Twitch drone, and it will cost him the mirror window, but he's not alone. Hawk's not far removed, and as Angels is playing an SAS operator, you got close range with the shotgun and long enough range with the SMG to count.
XCK's got to be really careful. His angle is being held. He's the only player still on the bottom floor. But he knows the angle. He's careful to avoid it. He's been around the block a couple of times, so he knows where to step and where he can't. Most of the push, of course, going on the top floor. They want to be able to clear out some of these players over towards offices, but it's been slow going so far, Parker. After that one swing from Angels, they've really had to stop in their tracks. Doing a bit more droning at this point, doing a bit more util clear, both at the same time if your resets on the Twitch. And Sexy Cake as well, ratting a little bit down there in Workshop, trying to play under a desk. If this goes unspotted, this could be a massive decision.
I mean, it wouldn't be the first time today that a player in a relatively common spot was not flushed out. I wonder if it will have the same devastating impact.
I think he just got droned. Maybe.
It sure looks that way. Nesk is walking right in, and yes, I mean, it was a bit of an ugly gunfight, and he hit the fire extinguisher at the same time, but doesn't really matter. Liquid had taken their foot off the gas pedal, but for a moment, it seems like they have sharpened things up and are right back at it, living their life 1/4 mile at a time, or kilometer, if you want to say that. Diaz with the exit kill, and Liquid move to match point, Jesse.
Yeah, good clear of the top floor, kind of as things were going on. Ness gets that pick on Angels, which we watched, and at the same time, Diaz was able to find Florio. Diaz pushing just up through the hallway into offices as well, with Florio playing kind of back inside of Archives. So you could tell that these are plays that are going on in sync with one another. Everybody's pushing together on the side of Team Liquid. Maybe it's a little bit slow, but they're all moving at one pace together, even if it's a bit on the slower side. Something we talked about for Black Dragons a lot earlier in the day and back in game number 2. This kind of teamwork, this coordination from Liquid, I don't think is something we've really seen over the last couple of weeks. Certainly not to this extent. We talk a lot about how Liquid sometimes take a while to get going with a new roster, and this roster has maybe been the most blatant example of that, as they have had a horrible start to the season. But now against a slightly weaker opponent, after 2 weeks to kind of grind through the mistakes, to figure out what's been going on inside of scrims, and to improve that chemistry that the players on Team Liquid still need time to develop, it feels like they're looking a lot better. It's not a perfect team by any means, but I'm confident that Liquid will be able to close out this game.
I mean, they're in a good spot at the moment, and they have definitely looked like they are commandeering their side of the map, at least right now. And Liquid have some really good looks here. I mean, again, the bones of Liquid are good. We know that they are a team that is perfectly capable of taking over matches. Maybe not so much in this iteration, but they still have players who can be monsters. I mean, Reset's just done it, Nesk has done it, Maya's done it, even Diaz has done it. Ask is the only player who doesn't immediately jump to mind. But beyond that, it's a new game. And I know that for a lot of people, CGX might not feel entirely different, but it is different enough on certain maps and with certain operators that there is a distinction to be had here. Look at the confidence of Liquid at the moment. Maya's going to walk in, and Bach takes a lot of damage, but still stands in his position. One thing Liquid cannot do, Jesse, is get too confident and give their lives away for no reason.
Especially against ENX. I mean, these guys are talented. The desk hyped up Bach is kind of the young star of this team, the one to look out for. ENX still a very young roster with the exception of Sexy Cake, so they're still kind of developing their players, and Bach maybe has the most potential out of anybody. Nigel's the one taking the brunt of the flashes, though, inside of security. This air jab could be a huge problem with the nade as well. Mistiming things a little bit there.
It's really just not a very fun experience to be playing in that position, and Nigel, even as will Maya, which makes it very funny, it's not a particularly fun ride. Reminds me a lot of when Bolo was playing on, I think it was, I can't remember, was it Oregon or it was Clubhouse, and he ended up getting like Zofia stunned and then Goo Mind and a whole bunch of others. I can't even remember what it was, but it was just not a pleasant place to be. Sexy Cake Jesse will give the advantage in numbers back to ENX. Team Liquid are desperate to move up in the standings, and you have to imagine that going to OT for Liquid, win or lose, would be a major loss. They need all 3 of these points, and at least on this round, hope is fading very fast. Ask and Diaz are the last 2 alive that they'll pin their hopes on. I mean, hey, they can make some magic happen. Diaz's doesn't kill comes at the expense of Angels. There's 45 seconds left on the clock for Liquid to dig themselves out of this hole.
Yeah, I mean, decent timing here. You've got full top floor control as well. Ask with the defuse kit. They've got everything that they need to make this push happen. No hard breach if the wall is reinforced from waiting, but they can hop in the windows. Are ENX going to be ready for that is the big question. The wall might even be soft, so they could just break it open with a shotgun. Yeah, this is a good rotate from Diaz. A bit of a lucky break as they can now make their way into sight.
They've got themselves in a pretty good spot right here. The question is this a bait? Which it is entirely possible. And it sure looks like it. Look at that. Florio's going to pick apart Ask. And now Diaz with his 2nd kill. But Florio's in a strong enough spot to shut him down. Final round of regulation. These 2 teams so evenly matched as the standings would suggest, and the gameplay backs it up. All 12 will be needed between Liquid and ENX.
Surely Liquid won't choke it away now. I mean, the 6-4 advantage, they're playing a lot better. They're over the rough side. Maybe they're a little worried that they might. So they'll take the tactical timeout and have a chat with their new coach of this roster as well. Not so new, I guess. Tysus has been with this team as an analyst for quite some time, but has now moved into the head coach position. You see him there in the background of Maya and Nesk's cams. He's been with the team for a while, was on SSG, if my memory is correct, back in the day as an analyst position, and now being a head coach, I believe for the first time in his career after a long time. Coach Hugzord was moved off of this roster. So as long as they can just win this last little attack, I mean, they should be in good spirits. They should know how to win these rounds. It feels like Liquid have played the better game on the second half. They got to be clean in these early games. You can't be losing all those opening engagements. You can't be going down early in numbers. They know that themselves, and so they've got to find a way to make sure that that happens.
Reminder that both teams get to talk during the timeout, so I imagine we will see the best, or at least we should see the best here in what will be the final round of regulation. We're either 3 minutes away from a conclusion or roughly 10 to 15 minutes away, depending on whether overtime is needed and how long overtime takes. I will say, I knew very little about the players on ENX prior to the start of this league, and over the last couple weeks, well, they've obviously not succeeded to the level that they probably hope. I think there's potential here on the team.
10 seconds to go.
If you just look at the rosters, I do think it's fair to say that on paper, Liquid have an objectively superior team. Now, whether or not those players actually play like they're the better team is an entirely different story. But ENX have proven to be quite scrappy in a lot of their matchups. And I think, especially against Liquid, they are matching Liquid's aggression very well. And especially on a claustrophobic map, I've been impressed with some of the roams we've seen out of ENX.
A critical round for Liquid here. They can't really afford to drop even a single point to ENX, which they will if this heads to overtime. They've secured 1 at this point with their own 6th round, but it's not really enough given their spot on the standings. Starts with some strong droning. We see this now as they've got good information down over towards office. Once again, this east stairs has been the focal point. And it's again Sexy Cake and Angels that are duoing to try to lock this down. It's been the biggest problem for Team Liquid so far. How do we break this east stairs hold? They've got Ask on the Ying to try to make something happen. They've of course still got the Blackbeard as well, now being piloted by Nesk. So they've got options for it, but it doesn't make it any easier. Going up against the smoke, all of these toxic babes that come with it. There goes the first.
And Maya will sprint on in, tracking down that smoke that you talked about, and it'll be Sexy Cake being watched. Florio starts things off. ENX 4 kills away from sending this game to overtime, which would effectively cripple Liquid and their chances of making a deep run this stage. They need all the points they can get, and going to overtime means you drop 1 on the way there. Look at all those bullet tracers. It's a hail of gunfire as Nesk walks away with a kill before being punished by the fires from Sexy Cake. Now it's gas being breathed in by Resets as he looks for an opening. far removed from the bomb site, but eager to walk that diffuser in. Liquid at a numbers disadvantage.
I don't know if Phillips by Florio here, Parker. This is a really deadly spot with the shoddy.
Yeah, I don't think so at all, Jesse. I fear that will be the round. If they do not account for this or drone it out, and they don't have a chance, they have one drone remaining. That's it. There's nothing they can do at this current point in time. They just have to take fights dry with 50 seconds left.
They could track him, but they're also worried about Fountain. I mean, Sexy Cake is in here on the 90 hallway. They'll find Nigel, so they even out the numbers, but lots of players still to find.
Oh, the comeback from Liquid is now brewing. Suddenly they have the upper hand. Still, though, Florio in this position. There goes a death mark. Intended target is Florio, who bursts free and almost gets two. He finds one, harassed by the Deimos shotgun out, but Maya wins the fight. It all falls onto the shoulders of Bach. He knows there's one to the right. He knows the other will come towards Fountain. He takes the head off of Maya, and with just a tiny bit of time left, needs to do it again to Diaz. Liquid searching for their first win, but they won't get it in regulation. ENX propels us to OT.
19 years old rookie, the youngest player in the league, getting the clutch up against one of the most legendary clutch players in the world. Diaz again failing to get it done in the 1v1. Box still extremely young on this team, but the desk hyped up his potential. He has been statistically the #1 player on ENX since the season started, and he has forced this into overtime. Team Liquid, despite the fact that they had, I think, really good death marks coming out from the Deimos, despite the fact that they had good coordination to clean up players over towards 90 after they had that east control. Once they realized where those players were at, they responded to Florio's aggression really well. It just didn't matter. They lost that opening pick, and when the trades were strong from ENX, Liquid didn't have anything else they could have done about it. Really impressive stuff coming out from the young guy. ENX should be feeling very good, forcing Liquid all the way into overtime. And now, I mean, we've been talking nonstop, Parker, about how this is a must-win game for Liquid. ENX, if they can get a big win here, that'll be their second of the season. They'll hop up in and around that top 6 area. They're still going to be competitive for playoffs as well. So this would be a massive dub if they can get it done in overtime.
Oh, huge. Absolutely huge. It's been an exciting game, and I wouldn't go so far as to say that this is the game of the day. I do think Furia W7M absolutely has earned that title. It's one of the best regular season games I've seen in quite some time for a wide variety of reasons. And if you didn't tune into the match that came right before this, I would highly encourage it. It's definitely worth your time, even if you know the end result. You'll be surprised by some of the rounds. This one, though, has very much lived up to the billing. It hasn't been a technical masterclass, and there's been sloppiness in areas where both teams can very obviously improve. But the way that these two teams match up against each other leads to very exciting and explosive rounds. It's a synergistic bit of combat, if you can call it that. And of course, we have overtime. Really quite unsurprising. It's been a relatively long day, but, you know, it's our first SAL broadcast, so I expected it.
Yeah, and not really contesting East as heavily this time, ENX. Maybe worried about how heavily they have contested in the past, that Liquid will adapt. After a little bit of util, Florio is able to fall off, leaving Angels kind of alone here in break room. There's players still with him in the hallway, but if he goes down, it's going to be a little bit difficult to trade him out. Now, you're going to know that he's here and he's got a great gun, so it won't be simple, but all eyes are on Angels at the moment.
Ness gets punished by Angels as Angels was looking for more. It looked like he was going to get the kill down below, but it was not to be had. Maya and resets on the ground. Yet another chaotic round where everybody is dying. He has basically ashes at this point. He's so low on HP. It's really up to ask. But as we've seen, even on a tiny portion of HP, you can still make it work. ENX collecting their kills really is all up to ask now, and he'll be punished by Angels. ENX not just pushing us to overtime, but now to match point.
Huge round from Angels. Not a player that has had much success so far in the SAL, but really stepping up big that time. I mentioned he had been kind of left all alone. His East Stairs player had left him, but what does he do? He goes and plays that Elemine perfectly to disrupt the shield, finds another player, that's Maya, that was down inside of waiting. I said all eyes were on Angels. Maya's eyes weren't. credit to Maya. He did get a pick down on that bottom floor, but it didn't matter when Angels was the big problem player. This guy spent 4.5 years Tier 2 in Brazil. Stage 2 last year, he moved to Argentina and qualified for the Hispanic LATAM South League with an all-Brazilian roster. Failed to make playoffs. Was a really disappointing season for Angels. Now it's his first time actually playing with the big dogs in Brazil. And again, hasn't had the most success, has been struggling from time to time, but I think this game is really showing what he's capable of, playing very well in that Ella position, especially on the defense.
Quite very impressed with a lot of these ENX players, Jesse.
Yeah.
Angels obviously has continued to improve as it's gone on, but I mean, the whole team is frankly doing quite well. Every player is above 500 right now, except for Nigel, who, again, Nigel is playing the toughest role on the team, as is Ask on the side of Liquid. So it stands to reason that both of them would be at the bottom of the standings. I do feel a bit for Diaz. He has had also very impactful rounds. I think at this point you could argue more impactful rounds overall than Resets has. But we haven't really been talking about Diaz very much because the rounds where they've been winning, it's been Diaz doing a lot of the work, but everybody else has been helping out or has still stayed alive. Much easier for us to talk about how flashy Resets has been, and he's getting impactful kills in the final moments of a round, win or lose. Team Liquid now move to defense, and they have to win this round or they end up the same position they entered in, winless through all their games.
You gotta be worried about the mental too at this point. You were up 6-4 and this game has spiraled out of control. Sexy Cake is almost at the site, by the way. Ask is in a position to catch 2 players, which is huge, but the defuse kit's still going down.
And 2 for Ask to bring these numbers back. Sexy Cake stopped by Ask, who's now put together quite a tidy little round. And a 4th is just within reach. Very limited patience from Ask. So now it's Maya to potentially collect the kill that had just slipped through the fingers of the Tuberel. Lorio and Bach as the last one standing, but now Bach is down. These rounds are so decisive, Jesse. Diaz with the 2 clean exit kills to continue to tick up the number of kills he has, and all 15 rounds are needed between these 2 teams.
The newcomers claiming all 5 kills in that round, Ask and Diaz. Diaz, great late round, but for me, it's Ask who really was in the right position to stop that. The new captain of Liquid coming in to replace Lagonis in the offseason. Don't forget, yeah, he's maybe not had the best stats so far this game or this stage, and you can say, oh, he's playing support. You don't expect him to have good stats, and that's all true. But when he was the IGL for Black Dragons back in Stage 2, when they made it to Montreal, he was also the hard carry of that team, going plus 27 overall. Looks like the best gunner that Black Dragons had at that event. So he is more than capable of putting up big numbers like that. And I honestly think that, like, him fragging has kind of been what's missing from Liquid over the last couple of weeks. You know, he's known as a fragging IGL, somebody who can go out and get a ton of kills while still being a leader for the team. And while I'm sure he's been doing a good job leading an IGLing Team Liquid, he hasn't really been on the stat sheet as much as I kind of expected when he got picked up. But to see him show up in a big round like that when things matter the most, that could be what they look back on. It was a really good rush from ENX that was coming in, all stopped by one man who was in the right spot.
Individual heroics have been the name of the game so far today, and there's a number of players who are in contention for a play of the day. I have a feeling it's going to remain KDS, but KZ has definitely given him a run for his money. We've seen some good moments from Resets and Ask as well. Angels had a great moment earlier in the game too. I don't know if it's enough to challenge the KZ as well as the KDS moments. Those were really quite something, and you don't get to see them every day, and we got to see them both in the exact same play day. Do or die for both of these teams. Team Liquid still winless, looking for their first victory. Both teams, by making it to overtime, have gained a point. Which one will come out with the extra point? Liquid desperate for it as they sit in dead last in the league.
Entries have been converted in all rounds but 2 so far, so the opening pick is critical, and ENX will claim it. ENX, Angels at the top of the metal stairs, finds Ask. He's in a dangerous position, still 3 toxic babes in his pocket, but not punished at all. There's no follow-up. Ask seems to be all alone, despite his heroics in round 14. In the 15th, he might have just tossed it with that opening pick going the way of ENX. Rest of Liquid need to find an answer at this point. Everybody on ENX is able to retreat back to the site if they want to. Sexy Cake makes the move now. Nigel Angels and Box still playing up above. They don't need to drop down until this push actually starts to come through.
There goes the E1D. Liquid fighting from behind, fighting for their lives and potentially for their stage. The top of the standings likely out of reach, but to salvage a playoff spot, Liquid needs every point they can get. ENX much better suited at the moment to climb to the top, and they look poised to do it. Liquid swinging for the fences. They get one on a down, but traded back immediately by ENX. Bach unable to be recovered. ENX will now need to scramble. 2 players remain from Liquid. Resets holding on to the case. Maya getting softened up, and there goes Resets. It's all up to Maya. Numbers underwater, and Liquid themselves at jeopardy of the same thing transpiring. Maya sweeping in, collecting a kill and finishing another. No diffuser to be had. Remaining players from ENX now positioned well within the grasps of the bomb site, but both playing above. Deathmark coming in. Angels and Sexy Cake babysitting the diffuser. Maya, a valiant effort now slowed down by a Gumine, giving information to ENX as Liquid so desperately need the points and the win. Out through the doorway. Grenades going out. Maya not finding a target just yet and punished by Angels as ENX picks up a massive victory in OT against Liquid.
Man, it's a nice try by Maya. Played that about as well as he could have, but it's just not enough. The curse of Sexy Cake continues for the 3rd time in 3 years. We're going to see Team Liquid lose to Sexy Cake, and unfortunately, it just continues their losing streak in the South American League. They will remain without a single win, despite coming so close, Parker. They were up 6-4. And still, Team Liquid unable to find a win in the South American League. This is not the start that they wanted. At this point, you're starting to look at maybe stage 2, let alone for what the next couple of games will look like for Team Liquid.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what the math is, but if you take a step back and you look at every game that Liquid has played up to this point, there is very little to give you confidence that they will be a top 6 team. Yeah, it's well within the realm of possibility that they go on a tremendous run and they end up picking up 3 points all the way up. But their fate is out of their hands, Jesse. It is entirely up to the people above them to disallow Liquid to catch them. Because if Liquid wins every single game and the right amount of teams above them do the same, Liquid won't gain any ground whatsoever. And I mean, you said it might be time to look towards stage 2. Mathematically, that might not be the case, but emotionally and mentally, that might be so. All of our matches are done for the day, but we still have 3 beautiful people to talk about that final match that we witnessed. ENX winning in overtime against Liquid. Let's hear what the desk has to say.
Thank you very much, Intero and Jesse. Yes, the beautiful people, the beautiful people. Here we are Fresh, Milosh, and Alphama after this matchup here. And I gotta say, ENX played this as best as they possibly could. It is genuinely impressive what we got out of them, but it has to be said, Liquid definitely just messing up the bag here.
Yeah, it's gotta be horror for these guys, really. I mean, I think they fought tooth and nail, right, in the whole match, and we saw some, I think, very clear examples of widespread attacks and one by one, people picking and aggression, always in the same spot. How many catwalk duels have we seen in that match? And it's always 50-50. And that's my biggest worry, is that we did not see a clear win condition and clear game plan from either of these teams, especially Liquid. There was no like, hey, let's all 5 take this area of the map and commit to getting the map advantage. You look at these rounds, and every round, everyone is spread around and is an isolated target, working in solo or with a second player with them. That's just not enough. We didn't see enough team play. We saw lots of 1v1 duels like this one. And that's just going to be 50-50 at the end of the day. And that's why it went all the way to 15th round. It's just a pity for Liquid, because at this point, 0-5, like, realistically, there is no way they're making playoff. I just don't believe it.
Yeah, I would agree. I think obviously there's always a mathematical possibility until somebody tells us otherwise, but I think realistically the way Liquid are playing it's just not going to happen. And we said for them, yes, the first 4 games were against tough opponents, but then they needed to come into it and make a statement, and they didn't do that. I actually think going to border probably helps them. I think this map facilitates a little bit of almost ranked-esque IGL-less type playstyles. You can get away with it, and I think Liquid did get away with it. I think ENX, for the most part, controlled the rounds. They had a better idea. They understood what they wanted to do. It didn't always come to plan. Obviously, you know, they ended up losing 7 rounds themselves. But I can accept that from them because they're a little bit more inexperienced as a team, obviously coming up through Challenger Series and whatnot. And, you know, that's part of their learning process into this stage. And I thought they played really well today. They had that plan. And, yeah, they're the rightful winners. And, you know, Liquid are probably lucky to have gotten a point, in all honesty. Had we have gone to a map that was maybe a little bit more team play heavy, you know, a Clubhouse, a Consulate, a Nighthaven, something like that, I actually don't think that the team play was there from Liquid at all today. And I think had we have gone to a map like that, they would have been on the receiving end of quite a big defeat, if I'm being honest.
Now, going through all of these overtimes we've had today, really in general, it felt like Ace and Dez were casting, but I think they've kind of transferred it over to Jesse and Parker for today at least. And yeah, for ENX, they played properly, they played correctly. Still, Liquid, big disappointment. Not too sure what happens from here, but Jesse's point about looking at a stage 2, even though mathematically things are still possible, is something else. Yeah, Bok just played this perfectly timing-wise. It was just ENX outplaying position-wise Team Liquid.
Even the round before, like the first round of overtime, the Ella playing in Catwalk is the round winner. There was a round, 60k on Legion is the round winner. That round with Bugzir clutching is the round winner. I think there were big individual moments on the side of ENX, of big players stepping up. Not only the experienced ones, also the young and rookies. And you know, Buck being 19 years old as well, stepping up, clutching here against Legions of Siege. You know, I love to see this team develop. They've gotten better and better. By the way, almost beat Black Dragons, got a win last week. They get another win today. You know, they're proving slowly and surely that this team can compete and are in the run for playoffs. And it's just beautiful to see some new faces out here proving they can perform at the highest level in the best league in the world.
And really, new faces is a very good way to put it, because we talked about them in the very first day, right? It's Sexy Cake leading the charge with 4 players that have gone through the gamut, really, of Série B in Brazil, which is what the old system, the Tier 2 used to be called, because of the way that things are linked. Basically, is the Challenger Series that runs alongside the league, at least it used to be. And this is where 4 of these players are really coming from, and Sexy Cake had gone down to those mines, farmed all the way up to where we are today through Challenger Series, which is pretty impressive today. A big win against, let's not forget, Sexy Cake's former team, as he used to be on Team Liquid in the past when they won in Atlantic City. And that's, I guess, what a lot of the Team Liquid fan copium still hangs on, a moment that happened 7 years ago when... I wish Fabian were here to talk about this also and complain about Lion, but I'm going to leave that for another day. Our interview is already Nigel joining us from ENX.
Hey, miss me?
Hello, Nigel.
Hello.
We have you on here again, Nigel. It's good to have you on and have this chat here. A game against Team Liquid, you go to OT and you win. What does that feel for you?
Feels pretty good. I said it last week, we would win because Sexy Cake doesn't ever lose to Liquid, and we have the solid game plan, and it worked out.
I need to ask you. Yeah, it was very close. It was very, very close. But I need to ask you, what happened when you were down 4-6 and you eventually came back and win in overtime? What happened? What were the comms like when you guys were down to 2 match points?
Nothing really changed. We knew it was gonna be a close match, so we just won round by round and kept it close every time.
What was the reason that you decided to take Team Liquid to border then as the map?
So our game plan against them was like press them from the start, then go to the next step, then repeat the process till they don't have time. They don't have any time left to execute, and border really allows for that early aggression. So yeah, that was our main idea.
Fair enough. I mean, look, if we're looking at your next playdate, you go up against NIP. You know, they have had a close game today. Also lost in the last playdate. So there's opportunities here for you and the team to go up in the standings. What do you feel about that matchup tomorrow?
We keep improving in every single game, and tomorrow is gonna be a close game again. I won't lie to you. Could go either way, and yeah, NIP is a really difficult playstyle to go against for me because they like to aggress a lot, and honestly, this past week I had kind of a trouble dealing with that. But yeah, I know we can pull it through. We will have a solid game plan for that as well. So yeah, I guess we will see what happens.
All right, very much looking forward to it. For all the ENX fans and Nigel fans out there, make sure that you're tuning in. That'll be game number 3 tomorrow, ENX versus Ninjas in pajamas. Nigel, congratulations again on the win against Liquid. Have a good night. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
And there it is. I love seeing the new personalities really being built here in SAL, Leo.
Yeah, and really good English as well. Perfectly described everything that
better than
went on.
yours.
Yeah, better than mine.
Better than mine.
It's not that hard to be honest. But I love his understanding of the game, his understanding of the game plan, very clear direction, and indeed it makes sense, right? Clearly, Team Liquid is struggling right now in terms of coordination, in terms of team play. So you want to press that by being disruptive and being as aggressive as possible, because that's what's going to test the team play. And the best map to do it is Border, because you go aggressive. So you could see that in many different moments. Taking Break Room and stairs literally was the main problem of Liquid for 7 rounds in a row. I'm not gonna lie, at some point it felt like a ranked match with a team just bumping their head against a wall just to get in the building.
Yeah. I will say, looking at this scoreboard, DS must be looking at his former team over there in North America and wondering if he made the right decision to come to the SAL, because dropping 17 kills, dropping big double digits. He was a shining light for Liquid today. He is a very, very good player. We've known this from his time in North America. And he, on an individual basis, probably didn't deserve to be on the losing side of things today. Although, that being said, you look across the scoreboard, you look across the stats at ENX, generally a much better and a much more concise team performance, I would say. And as a team, they very much deserve to take that victory.
Yeah, overall, you have to look at individual rounds and just see how ENX's performance was. And here, Angels was definitely the Angel that ENX needed for the victory. 14-10, 73% of the cost, performing well on Border.
Yeah, and I think what's interesting about that as well is 6 of those kills came in overtime. He got a free K in round 13 and a free K in round 15 as well. We're so very much, when you're looking at overtime, it could go one way or another. You need somebody to step up. You need somebody to get 6 kills to get you that victory. And Angels did just that for his team.
And he was one of the worst rated, if I remember well. He was the 43rd rated player, so 7th worst rated player in South America League before this match. He was definitely one of the weakest players, actually the worst rated player on the team starting this matchup. It must be a huge confidence boost for him. And it's great to see him perform with double digits against such a big team as Liquid. Although they're not in good momentum and good shape right now, beating those legends and dropping double digits against Nesk, a player that he's watched for years, it must be a game breaker for him. And hopefully we see him more with more confidence in the next few matches.
Yeah, it's actually pretty crazy to play against a player that has probably inspired the careers of half of SAL that are playing right now. If you're really looking at Nesk and what he's done, I'm sure he's inspired many players all around the world competing in Tier 1 or anywhere else, really, or just playing the game and enjoying it, which is quite fair. That was our MVP, but what about our day and how our entire day has really shaped up? We'll start with our Predator play of the day, and that is, well, I think it's quite clear, KDS and his ace today, saving the round for FaZe Clan.
The initial enter kill here is key, by the way, because they were led. He gets in main, gets a first free pick, then will go aggressive towards the Red Stars area, picks up another 1v1. That shot is crazy here. Once again, STK picks without having a trade potential. Then he baits the plan to make the last anchor move, hears him, goes up, straight headshot. Honestly, super clean for him.
Yeah,
just a bit of GMing.
Yeah, it was actually very clever in the 1v1. He actually used the Goyo canisters to try and force a little bit of movement here as well. Not too sure entirely why STK was peeking him in that 2 versus 1, because it clearly wasn't a direct tradable position. And if you give KDS 1 versus 1 versus 1 versus 1, he's going to take them. He's going to win them. As much as FaZe were struggling inside of that game, and they were struggling, everybody on FaZe has the quality to win those when you give them straight 1v1s, especially KDS.
Absolutely, absolutely. And even though, as you said, they struggled, the game did not go well for FaZe at the end of it, but fair enough. It was a fantastic play. That was our Predator play of the day by KDS. Our standings, what do they look like at the end of play day number 5? Of course, halfway through week 3. This Saturday, W7M are at the top at 13, Black Dragons at 12, NIP at 10, followed by, well, 9876 with no 5s in here. That'll be FaZe, Loud, Furia, and ENX. 9ZN lost at 4 points a pop. And finally, Team Liquid, who doubled their points in a singular playday, Jack.
Yeah, of course they did, but they are still bottom of the league. They have still lost every game that they've played so far in the South American League. Yeah, I think the top 4 looks reasonably set. I mean, Black Dragons, Ninjas and Pajamas may be a little bit surprising. FaZe, Loud, Fury will be chasing them down hard. However, if you're Black Dragons, you've got, what, a 5-point lead over Furia, so you're feeling pretty comfortable in the top 2 there. For ENX, 9Z and Lost, they're really hoping that one of the 5th, 6th place teams drops off and they can chase them. But obviously there's a 2-3-point gap, which it doesn't sound a lot, but then context that we've just gone over halfway point in the season, their games are going to start running out very quickly for these teams.
I mean, take into account today here, Loud beat FaZe, Furia beat W7M. That's your 2 direct competitors to your playoff spot. I mean, that's got to be scary. Both of these teams are on incredible momentum right now for the rest of the matches, and we might be looking at the final 6 here. The first to 6th place would make a lot of sense in playoffs.
It's going to be very hard for anybody to break into that top 6.
It's going to be tough, and it's going to be tough tomorrow because Furia take on 9Z, FaZe via Los, ENX versus NIP, and that's W7M versus Loud, Black Dragons versus Team Liquid at the end of the day. Looking at this, these games could be quite one-sided, gents, but you could have also said that about some of our games today, and yet that was not the case, Leo.
Yeah, honestly, some very interesting ones. I think Loud W7M will be especially interesting, considering what Loud has just done to FaZe. Looking into Liquid's game versus Black Dragons, I want to see if Liquid, with less pressure on themselves, because let's be real, I don't think they really count on making playoffs. Now that the pressure is completely off to perform, it's the best moment to learn and the best moment to upset teams. And Black Dragons are in a really good momentum. So I'm thinking we're going to get some really good games tomorrow as well. And hopefully as balanced as today with 3 overtimes out of 5 matches.
Gentlemen, it absolutely has been a day full of excitement, full of overtimes. That's number 1. Full of upsets, full of, I guess, pure cinema, especially for that Furia W7M game. That's a big highlight for me. And of course, another big highlight. Yeah, absolutely. If you were to rewatch one game from today, it would be Furia versus W7M. Highly recommend the matchup. We also got to see Parker's kitty on stream, Max, who joined us on the show, which I believe is a great highlight. Of course, we got these 2 beauties on the desk, Fresh and Alphama, to have a chat about every single one of our 5 matches that we had in store for you. Gents, next up for you will be EML. So, unfortunately, we're going to have to say goodbye. Tomorrow, it'll be the NA Cavalry jumping in. Davide Bucci, Mr. What's his online name again? I always forget. Foxy, there you go. And Laxing, as you get used to saying Davide, and my brain is kind of fried because we've passed the midnight portion of the evening at that point.
Please, someone keep that.
Anyways, thank you very much, Fresh Alphama, for today. What a wonderful time. Please don't clip that. We love you so very much. We'll see you tomorrow from RSAL. Bye-bye.
how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.